Yo, Pim, can you hear me? All right, let me make sure that my microphone isn't delayed. It is delayed. Just one moment. Wait. Oh, it's better now. It, does it sound better now? Absolutely. Okay, so the trolley problem, you would kill the baby and not the 100 people. I mean, I think that's understandable. Okay. Have you spoken to Zoot recently? No big deal. We had some people here, and then we watched the ball drop, and um, I was just I'm glad it's 2026. At least from a Twitter perspective, it a lot of people take off like the last part of the year, and the markets are really slow. Many times, I'm not saying every time, but I wanted stuff to get going again. Crypto Twitter is so um it needs some excitement, and so I was hoping that the new year would do that. And in 2 months, no, but the when the markets are roaring, the discussions increase and people come up with new projects, and then there are more opportunities to be able to promote your own project. And like when the market is stagnant, it's the same old people there, and you want new blood. And um so I'm hoping with the new year. Okay, I'm gonna listen to it intently. I have to reset 3 computers, but go ahead. I'm still talking to you. I just want you to know if I'm not right here in front of the camera that I'm still listening to you. So go ahead. What's your idea? No, it makes sense. Well, let me make sure. Let me just re-describe it to you in like one sentence to make sure it makes sense. So basically, what you're saying is instead of having a multitude of different cryptocurrencies, why don't they all just unite into one cryptocurrency, right? Okay. Um, didn't we already have this in the beginning with Bitcoin? Yeah. Um, I mean, I could see ways that this could happen. I guess somewhat similar to the way that the euro was created. Like you had all these European states that had diversified currencies. Like you had the Deutschmark and the franc and the Libra, and they all had to align and combine into the euro. So like you might get, and I don't know what the currency rate was at the time when they did it, but like maybe for every one Deutschmark you'd have two francs, or for every one franc you'd have two Deutschmarks, or whatever it would be. But so that the people who had the currency wouldn't immediately lose the value of whatever they had. So in the same way that you have your system, you'd have like, okay, so the people at Bitcoin, they'd be able to get, I don't know, like 30 Ethereum for every Bitcoin. And for every person who had Ethereum, they'd be able to get like 15 Solana. Like basically break it up, and whatever your unifying coin would be, let's just call it, you call it purge coin. Okay, that's fine. Um, it has to have a value. So, I mean, probably the easiest way for it to be done is to take all of the coins that are reasonable, like not ones that have just been rugged, whatever. You might say the top 100 coins or the top 1,000 coins, and then find out whatever their average is, and then allocate appropriately the amount to anyone who's a holder of any of those 100 coins or 1,000 coins or whatever. So, like, let's say the average of all the top 100 coins in the world is $100. Well, let's say Bitcoin right now is um $100,000. Let's just say. All right. Well, then that means that the people who have Bitcoin would get 1,000 of your purge tokens, uh, because 100,000 divided by 100 would be 1,000. And for someone who had, let's say, Ethereum, which is, let's just say, $3,000, they'd get 30 purge coins. And the person who has, let's say, Solana, let's say it's $200, and they get two purge coins. And then you'd have this unified structure of just the top 100 coins. Like, that's all it would be. But you could combine all of their market value, and that's great. What does that do though to stop somebody from studying their own cryptocurrency? And then you're going to have 101 and then 102, exact same thing that happened with Bitcoin. I get that, but you're going to have people who say, I don't like that system because it does not allow for X, Y, and Z. And so I'm going to start my own cryptocurrency. So it will have competitors, just like Bitcoin found a competitor with Ethereum and Solana and XRP and all the others. There was, I mean, isn't that what they all do? I'm in agreement with you. Right. Um, Okay, so then you would basically have a worthless, like, if you combine every single project on Pump Fund, I don't know how many that is, but let's say it's 100,000 projects. It's more than that, I think. I'm almost certain. Each one of them aggregated, like an average of them, is worth like less than 0.001%. Most all of them have been rugged. So then you would just have like a really weak coin. I get that. What stops somebody from just starting another coin to compete? But that's essentially what Bitcoin was from 2009 to 2016. It didn't really have any competitors, viable competitors, until Ethereum, really. So you had that. I mean, it had 1,000. It was worth $1,000 each in 2016. That's a lot of value. That's true. Okay, so take it back to 2014, 2013. Like basically there was a time when it didn't really have any competitors. And what you're talking about is kind of the same thing. What if everything was united so that there weren't any competitors? But just give it enough time and there will be competitors. There will be somebody who doesn't like the idea of the tax system, or there'll be somebody who doesn't like even the name and they'll just want to start their own. And unless you restrict people from starting their own cryptocurrencies, you're just given enough time, you're going to have competitors and you'll have. That's exactly what Bitcoin advocated in the first half decade. We no longer need to be on fiat currencies. We no longer need to have an inability to buy and sell. Everything could be public. That's what they advocated, and they unified it. I mean, it was, I should say, it was unified at the beginning. Well, unless you restrict the ability of people to start their own coins, you will never have full unification. There will be someone out there who. Actually, I'd like to interject. I'd like to interject there. I think that eventually, given enough time, unification is likely, if not ensured, given enough time. And what do I mean? If you were to, it's almost, I see it like a universe, like the Big Bang. You had the Big Bang that exploded, and you had all of this chaos coming from one single point. And that would be like the one single point would have been like Satoshi's white paper, and then all the chaos would be all of these incredibly complex, different cryptocurrencies that occur. And eventually, as physicists surmise, astrophysicists, they say that we'll have the big crunch, basically unification to one point, where all of the chaos finds order in one single point, just like it did with the Big Bang. And I somewhat see that as analogous to the crypto market, that you would have Satoshi's white paper that starts everything off, and then there's all this chaos with everybody wanting to start all these different cryptocurrencies. However, I imagine eventually it will not be so easy to just start a cryptocurrency. You can start a cryptocurrency in less than 1 minute on um, on Pump Fund and other places as well. And I don't think that it will be that easy. Maybe in 10 years or 100 years. I think that there will be more regulation of the system. And so eventually, because of regulation, not necessarily the open market, but because of regulation, you may have a unified cryptocurrency or just a default cryptocurrency, and all of the other cryptocurrencies will be devalued, and everyone will just work on the default, whatever it is, whatever it may be. Um, I think that's an opportunity, a possibility, at least for perhaps hundreds or thousands of years, though eventually people may find value in other modes of, um, and other types of assets. But um, I could see, due to regulation, one single currency occurring. Like for instance, the United States dollar, for like from Bretton Woods, like from the 1950s until, let's just say, the millennium, was the standard global currency, even though it was not formally the standard. Due to regulation, the United States required payment in United States dollars, and oil. They forced like they forced OPEC to only be able to exchange in dollars, which made the U.S. dollar the only, or generally the global currency. However, that changed when OPEC started to accept the euro and other types of currency, and even before the United States dollar, you had the pound, which was the global currency for like a hundred more than 100 years. So each one, due to regulation, I feel has its own um, uh, time in the sun, and eventually you have, due to economic factors, or it could be because of um, international relations, or um, some type of um, chaotic event that can change whatever the global standard currency is. But for the time being, we have this period of diversification within cryptocurrency. There isn't a really great argument right now for them to unify, which they could, aside from, well, they'd be a lot stronger that way. But the argument could be made, yeah, but that just means that somebody else is going to start another one outside of that unified currency, and the trading market will be very lucrative for people to take advantage of it. And then somebody will start another and another and another. And so, given enough time, you'll have your unified currency, but then you'll have a bunch of little ones, like which is what you have right now with Bitcoin. Bitcoin was at one time the unified currency, but you have a bunch of little ones as well. I think so. Without regulation and the ability to always create coins, why wouldn't you? Or why wouldn't it? Um, I personally think that there are some advantages to some cryptocurrencies that aren't currently being utilized and or are not very popular. And also the crypto world, did you see, I'm sure you probably did, but like this Trust Wallet Google Chrome browser extension? Okay, so Trust Wallet, one of the biggest wallets out there. Um, they, you know what a Google extension is, though, right? Okay, so they had an extension on the Google extension store, and somehow somebody um, got a back door to it, and basically, when you connected your wallet, you had to put in your seed phrase, and the person who had the back door just took all those seed phrases and drained everybody's wallet, and it was like tens of millions of dollars that were drained before anybody figured out what was going on. And Trust Wallet has come out and said that they will reimburse everybody, but only time will tell. It's very easy for Trust Wallet to just go out of business too because of this issue. And like in my opinion, if anything, I would like regulation to be able to stop that type of system. Like um I know that's kind of the beauty of Bitcoin or of cryptocurrency, that you can just transfer funds very quickly, but I almost feel like there should be an escrow system where you transfer your funds to the escrow, and only after a certain amount of time and you confirm the transaction do the funds actually transfer. I feel like that's safer. Let me That's true, but basically you could have someone's private key, but unless you've like perhaps log in with some other system to approve the transaction, then the transaction would not go through. So what am I saying? Basically, somebody could have your private key and that's fine, but they wouldn't have perhaps the ability to approve the system in escrow. So let me analogize this. Do you know what Fiverr is? Fiverr? Right. Exactly, gig work. So basically, there is a major issue whenever you're dealing with someone who gets paid first. Does someone get paid first, or do they do the job first? And it's like you could scam a lot of people if you demand payment first and you just never do the work, or you could get screwed out of a lot of work if you do all the work and the person never pays you. So what Fiverr does is they're just a middleman. They're an escrow service essentially that says, look, you're going to pay the money to us, and only once the job is done correctly will we pay it out to the person. And if it's not done correctly, then you get your money back. And they're basically an arbiter of this. And I think that the same thing should be true for cryptocurrency. Basically, that if you say, hey, I want to transfer all my funds from one wallet to another, you can do that, but it has to go through an escrow service that confirms that you want to do that. And this would give people the ability not to get drained as easily as they do, because under current system, all you need is 12 or 24 words in the right order, and you have access to someone's entire life savings in many ways. And that's not fair. Just because they clicked on a link accidentally or installed the wrong extension or whatever it could be, So instead, what it would do is, if you, let's say, wanted to transfer all your money from one wallet to another, instead of doing it immediately, you would transfer it to an escrow service. That escrow service might say that it has to take 7 days or 2 days or whatever the amount of time is. And you have to log into the escrow service and approve that. Now, people may say, well, what happens if they got access to the escrow service in addition to just being able to drain your wallet? Yeah, that could absolutely be a thing. But it's another layer of security. Basically, it's a separate system that has to approve every single transaction on the um on the blockchain. And that's essentially what we have with banks today. Is like, let's say you buy something online, and um the company ends up being uh like a uh deceitful. You can reverse that. You can reverse that transaction, given, like, usually, I think up to 90 days usually, and under normal circumstances. And what will happen, that's known as a chargeback. And there is a arbitration process that happens if you think that you deserve your money back and the company thinks that they did whatever they were supposed to do. The bank is essentially an arbitrator of that. And I feel the same should be available in cryptocurrency. I think that would make everything much safer. I think so too. And that doesn't mean that the bank has to know what it was for. You could still have some anonymity there. But this idea that somebody can just drain your whole wallet, that doesn't make sense. There's a reason why banking doesn't allow that. That somebody just gets access to your bank account and drains it all. They can go and follow the transactions that occurred and reverse them. And that's what I feel should be available in cryptocurrency. The reason why it's not is because there isn't an arbitrator there. Um, but I feel as if there should be. And we would just have to agree on an amount of time that you should get to be able to reverse that transaction, whether it's a week or 90 days or a day or whatever. And it would also make it a lot safer that um, you could transfer your funds from one wallet to another, but instead of it having happening immediately and people just get drained, there's a certain timetable on it. And this would allow people, it would even allow the escrow system to say, look, we have a lot of different transactions that are going to this one wallet. Maybe this person somehow found some kind of loophole and they're draining a bunch of wallets. We're not going to release funds immediately until this is approved or researched or whatever it would be. That's what a bank would do. And um, banks regularly, not banks so much, but credit unions, they regularly put holds on funds, but banks do as well. If something's suspicious, they will say, we have put the money in your account, but it's on a hold. And it could be a 7 day hold, it could be a 10-day hold, it could be a 14-day hold. Usually it's no more than that. And if you're like, well, I need my money now, well, calm down. This will make the entire system much safer. And we just have to agree on a certain amount of time. And another thing could be, when you create your account, there could be certain alerts that could be sent to you to say, hey, did you know that you're transferring 100% of your funds into this other wallet? And it could send you a text message, and it could send you a push notification, and it could send you an email, and it could call you on in an automated fashion, so that you're alerted that somebody's trying to do this business. And unless you approve it, then it's not going to go. That's true, and you have two-factor authentication on your account, which is better. Um, in my opinion, two-factor authentication, at least in some way, should be perhaps. I mean, here's the thing: even if you do all that, you can still get screwed out of your money, and I don't think that's right. No, it would just be like, let's say somebody says, "Hey, we want you to connect your wallet to our project," and you put your um, you do all the Google Authenticator and all of that because you think that it's your friend who really wants to connect you to this project, but it turns out that it's a bad actor and they drain all your money. And even though you did the two-factor authentication and all that stuff, you got your money drained. What I'm advocating for is an escrow system that basically you could connect your wallet to this project, but the money's going to go to an escrow system first. And unless you log in separately into the escrow system and make the and approve the transaction, that it's going to tell you in plain English, you are transferring 100% of your funds into this other wallet that you don't know, then we're not going to let this transaction to go through. And it doesn't, it doesn't, it doesn't do that right now. Basically, it just says you're giving access to your wallet to this other entity. And people don't know that. I mean, because the language um is so uh how would I say, technical, that your average person is just overwhelmed by all of that. If they did it in a banking sense that said, look, you're connecting your bank account to this other person's bank account, and this is going to give them the ability to drain you of your $100 million. Are you sure that you want to do this? Then you'd say, no, I don't want to do that. I didn't realize that's what I was doing. And additionally, even if you said, yes, I want to do that, any transit, any transfer of funds would have to go through an escrow system. And that escrow system could potentially reverse any inadvertent transfers of funds. And if there were a situation where someone was taking advantage of another person, that transfer could be reversed. Another major issue with this is it happens a lot of the scamming happens overseas, and the governments overseas don't care. And there should be accountability. If somebody's in some fucking Asian country or African country or South American country or the United States or whatever, there should be accountability that the United States and the European Union and Canada have some kind of agreement that says, if you have a bad actor who keeps draining people of wallets, we're going to send authorities to their location and we are going to investigate and perhaps prosecute the person. Right now, there's no accountability. It's the same thing with like um the Indian scammers. The Indian government does not have enough control on its own people to be able to stop Indian scamming services. If the United States said, or the European Union or Canada said, look, if you want to do business with our country, you need to cut down on the scammers. You need to prosecute these people so that when somebody calls you and says, oh, I'm from Microsoft, I need to get access to your computer, and this is reported as a scam, somebody needs to follow up on it and investigate it and research the matter. And if it's found that somebody is scamming, then that person needs to be prosecuted. Right now, it's just in India, it's like, okay, well, whatever. That's not our country. We don't need to worry about it. And that's an unfortunate situation. In the United States, if you call someone from one state to another and you scam them out of money, you face a litany of different crimes, including like fraud and wiretapping, pardon me, illegal wire transfers. There's a ton of different crimes that you commit, but you take that same person and just move them to India, and there's no repercussions. And I'm saying that that should change. If the Indian government can prove that it was a person in the United States, then yeah, and they can be deported. They can face international penalties. It's not as common though, because usually people in the United States have more money than people in India. Yeah, yeah. Um, that's that's really. I mean, there are so many Indian scammers. Like it's like 90% of all scammers who at least pull certain types of uh, scams are directly from India. Usually they're phone scams. Usually what they do is they call up old people and say, I'm calling you from Microsoft when they're not Microsoft. And they say, I need you to log into your computer and I need uh, you to get our latest update. And the little old lady will be like, oh, okay. And she'll go to her computer not knowing. And he'll say, why don't you just go to this website so that, and this will give him virtual control of her computer. And then he can get her banking information and he can drain her of her bank account. Now, what is beneficial usually is that there's a bank that's involved and they can reverse the transaction when in the crypto world there's not. And I'm basically saying that bank is an escrow service. It's not, but it's a middleman, and I think there should be a middleman um within the crypto world. And there's just the reason why there isn't is because it's new. There hasn't been enough oversight on this. But like there there could be, but it should be default. Like for instance, I mean, I don't know. There are a lot of people, and I don't want to paint with a broad brush because there are a lot of Americans who do illegal shit. But if you get involved in cryptocurrency, how many guys from Nigeria are trying to scam you for money? And what the American government should say, or just globally, we should say is, look, Nigeria, you have a major problem with people scamming you. When we have somebody who reports someone as a scammer, you need to investigate, you need to research, and if you recognize this person is defrauding other people, you need to prosecute this person. The Nigerian government, you've seen enough pictures of stuff there. They don't have the resources to be able to do that, and I recognize that, but they need to start investing in those types of resources because it's a major issue. I'm in agreement with you, and there is a lot of corruption there, and it's just allowed, and it shouldn't be. You shouldn't. I I mean, I get a lot of these things from if you're. So what am I saying? Okay, if you've ever looked at your Twitter message inbox and it's just scam, 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 scam in the unwanted messages, someone should be reverse engineering who's sending those and then prosecute that person. That's what I'm saying. Wait, if they're just shilling a coin, that might be different. But if they're draining your wallet, which a lot of them are, then they should be prosecuted for this. I've been there, man, and that's what I'm talking about. Um, it shouldn't be that easy. Look, the best case. Wait, I'm with you. 100%, 100%, because it's not written in plain English, and MetaMask makes it so that it's like all this information on this little phone, and you're just like, okay, go. It should tell you this is what's going to happen if you proceed. Are you sure that you want to proceed? And even if you want to proceed and you say yes, MetaMask could be a middleman and say, okay, this transaction will take place within the next 1 week unless you stop it. Or I should say, unless you approve this transaction within the next week, it will be canceled. So that you physically have to go in and ensure that you want to transfer all of your money to somebody else. MetaMask could do that. The fact that they don't. Oh, that's where I've told you in the past, that's where we're moving towards. Um, okay, so in the terms of um these scammers. So there's a difference. I mean, what one person's scammer is another person's entrepreneur. And so but exactly what you're talking about. The internet should not work in a way that it currently does, where you click one link and somebody can have access to all of your different um entities. The perfect example of this, and this isn't talked about a lot, um, is from Jeff Bezos. Let me look this up. Yo, dog, tell me about Jeff Bezos, and he clicked a link that he shouldn't have clicked, and it gave people access to all his like photos and stuff. It was more than that though. So like here's the guy who like founded Amazon, and um he was reportedly hacked in 2018, which is not that long ago, after receiving a malicious video file via WhatsApp from an account of Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. The file, sent on May 1st, 2018, contained malware that led to a massive spike in data being transmitted from Bezos' iPhone, jumping from about 430 kilobytes per day to 126 megabytes within hours. The breach potentially gave access to a vast amount of personal data, including private messages and photos. While Bezos did not necessarily click a link in the traditional sense, the malware was reportedly installed simply by receiving the video file through WhatsApp, which exploited a vulnerability in the app. Forensic analysis later suggested that the hack allowed extensive access to Bezos' device, raising concerns about data privacy and national security, especially given Bezos' ownership of the Washington Post and his public feud with Mohammed bin Salman following the murder of journalist Jamal Khashoggi. Separately, intimate text messages and photos between Bezos and Lauren Sanchez were leaked to the National Enquirer in early 2019. Bezos accused the parent company, American Media Inc., of extortion, claiming that they threatened to publish explicit images referred to as dick pics unless he stopped investigating how the information was obtained. While initial suspicion fell on Sanchez's brother, Michael Sanchez, a later report indicated he may have received $200,000 for the leak, allegedly after Lauren Sanchez shared the messages with him. Michael Sanchez denied involvement in the photo link, though he refused to answer whether he shared the text messages. I mean, I don't exactly know what happened, but it's like, dude, if you own Amazon and you just got a video file in WhatsApp, like that should be deemed safe. And how could we avoid this type of how could you avoid all of this? Generally, I'm saying is that you wouldn't have any data on your phone. Everything would just be run on the cloud, and that way you would never actually download anything to your personal device. And I've seen this before. This is a really good idea I've had in the past. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. So do you know how I think computing will work in the future? Like I don't know if you've been checking the news recently about the prices of RAM and how much they've gone up since the summer, but they've basically like doubled since the summer. So like previously you'd be able to get like a 16 gigabyte. Like I remember you told me you've got a 32 gigabyte computer. That computer is worth more now perhaps than it was when you bought it. And because of the price of RAM. All right, but in the future, because of AI companies, they basically said to any RAM producer, we want first opportunity to buy any RAM that you produce for the next 6 years. And well, I mean, some companies said that. In fact, ChatGPT worked with one RAM company and said, any new any new RAM that you put out, we want first dibs on it for the next 6 years. And because these data centers are having to become so big and so powerful to be able to run AI. And so that's made the price of RAM increase like 2x and moving towards 3x. All right, with that said, um, I don't think you need RAM in the future. I don't think you need any of this stuff in the future. I mean, you might need a little bit, but the way that I imagine a computer to work in the future would be you log into a website via a Chromebook. Basically, what I'm saying is like a bare bones GPU, like a bare bones device, and then anything that you need is run on a virtual computer. So like let's say you want to play Grand Theft Auto, that's cool. You don't need to have the specs to be able to run Grand Theft Auto on your device. Everything's going to be run in the cloud. So you just have to log into your cloud computer and you can run the fastest games that you'd ever want. Does that make sense? Right. No, no, no. I understand that. I know that the hardware will still be needed for those cloud computers, but what I'm saying is it'd be a lot less cost effective, or a lot more cost effective, I should say. Uh, in some that's the thing. that that's the thing, and that's why people don't do it. But um, and the price, I understand the price, but they could have a free package. That doesn't mean that they have to charge absolutely everything. Now I know that they're going to want to, but they could say, in exchange to be able to show you advertisements on the side of the screen, we'll let you use our virtual computers for free. That's a way that they could do it. Right. I understand. And the issue comes up with latency, but latency will perhaps improve in the future so that it would just be like logging in immediately. And in exchange for having a banner ad, you're able to use this computer 24/7, 365, and it's really fast, and you don't need any specs on your computer. And that's how I imagine computers will run in the future, and it's a lot cheaper of a system instead of having every single person that needs a bunch of RAM to run, like, just your basic games nowadays. No one would need that RAM aside from just cloud computing, and those cloud computers would be able to provide their services for free in exchange for advertising. You know, there used to be this website or this company. I think it's still a thing. Um, my uh, my parents, well, and they're still friends, but I mean, to my knowledge, but like they're they had a group of friends, and one of the people that they had as their friend was an admiral in the Navy, which is like the highest level of the Navy that you can get, and he was very cheap. I mean, I love the guy. Um, I I haven't spoken with extremely cheap. And he never wanted to pay for the internet, and so he had this service, and I'm just using him as an example. But I kind of am in his boat now that I see. But I mean, the thing is, you're like you're like the highest level of the Navy. You like run like major ships. Like you can afford the internet. But he didn't want it. And so there was this provider called Net Zero. And what they would do is they would allow you to use the internet for free. And the catch was they would show you a lot of advertisement on the side. And I think that's how the internet should be. You shouldn't have to pay for the internet. It should be free and just show me a banner ad on the side. Now I know that there are extensions and things like that that can uh get around that. And I mean, I haven't spoken with him in, I don't know, 10 more than 10 years probably. So I'm sure he's gotten the internet since then. But I worked with his son at a financial institution, and I remember one time I was at their house and I'd never seen the internet like this. It was like just all ads with this little square of what you do, like of like your browser. And I was like, but the thing was, it's absolutely free, and that means it's not horrible. If it's free, it's actually like a really nice alternative. And I think that's how the internet should be. That you can use the internet for free. You don't have to pay an ISP. It's available to you for 100% for free. And the only catch is that there are ads running on the side. And they don't have to be they don't have to be overly sexualized or overly distracting. They can just be banner ads. That's what the internet used to be. And um that's what I think that's how I think it should work. I mean, I I think it still does. It's just not advertised. Let me see if it does. Net zero free internet. Does it still exist? Yeah, they do, but it has significant limitations. As of the latest available information, the service provides up to 10 hours of internet access per calendar month per household, and it is available in the United States and Canada. The free access is primarily through dial up. That's what it was. It was like really slow. And users must adhere to an hourly usage cap, which can be shared if multiple users are using the same computer or phone line. Despite the free option, NetZero has shifted focus to paid services. So, like, even they went to paid services. But what I'm saying is that this was once, I mean, it's still a thing in the United States and Canada, that if you want this kind of internet, you should be able to get it. I mean, I don't know. I haven't talked to these people in a long time, but I would think that they probably, at least this friend of my parents, they eventually got normal internet, but in the beginning, that's what they used, and I feel like that could be a thing if it were more popular. Net, yeah. Um, well, so very profit driven. So he's saying, look, I'm getting $150 a month from everybody from Starlink, and why do I want to give Starlink away? Basically, um, what you'd have to do is give the power to the advertisers. So you basically would say you'd have to have um like focus groups and data that backed up that people become much more connected to your product if they have a banner and ad constantly, and it just didn't annoy them. It was like something that like almost what merchandise has done for different um like organizations. Like people literally pay money to have brands on their clothing, and in the same way people would have brand association with an advertisement that is just constantly on their screen. Like there's this thing, it's and I utilize it, it's called mere exposure effect, where you like first you ignore an advertisement, then you sometimes dislike the advertisement, but given enough time, it eventually becomes a positive thing to you. And you'd have to just ensure that that happened, but ensure that you um, overcame those uh, barriers. I mean, I think that the internet should be free. And if I were like UN Secretary General, I would say that it is a universal right. The internet is a universal right. It's like having education or healthcare or freedom of speech. It should be a universal right to every person on earth. Yeah, but that gets limited. You can't always access the library. At least in the United States, the library is a very it can be a very um contentious place. Look, I'll just tell you a story that I have about it. Um, so when moved, I moved from Long Beach to Irvine, and um, the upstairs room that I in which I used to live uh, would get really hot because the heat would rise, and I had just moved in, and I needed a job. Um, this I've told you this in the past, but basically, the owner of the business where I worked, he and I butted heads, and I left. I told him that I was leaving, and that's when he had to. A year went by, and he had to like triple my salary and some other things. But um, I left without having a position, so I had to find a job, and it was hot upstairs, and I wanted to go to the local library to use their computers because it was cooler. And I can tell you, I would go to the library every day in a suit and tie, and I would get um certainly I'd get looks like, why is this person here? But and so I'd go to the Newport Beach Library, which is in my opinion the nicest library in the United States. It's everything's state of the art, super nice. They have like grass on the roof. It's like super nice. And it's like zero carbon emissions, like everything. And I would just go there to use the computer. And I felt when I would do this that the librarians were like, and I understand they're like trying to keep this to be the nicest library in the United States, but they were, well, I would just say they were kind of mean. They were mean to me. Um, so why would they mean to me? So I would use the computer, and that was fine. Um, in order to print anything, though, it was like 10 cents, and so I was like printing off resumes, and um, that wasn't that big of a deal. Here's where the big deal was: I would get interviews, and I would have to do virtual interviews with them. Pardon me, with the companies that were interested in hiring me, and I wanted a room to be able to talk with the people and not have to be like speaking in a library, because like a library is supposed to be a quiet place. And so what I would do is I would want to rent. You could schedule like rooms to be able to have a private conversation with someone. But here's the catch: you had to have two people there to be able to schedule the room, and I was only a single individual. So I remember I tried to get around this system by scheduling one of the rooms just for myself, and all I needed was just to use my laptop and be able to talk to someone in probably for like 20 minutes just to do a virtual interview. And I did this, and I right before the interview started, I got this knock on the door, and the librarian's like, "Where's the other person who's supposed to be in here with you?" And I said, "Oh, they're coming. They're just not here yet." And the ladies like, well, you're not allowed to be in here by yourself. And I understand. I bet they get some creepy guys who go in there and just masturbate in these rooms or something like that. But that's certainly not why I was doing it. So what I ended up having to do, I went outside where the internet was like barely working, and I did an interview outside so that I could speak in a full voice. But what I'm saying is like I saw what maybe like someone who didn't have the internet had to go through, and it was a huge pain in the ass. And even at those points, there was no place in the library that I could go and speak with a full voice without a librarian basically coming up to me saying, "You need to be quiet," um, like please whisper or whatever. And I, I, I fortunately, I think I did this for a week or maybe a weekend. I think at maximum 2 weeks. And I had interviewed for a bunch of places, and uh, and then this one day, it was like 8 o'clock in the morning, and um, you know what? It took me. I'm gonna sneeze. It took me longer than that, because I had to move, and that took me like a week. Anyway, it took me a total. I was without a job for 40 days, but most I wasn't looking for a job the whole time. I was um I was moving during some of that and getting settled. But anyway, I was in the library parking lot, and I've told you this story before, but just really quickly, um, I went on Craigslist to see what jobs were available, and I went to their office jobs, and I saw that there was a company that was looking to hire an accountant. And while I didn't have any formal accountancy experience, I figured, did you ever see the movie Catch Me If You Can with Tom Hanks and Leonardo DiCaprio? So I figured I could pull one of those, and I went and just watched one video. I remember reading, they said QuickBooks experience is necessary. And I just went and watched one video on QuickBooks, so I knew like what the some of the language was. And the video that I watched was how to transfer QuickBooks Desktop to QuickBooks Online. And it was like, okay, so I at least know how to do that. And I called the number. It was like 8 o'clock in the morning, and this woman picked up, and she said, she was like in a hurry, and I was like, I'm interested in the position that you have posted. And she's like, all right, well, first question, do you know how to transfer QuickBooks Desktop to QuickBooks Online? And I'm like, yes, I do. And I explained to her exactly how it's done. And she's like, okay, well, you sound like you know what you're talking about. Come to my office tonight at 5 o'clock after we close, and we can have an interview. And I did. And when I got there, she said she was busy and asked if I could come back. And I said that I had a class, which I did. I had a Torah class that night. And I asked if I could come back at like 8 o'clock. Would she still be there? And she said, yes, she would. And we had a very long interview with uh, her and her business partner. And after like 2.5 hours of an interview, I had gotten the job. And I wasn't going to get the job until I remember I said, there was like this moment that I convinced them that I was the person for the job. I said to them after like 2.5 hours, I'm like, either you want me or you don't. I didn't say that, but that's what I'm thinking in my head. And I said something like, I mean, it was getting to be like 10:30 at night, and I said something like, if you um it, I forget exactly what I said, but it was like, I said, look, you have my resume. I have answered all of your questions, and you either know if you want me or if you don't. And I'm making you aware right now, if you don't hire me, you're making a massive mistake, because I'm the best accountant that you will ever have for this position. And they were like, that, like, no. They did not. And the reason why, so the lady who with whom I interviewed, she was the CFO, the chief financial officer, and she had an accountancy background, and she already had two accountants who were working for her, and she figured, but she was looking to maybe get rid of them. And within one week of me working there, I ensured she got rid of both of them. Um, and uh, she did not test me on that. And I was very fortunate that she didn't. I mean, I went in and I was able to explain to her, like, I managed the finances for a previous business, and like, had some impressive credentials when it came to that. But I wasn't the accountant for that previous business. I was more like the general manager of the business. We had an accountant, um, and I, but I was pretty terse, or like pretty aggressive, and said, "Look, if you don't hire me, you're making an incredible mistake." And when she heard that, they were like, "Okay, um, when can you start?" And I said, "I'll be here at 8 o'clock tomorrow." And then I was. Um, and what ended up happening was they had two accountants already, and the one accountant was working part time, and the other accountant was full time, but she was just draining them of money. And I explained to the leadership team immediately, "Hey guys, I want you to know that I'm an honest individual and I'm not going to drain you of money. This woman is working overtime when she doesn't need to be, and she's just watching Netflix on her overtime, and she's not helping you. She's just basically racking up hours and coming home with big paychecks. And she's shown me what she does, and I learned it in like a morning. Like, it's not that complicated. And I recommend that you don't have three accountants here. I don't think it's necessary. And I've seen what's in your bank account. Riser, when I got to this business, they showed me what was in the bank account for the business. I personally had more money than what was in the bank account of this business. That's something that you never want to see. This business was hours away from closing, and we made it work for an entire year. And I've described this previously. I've seen a meme of it, but I haven't seen it in a while. It's basically, imagine a train is on train tracks, and somebody's at the front of the train, and or I should say someone's at the back of the train, and every time the train moves forward over the train tracks, somebody grabs the back tracks and moves them to the front of the train, so that the train's continuously able to go, but just barely making it with the next little bit of track that's being put down. That's exactly how it was with this business. And I told them I'll be here for a year, and I was. And I really knew I needed another job, and I had applied at the post office, and I had applied at some other places to be an accountant. And like you said to me, didn't she ask you any questions about accountancy? No, she was an accountant herself. And I can tell you that I interviewed for other accountancy positions, and I was amazing in the first part of the interview. And then they would have a technical accountancy portion of the interview. I remember one time I was on the phone with this one woman, and I just said, "I think we're done here." And I just like hung up because I had no idea what she was asking me. And then there was another job that I actually was in person for, and I completed their technical accountancy questions, and I had gotten the information correct, but I didn't do it in like a normal way that an accountant would do it. And they wanted me to walk me through it, how I did it for them, and I did, and they're just like, "Okay, well, that's not really the standard practice of how it would be done, but you got the correct answer." And okay. And I at the end of and then what ended up happening, I was getting the job of another accountant. I didn't want to be an accountant. That's not what I wanted to do. But it was like a job that I could do to some extent. And um, they asked for my references, and my phone was in the car, and I gave them references that I just knew off the top of my head. And one of them was the owner of the previous business where I had worked in the startup, and they called him. He bashed me on the phone, and then he bashed me to them so that they wouldn't hire me. And then he called me, and then like 3 days later, we met at his office, and uh, he wanted to. I told him that he wanted to go get something to eat, and I told him that the closest kosher place that was available was a coffee bean and tea leaf, which was like in the mall in a neighboring city. And he's like, okay, we'll go there. And we did. And I had like a fruit plate and coffee. And we negotiated to some extent. And actually, we negotiated in his Tesla. And um, I was going to make like 3 times what I made previously. So, um, with that said, then I had to tell the business, the lady who I had called from the library or whatever, who I'd worked for a year. I had to tell them that I wasn't going to be able to work there anymore. And I told them that I found another. I told them that I'd been offered another job, and she was like, "Well, they were both like, what are we going to do without you? You're the best accountant we've ever met." And that was like the best compliment that I'd ever heard from her, because it was like, "Lady, I'm not an accountant. I've been literally um, just uh, BSing my way through." Yeah, exactly. And as I called it, Frank Abagnailing my way through it. That's the guy from Catch Me If You Can. And I told her not to worry, that I would stay unpaid for 2 weeks. So I would be working my other job, but after my other job, I would come to their business, and I would ensure that payroll went through, and I would ensure that their finances were balanced for at least 2 weeks after, but for as long as a month if needed, until they hired someone else. And they ended up hiring somebody else, and um, they there were other things involved with. Yeah, so that's the way that I got this job. Was basically I was at the library, I had to interview, and the internet was. Yeah. Oh, well, there you go. Anyway, as I previously said, beautiful. No, and I use both. I use both. Yeah, so what I did, no, I explained to them, I have an interview with someone right now, and I told them that my friend was gonna be joining, and they said that you have to have 2 people physically present in order to rent out one of those rooms. And, I just remember being like, "You stupid bitch." Like, I was so pissed. Like, and then whenever I did anything, I went there for 2 weeks. It wasn't like I was there like some homeless people in the United States, like, all the time, and I had a home, I had a car, but I just got the evil eye every single time with whatever I did. And I understand the people in this town of Newport Beach are essentially all millionaires. And so they only want millionaires, and they want to keep out any riffraff, and people who are there every single day for even just more than a week are considered riffraff. And I was fortunate that I got that job in the parking lot, or in the parking garage of this um of this library. And I mean, I remember. Was what? It no, it was, and I think I did do that for a couple days. But I recognized that, like, I mean, at the time I just had like a Chromebook and I needed like I needed like a stronger computer to be able to edit PDF files and really make um, a really strong resume. And but I did do the cafe thing. I mean, I'm not saying that I was at the library every single second of the 2 weeks, but I just remember, like, I don't I don't know how you would do this as like a homeless person without them like kicking you out and banning you, because I mean, like, it's just they were rude to me, and I felt that that was not how you should be treated when you have tax dollars that are going to support these places. And that's absolutely true, and I think that threw them off as well. Like, if you're able to dress up like this, why don't you just have a house to be able to do this from? And I did, but it was really hot in there. And I remember I we have AC. We have AC, but it would still be really hot. And the people who own the house would just open the doors and stuff. And so I ended up just getting an air conditioner. Um, yeah. And this was in the middle of the summer. And so yeah, it's not nearly as bad downstairs where I am, but it is extremely hot upstairs because obviously heat rises and you're right by the roof and it just barrels down all day. So um and there are, I think, in under most circumstances, I if I recall, when I first moved in, the owners of the house, they were really nice, and they said that they like allowed me, they like had an old bed and they replaced the bed and allowed me to have like just like some amenities. And I think they offered to have an air conditioner, like a portable air conditioning unit, and I was just like, I'll be fine. Like, I figured I'd be fine because that day I was fine, but it became extremely hot. And um so yeah, it's much cooler downstairs. I mean, it still can get hot, and I'll ask them to turn the air conditioning on, but usually um, I'm able to survive a lot better. And it's winter now, so like it's not necessarily as hot. But in the summer, occasionally I'll ask them to turn the air on, and they will. And but back then, like, I didn't know them, and also the internet was like it was like like soon thereafter they put in a, I think it's called like a, it's not a web system, but it's like a network, where it's a mesh system. So that improved the internet greatly. And I just remember being like, well, I should be able to go to the library and be able to use free internet. And yeah, I was, but I felt like I was getting the evil eye the whole time. And fortunately, I was able to get a job. She was. She um Well, once she kind of caught me in an untruth, perhaps, where I said I have a friend who's joining me, and she's seen me for the last week, and I've been alone. She knew that she had me, and then she knew that I wasn't gonna tell her the truth, and I I just, I mean, you've got to kind of know the area a little bit, but this is right on the Pacific Ocean. It's, again, one of the nicest libraries in the United States, and they don't want homeless people there, and they um you're absolutely right. They don't want loiterers, and I don't know if the purpose of a library is to loiter, but um I would I'm glad I didn't have to do that anymore. And then And then I want to say like, I mean, this was like in 2018, and yeah, like 8 years ago or so. And I'm sure it's just gotten worse after COVID and all that other shit. I'm sure it's just they've really cracked down on it more, and it eventually gets to the point where you're not able to use the internet in a lot of places. Like, I think that, I mean, to my knowledge, I've never used a Wi-Fi at a McDonald's. Um, that I ever recall. I mean, I don't go to McDonald's, but I've heard McDonald's used to allow free Wi-Fi, and they wanted people there to like come in and eat their food and drink coffee and make it kind of like a cyber cafe. And they got rid of that. I think they have something I've seen on the McDonald's subreddit. Like they limit it to 30 minutes. They limit anybody's presence there to 30 minutes, and you have to like scan your receipt to be able to get usage of their Wi-Fi. And some places have just gotten rid of Wi-Fi altogether because they don't want people loitering, and they figure, well, you've got data on your phone, you should just be able to use that. Starbucks is another place that used to have free Wi-Fi. That's how Starbucks kind of became really popular. Then you had to have like a certain carrier if you wanted to use Wi-Fi for certain amounts of time. I remember like I had AT&T, and you had to have AT&T to be able to use it for longer, and so I could use Starbucks Wi-Fi for longer periods of time. And then um, they started cutting back on all of this after around COVID, and like all these things that they used to allow that were free, like going like restrooms. Well, like Starbucks is a little different, but like gas station restrooms have a lot of them have closed up. They figure you go use the restroom somewhere else. I knew a guy who was he would sell radio ads, uh, and he lived, let's just say, like his territory was like 3 hours away from each other one way, and every day he had to drive like 3 hours through the city, and it was like he said that he had a certain group of Starbucks that he knew he could use, and then in exchange he would buy something and then use the restroom, which I was always fine with. I think that's fine. I don't think that they should have to have public restrooms, but then again, I do think that public restrooms should be available for some people. Like we have public restrooms on the beach, and I feel like they should have public restrooms where people can go at any time if they have to go. I mean, it's like that to me is part of a society, and a part of a um, what did you say? Yeah, they do, but it's not like just, like they're pretty far away. In fact, they're really far away. They don't want people just parking and using the restroom. Um, that's not what they consider themselves to be there for, which to be there. Anyway, I got a bad taste in my mouth in the library system. Fortunately, I haven't had to use library internet in like 8 years, but the 2 weeks that I did, I felt it was very cold. And again, this might not be the same in every library in America, but at least I was in a very uh the neighboring city is very, I mean, Irvine's really nice, but Newport Beach is another level up. And the people were just kind of mean to me. Um they I remember, well, there's another library. It's it's supposed, like, what the library is for is, I mean, this library at least was like stay-at-home moms who had nothing to do all day, who would take their kids to the library, and they would go read some books or whatever and then leave. It was not like a working library, I guess is what I want to say. And I get that they don't want people loitering. You said it perfectly. They don't want people staying there all day or whatever. And then when I told this woman this, like, I was gonna have somebody join me, perhaps, uh, she just became a total bitch. And then whenever I came in, she just gave me this evil eye, just really mean. And fortunately, I got this other job pretty quick thereafter, and I didn't have to do that anymore. But and then like I want to say 2.5 years later, something 2.5 years, yeah, like 2.5 years later or so, when I was um searching for another position. I had worked out the air conditioning system, and we had uh, the the mesh network, so I didn't have to do that again. But I'm a I'm an educated individual. I'm professional. Imagine if you came into a library and you smelled and you weren't dressed up. What they do is they get the security guard to detain you, and then they call the police and say that this person's loitering or this person's leering at somebody, and then you're not allowed on the property anymore. And if you're like a homeless person, there are only so many different places where you can use the restroom, or you can uh have access to the internet or whatever. I mean, if you're homeless, you can't just go to a Starbucks and hang out. I'm in agreement with you, and but you're just not there. At least maybe in some, maybe. Oh, absolutely, 100%. Um, yeah, but they can always say that you smell, and that, or that somebody made a complaint about you, and you don't have the opportunity to ask who made the complaint. They can just say, we've received complaints about you, and the and they don't even need it. The librarian doesn't do that. The They just go to the security, and the security that's there, that's contracted with this with the city or local government, will just come and say that your presence is no longer welcomed, and they'll escort you out the door. And if you don't leave, then they'll call the police and have a no trespass order issued against you, and then you're not allowed there anymore. Well, I think it shouldn't happen whether you're homeless or not, but I'm in agreement with you. But uh, did I see other people who were there every day? No, I think I was pretty unique for that. And again, it was just because upstairs it can get extremely, extremely hot. Um, and we didn't have this mesh network. So they figure you're going to be able to figure it out, or you'll go find somewhere else. But we want this library to be a place that's really safe, and we don't have to babysit people. And we want people who are going to follow our rules. And um, that's basically the way that it was. I remember the computers were really good. And I thought to myself, like, even if I had a really good computer, would I come here and you just to use their computers? And I thought about it, and I was like, yeah, they had. And the reason why, they had like the entire Adobe suite, and they had like all of the different suites that are usually pretty expensive to get if you do so individually, and you only need them for like 2 hours or something. You just go to the library and they already had all that stuff. And I thought, wow, this is something that I would utilize. But yeah, I just remember this one librarian, not really nice to me. And I'm trying to think of my other times in libraries in my life. Uh, you're usually left alone. There's not really too much, of an issue. But that was the one time in my life where I had to go to the library every single day, and they basically made me feel unwelcome. So, anyway, there's a plan that Google had to give free Wi-Fi to everyone in the United States. Let me say this. I don't know if the same was true in Canada, but between like 2005 and 2010, there were movements where they would off people where cities would offer free Wi-Fi like everywhere in the city. Did they ever do that anywhere in Canada? Yo, baby Matthew, you do you speak English? Don't. I'm well, big dog, but I'm talking with a friend and you're interrupting. Anyway, just one moment, Riser. There you go. Um. Oh, wait, wait. That's true. Riser, I don't know if you know my friend here, the land of he lives in a tree and yeah, he's a director. He's like a big director. He's had Bruce Willis in his movies and John Goodman and Rose McGowan. He's a really interesting person. The land of how are you, big dog? Uh, yeah, there's like a tree in the middle of his house that like grows through the middle of his house, like a big black walnut tree. Yeah, why didn't you say hi to Zoot? Yeah. The land of you're muted if you're trying to tell us something. He's got pineapples and bananas. Yeah. So cities in the United States at one time were offering free Wi-Fi to like try to reinvigorate their downtown areas. And Google, and this pisses me off so much. Just one moment. What was the Google plan to put balloons in the air to be able to provide free Wi-Fi to people? Yeah, it was called Loon. Google's plan, known as Project Loon, involved deploying high altitude balloons into the stratosphere, approximately 18 to 25 kilometers above Earth, to create a wireless network that could provide internet access to rural, remote, and underserved areas. These solar powered balloons, equipped with antennas, radios, and navigation systems, floated at altitudes twice that of commercial airplanes and used wind patterns at different altitudes to navigate and maintain coverage. By adjusting their altitude, the balloons could ride specific wind layers to move toward areas in need. The What up, Zoo? Just one moment. The project aimed to deliver internet speeds comparable to 3G or LTE, with each balloon covering a ground area of 40 kilometers in diameter, and was designed to stay aloft for 100 days. Zoot, how you living, pimp? I know you're trying to time travel. Zoot, will you please tell Riser all of the things that have happened to you? I haven't told him anything. But you've got that really funny thing that happened to you, and I want to hear you tell him. I know you do, big dog. Okay. 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 I want you to know that I have to use the restroom, but I also want to play you both in mini golf. Are you interested in a mini golf game, Zoot? Okay, excellent. Riser, I'm sending you an invite. And okay, yo, baby. I'm sending you invitations. You guys have invitations. Yeah, baby. Riser, did you see the video that I sent you when Zoot and I played and I made on the last shot like the most amazing shot? Riser, what the fuck, dude? Zoot's accepted. Where are you? I just sent it again. Zoot got it. So Riser, check your DMs on. There you go. That's weird. Wow, Zoot, that was amazing. Riser, you gonna be able to shut me out? Are you fucking? You guys been practicing? Those were both of you had two of the nicest shots I've ever seen. Get there, dude. I mean, it's rich. Incorrect. But you can't get a hole in. Riser, Riser's got a big community. Hit my ball. Yeah, but we got to worry about Riser, Zoot. Right. Riser has like a perfect shot. I need to knock these balls. No, I didn't. No, dude, no way. He fucked you hard. He no, I need these points. I hate this. I hate this. Are you fucking? Riser, you know how you were saying that hockey's not popular, or like in the United States? It isn't, at least in Southern California and the southern states, but especially Southern California. It's really expensive to have um the real estate. I know there are two ice rinks I know in Orange County, and they're actually three. Two of them are run by like the Anaheim Ducks, and one of them is like a place where like professional ice skaters go. And there used to be more, but the real estate became really expensive. So like, and you need like a big space for hockey. And as I understand, like in northern, like where it's cold, like Canada, you can. This is like a tradition. I think we've talked about it before, and you'd never heard of it, but maybe I could be wrong. Where it's called like a winter rink or something, where you just in your yard, people in Canada put a tarp down, and then they spray water down, and then overnight it freezes, and then they have like a hockey rink for the whole winter. It's like a tradition in Canada, and in the and at least in the southern states, that was an amazing shot. At least in the at least at least in southern states, it's not available in any of them where there are population. Um, Wherever there's a population hub, the real estate's really expensive. And at least in the United States, I'm sure it's probably true in Canada. Hockey's the most expensive sport to play. Like you have rink times, it has the most amount of equipment. There are a lot of injuries for it. It's like the cheapest sport I think is running. Right. The cheapest sport I think is running. All you need are like a pair of shorts and yo suck. And shoes. That was absolute dog shit. Give this to me. No, you need a net. You still need shoes in soccer, and in running, you don't. That's all you need. Um, Barefoot running. It is. Zoo, what the fuck happened to you? and I said that hockey is the most expensive sport. Like I'm not including like polo and like dressage and like anything having to do with a horse or yachting or anything in the water is really expensive too. Oh, well, you know what? I guess swimming you don't need shoes, but like you need a pool, which is really expensive. Give it to me. I just did you see my hole in one? Riser, did you first time I've ever gotten a hole in one on this hole? Did you watch the video I sent you in Discord when Zoot and I played? Wasn't that amazing? No, it wasn't. That's just when I sent it. That was garbage. Yeah, dog. Why you want is because of collusion against me. Riser, do you not Zoot, Riser, are you not getting my invitations? Okay, I'll live with that. I agree with you. Like that one with all those balls, they made Zoot go first. Zoot, we know, is a superior player to all of us and should have been given the opportunity. Oh, not that shot. That shot sucks. Right, Zoot, hit my ball, baby. Come on, man. Zoot has an amazing shot. Oh, that's a terrible shot, Riser. That's fine. I'll take that. It gives me a shot on the next one. Zoot, on the other hand, has an amazing. Make it, Zoot. Make Riser. I think you can get it past the gnomes. That was. I'll take it. Riser, what did you think of my shot? Riser, what's it feel like to be down 2-0 against Zoot and myself? I don't know what the logic is on that. That's a good question. Oh, baby, make it. Did you see that? What, Riser? Riser, did you see my shot? Doug, are you not paying attention? That's true. Riser's fucked. Zoot's gonna go up another point on Riser because Riser is picking the wrong shots. Zoot, make this. What? Zoot, you're gonna look classless. In serious? Hit the yellow ball. Riser, that tree's in your way. What are you doing, dude? And now he's got an easy shot. Are you serious? Are you fucking serious? Dude, I just gave up a stroke. I hate I hate this hole. It is my least favorite hole, maybe. And I'm sure there's like a really easy way to do it, but I'm not good at it. Riser, make your shot. Zoo, put your ball right in front of my ball. And he did. Well, this kind of. What up, baby? Nope. Um, like by money? Last year, I believe it was Matt Rife. I could be wrong on that though. All right, I like him. I think he's pretty funny. Rabbi Rothschild. But there's Matt Rife, there's Jerry Seinfeld, there's Shane Gillis. There are a lot of popular non-black comedians. There's George Lopez. There's Jason, Chris Rock, Kevin Hart. If we're talking all time, Richard Pryor, uh, Chris Rock does some stand up, but he doesn't need to anymore. He's like a TV star. I mean, you could say like Eddie Murphy, like doesn't need to do stand up anymore. Riser, what are your thoughts? Right, what are your thoughts on being eliminated from first place? Are you just gonna give excuses now? I think his stand up career is probably done. What a shot, Zoot! What a shot! Oh, but you're done. That would have been amazing if that went in. I love this. I love this. No, he's pretty old and he's blind. Get there, Riser. Fucking serious, Riser? You know you just gave Zoot an opportunity of a lifetime. Are you fucking serious? It's a good thing that I have an insurmountable lead on both y'all. Zoot, make it. Because it's not like cold there. I'm stating facts. Riser had a terrible shot. Hit the corner. Oh. Zoot has a major lead on us. He left that short, though. Obviously short. No doubt it's short. I don't know why anybody would just want to just say that in front of two other men unless they had homosexual tendencies. Did they kick you out because you smoked weed or because you were unable to perform? Wait, wait a second. Hold on. I remember now. Zoot was having sex with a fat chick and he was unable to come inside her. This is the second time he's had this issue at an orgy, and that of which we know. And as he's having sex with the fat chick, they brought pizza in, and the fat chick got up from Zoot putting his dick in her and went and ate the pizza. Yeah. So for any of those thousands of women who are listening in the future, know that Zoot is so awful in bed that if you're having sex with him, pizza, even if you're already fat, will seem like an excellent alternative. Riser, what the fuck, man? Why aren't you accepting my invites? No, that he had sex with some guy's girlfriend just randomly at this fucking gonorrhea cat festival. There you go. To get dude, what is up with Riser hitting amazing shots? You have one of the most difficult shots of your entire career right now. That's a miss. I think Riser would even say that's just an obvious miss. Make it. I would hit it off the little post. Riser, are you ready to say goodbye to your lead? Riser, why'd you why'd you take a different route, son? That was the best shot I've ever seen on this hole. I don't think that's possible. Zoot, you fucked me. Zoot straight up fucked me. Maybe. There was def there was def no there's def- definite collusion. No, there's definite collusion. Get him, Zoot. Because I right, so that was one of the worst shots I've ever seen. Zoot, I taught you that. Obviously a miss. Obviously a miss. Don't hit my ball. Are you fucking all right? Finally, I Zoot. You need to make this. Zoot, you need to make this. Too short. Too much to the left. More to the right, dog. More to the right. That's short. Why do you have bad shots? I hate I hate this hole. But Zoot, you're absolute dog shit at it. Let me go. Zoot, why do you talk like that? Zoot, that was fucking great. No, you can't. Unless you bounce it off the back wall. That's not going in. Now Riser could hit my ball. I hate this whole. I hate this hole. I think you have the one you're thinking. It's the other hole. Yeah, it's so it's so key to put your ball in front of everybody else's ball so that they hit your ball. What do you want me to do? It's a it's a giant risk, son. This would be the greatest shot of my career. Dude, Fraser, off the bottom wall, you got it. Okay, wait. Tree. Off the tree. Just blast it off the tree. No, you're still gonna hit his ball. We've all we've all won one. I don't want to go first. Go, Riser. Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot. Riser, of course, getting an advantage. Giant advantage. Yeah. Where's the shadow? Zoot, where's the shadow? How you doing, Aquarius? Miss Aquarius. We'll play. We'll play after this game. Oh, that is perfect, and it fucks everybody. Get behind the sheep. Mini golf. Collusion. 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 Are you serious? No. We've gotten zeros before. Yep. Right, so are you gonna go? Zoot. Zoot, hit my ball, baby. No, I said hit my ball, not Riser's ball. This isn't. Oh man, I helped you both. There's nothing advantageous about having the red ball. But what about on the ice? Yeah, Zoot, calm down with your genitalia discussion. Uh, Riser, blue and yellow are complementary colors, so the color that would show up best on blue is yellow. I'm fucked. Zoot, hit my ball. Word, dog. I haven't. Dude, I'm down. I'm down. Yeah. Riser, are you proud of that shot? Zoo. Oh, two. Are you both ready for the greatest comeback you've ever witnessed? Fuck hitting your ball. Fuck. Riser, riser, hit your ball in the water. Um, we're both in kind of stinky positions. All right, I need one of the best shots I've ever had. I need to split you. Zoo, calm down with that type of discussion. You know that's not true. It's distracting. My penis is larger than most men on earth, and that's about all I care at this moment in my life. My penis is larger than most men on earth, and that's all I care about at this point. Cool story. That's right, baby. Riser, don't miss this shot. There is no backswing. One of the greatest folks. I have eliminated. No, you're not. No, you're not. Wow, you're so amazing. Dude, just hit it on the bottom of it. Bottom set of arrows, dog. Riser, blast it through there. Blast it through there. I'm down for that. Zoot. Zoot, you have a chance to win. I just manually push his ball until he wins. That's the goal, baby. I think he has a dog. Yeah, it used to be his. Well, maybe his dog is really popular. Who are they playing? Where were they playing? Where the what is it? The Wild? Why not? All right, we're gonna play Literati, but we're not gonna play it right now because Miss Aquarius will be here in 10 minutes. So let's play Mancala. Oh no, let's play Karam. Is this your favorite game? Are you gonna accept the invitation? You're gonna jerk yourself off raw. I just set you up for the easiest shots ever. Well, I'm a Karen player in this call. That was brute force and no skill, and you know it. Thank you. Newfie is fuck, dog. I just helped you. I just freed up all your discs. You're welcome. Newfie. That's a miss, obviously. Are you gonna try to give me a challenge next time? Riser, I just spanked you. You suck dick at basketball. Baby, did you see how sick that shot was? Oh no, I don't pay attention to bullshit. I mean, what do you want me to do about it? That was arguably the worst shot I've ever seen in my entire life. Baby, I just did. What do you want me to do about it? Look how sick I am, dog. Why do you have to make this about the color of my balls? Whatever, dog. You winking at me like a weirdo? Look at this shot, son. Dog, this would be one of the greatest shots we've ever seen. F you, dog. That was no skill. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, baby. I don't really have a good shot here, though. One of the greatest shots we have ever seen in the history of humankind. I don't really. Yeah, baby. Everybody knows that. No, that's a different game. Dude, let's see you do well. I mean, I'm waiting. I'm not yet impressed, especially when you have garbage shots like that. But you were really tough on me. 6'7", bitch. Oh, am I? Oh, am I? Oh, fuck. Oh, get out of here with your garbage. That's a terrible shot. The table's open, and I'm going to destroy you. Table's open. What about the statement? The table is open. Do you not understand? The table is open. The table is open. It means you. No one scored anything yet. Just absolute. Are you gonna go? We're still waiting on you to go. You haven't even touched your cue yet. Everyone is waiting on you. Just the worst, shittiest shot I've ever seen. I mean, it's what Bitcoin was 15 years ago. Dude, I can't believe that. Kiss shot, baby. Kiss shot, combo shot. Baby, are you seeing this shit? I don't know if I can make this shot. I agree with you. Is that the excuse that you want to make for your shitty performance, or it's actually not your worst excuse? Here's my question. What do you think about my rainbow cue, baby? It's whatever you want it to be, baby. $0 and 0 cents. It's a free option. Why don't you look at the free options yourself, son? That was it. I'm telling you, they're free. You can choose whatever one you want. That doesn't even make sense in English. No, I told you it's free. No, 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 no. It's free. You don't have to even pay Plato tokens. You can just choose a different queue. Go look. It's on the left side. It's it's you stay in the game. You won't exit anywhere. It says items. On the left side, there's a little star that says items. Do you see it? Perhaps even more than that, son. That's correct. Maybe. I'm waiting on you to play well. You still have two shots that you need to make to be able to tie me. What up? How are you? Okay, how was that? All right. Very. What's on your agenda for tonight? What's on your agenda for tonight? That's Baller. What's your cat's name? I'm playing games with friends, and then I've got another. We're playing pool, like billiards. Yeah, it absolutely is. Welcome. Did you change? We've got two more balls to put in pool. Miss Aquarius, it was lovely, thankfully. That's good. Excellent. Right. All right, Miss. I understand that. Go ahead, madam. I like the one with Yaya Diamonds. It's in the interview section. It's in the interview section of this Discord. All right, Miss Aquarius. Excellent. All right. No, I do not. Darn is right. It's one of my favorite foods. I like cheese. I like vegetables, and I like pineapple. Yeah, I know it is. I'm a controversial figure. Nice job, Miss Aquarius. You yes, one of them. So Miss Aquarius got 16 on that one. No, I've seen her. Don't listen to her. She gets don't listen to her. She gets split more than she would. She is giving her credit. Yes, it was. I've seen her get a split though. The hardest shot in the game. I haven't even gotten the hardest shot in the game. Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. Thank you. Miss is going to get the two, and they're going to bounce to the right, get the one. Riser, we Riser, we're very positive when we play bowling. Yeah, thank you, madam. There you go. Do it again. It's that's all right. Get it, Miss Aquarius. That's okay. There's always next game, big dog. No pun intended. Come on. Another one. It's Aquarius. I love you. You're absolutely. I win. You win, Miss Aquarius. You win. I win. And Riser wins too. All right, right. That's right. All right, Riser. It's your turn to win, big dog. Yeah. So just think, you're doing really well, Riser. Though, what happened there, big man? All right, we'll get this there. Oh, This Riser, you've got the lead. Sure. And this is a really tough. Oh, look at you. All right. I need to pull her back. Nope. Not what we wanted. I could either go for the 1 and the 2 or the 2 and the 1. Or just 0. Riser. You read on me, right? You read on me. No one's touching Miss Aquarius. This is a tough shot. But if anybody can get it, it's Miss Aquarius. I got the same thing that happened last time. Give it to me. Man. Riser, are you going to get me? Riser, are you going to get me something? You got me. I, dude, Riser, what a comeback. Wow, she's good, folks. Solid. Get it again. And another one. One, folks. No one is touching Miss Aquarius tonight. 3 in a row. That's known as a turkey. Nice job, Miss Aquarius. Excellent job. Miss Aquarius, you win, we win, we win, you win. Bowling, undefeated in friendship. Yes, ma'am. Take. Do you think yes or no? Will I beat you by more than 100? You know it's your turn. Do you even know what a miller is? A miller is someone who works in a mill. Oh, then why didn't you say it? That my man, that doesn't make any sense. No, I know what a mood is. It's not. Nothing is a mood. It's an adjective, or it's an adverb. Are you gonna go? Yeah. What the fuck is that? Do you know that you have the lead on me right now? What'd you do with Zoot? Oh, are you proud of that move? Baby, look at the scoreboard. Are you fucking serious? Did, what the fuck is year? Mode. That was. Did you see William Montgomery this last week on Kill Tony? No, that his podcast sucks. His podcast used to be better when it had Casey Rocket, but it's not the same. You mean Wednesday? Okay, then why didn't you say Wednesday? Fuck you, dude. Yes, it is. It's a 24-point word in Scrabble, baby. Yeah. I think lurid means like dark, and lurid means like bad. Yeah, it does. No doubt. What does it What does it mean then? That's what I'm talking. Lurid. Yeah, exactly. Like bad things. Like lurid. That's how I've heard it in like bad stuff. Yeah, it is. It is what I meant by it, dog. It really is. You should. Yeah, that was dirty, dog. You mean tile? Why wouldn't you say tile? Why would you say title? Ah, that's your word? Baby, what do you want me to do about it? Those two A's are gonna fuck everybody. I hope you know that. Are you happy with that? Are you happy with that? Then let's see it. I don't fear you. I fear no man. And you, my friend, are not a man. But whatever you are, I don't fear you either, baby. Yeah, that's not a word. You know it's not a word. Motherfuckers making up shit. It's over for you, son. It's over for you, son. Oh, it's over. No time. Yeah, it means sirens. What the fuck is Neb?
Thank you, baby. Yeah, it was really good. No one knows what happened. Time's ticking down, dog. Dude, you fucked me. I had a really good word. I'm not telling you. Teague? Dude, you're back in this game. Fake news. Do you want me to answer questions? You lost by more than 50 points. Yeah, it was. You ready for another one? Oh, for sure, dog. Ain't no doubt. Do you know that you have an invitation? Do you think you're going to win by negative 100? Riser, you got an invitation. What are you doing? Do you want to go first? Yeah, it means and, dog. It's your turn. Dog. That time just tail. I mean, what do you want me to do about it, dog? I let you go first. How is dog? How is dog? How are they? Dog? I already have more than a 40-point lead on you, and you got to go first. I mean, what more advantages do you want? That was good. No, I'm not. I ran out of time. Do you want to know my question for you? Are you gonna go? Okay, because everyone is waiting on you. Vote. Are you proud of that? Do you know that you're down by more than 50 points? $50 is a lot, dog. Some people might consider that type of lead insurmountable. For all the games that sometimes you may be able to somewhat perhaps keep it potentially competitive, this game is not one of them. You've never won. And you use oil? I just gave you a really good opportunity because I'm nice. You're still down more than 50 points. And you're struggling here, son. Nala? What is that? What the fuck is Nala? No one knows what Nala is. That's not real. You're up, dog. And you're down by 50 points, which is a big lead. Dog. That I'm in agreement with you on that. Pig? You played pig? You are down 50 points. And oh, that's a big comeback. Dog. That kind of fucks me. Did you know that kind of fucks me? You're only down 20 points right now. Did you know that? Look at you just guessing. I don't know. How many are left? What's classified? Do you want me to open some shit up for you? I'm not telling. Dog, you're coming back, son. Dog. 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 Again? Baby, you're up. Are you fucking serious? A word? Get out of here with that garbage. I think you might beat me. Open something up, dog. Luigi? No, that's not. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? You do that again? Dog, I'm gonna lose because I can't get rid of my letters. ZD? Good word, dude. You won. You you won. No, I don't have wig. You won on wig. Yeah, dude. I wouldn't fuck around with you. You know how much I like to win. I don't have anything. Nothing. It's over, baby. And you just increased your lead. Yes, it was. I know. Be right back. I gotta use the restroom.
Who the fuck was that? That's a racial term. You don't want to use that. Yeah. Look up what it means. Was their name Reek? Was their name Reek? Reek? What was their name in here? What did he say? Well, guess. All right. That was, I would say, the worst, most rigged game in the history of humankind. Do you feel very happy with yourself? Okay. Yeah, I I want to play basketball, and I'm gonna send you an invitation. And then I'm gonna smoke you, and then we're gonna watch a documentary. Did I ever make you watch Astronauts Gone Wild? It's like my favorite documentary ever. Nobody cares about that sport. Doug, you don't even care about it. Who's the best hockey player in the league right now? You have an invitation. All right, we're going. Baby, it's still more than you got. Have you ever seen the documentary Religulous? It's like my favorite movie ever. Um, all right. Trying to think of a good documentary you would like that isn't boring as fuck about Canadians.
No, they went. They didn't go to Manitoba. They went to the Amazon, but they didn't even go up the Amazon. Have you ever seen Man on Wire? It's about the guy who did like tightrope walking between the World Trade Center. Would you be interested in a documentary about a guy who climbs tall buildings? That Spider-Man guy. He climbs on the outside of them. Yeah, he's French, but nobody knows his name. Okay. Dog, dog. What is this bullshit? That's true. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna look up the best documentary. What the fuck does that mean? You're the person who's normally up till like 6 in the morning. There used to be. Do you know what TV Land is? It's like a channel that has like old television on it. All right, so they had a phrase. It would go, "Times change, people change. Great TV doesn't." What are your thoughts on that? Does it make you want to watch television? Would you consider it the greatest slogan in the history of slogans? Doug, I can't believe you don't want to watch a documentary. I can't believe you don't want to watch a documentary. You know that there are other documentaries in the world aside from that one? It wasn't even as good as Big River Man, dog. Big River Man in its own way was like three different documentaries. And the further I get away from having seen it, the more I enjoy it. I knew you were going to ask this question, and now I'm going to tell you because it it talked about it was like him training in like that weird Eastern European pool, and then him swimming in the Yangtze River and the Mississippi, and then about him swimming in the Amazon, and about him eating horse burgers.
Now, what do you think of this story? What do you think of this question? What do you think is Zoot's favorite documentary of all time? It's not the Bonnie Blue documentary, though he has seen it, and there is nudity in it. He knows everything about that woman. Um, his favorite documentary, which we should just watch right now in honor of Zoot, is about the game Donkey Kong. Do you want me to tell you about it? Yeah. Oh no, I definitely mentioned it before. So Zoot told me he's like, it's my favorite documentary ever. So I was like, okay, I'll watch it, and I did. It's about this like underdog story of this guy who wants to set the record of the highest score in Donkey Kong, and it's about a few people, but basically like these people are like really strict on like high scores. There's even a website dedicated to all the high scores of all the old games, and like people are really serious about it. And then there's this guy who's like he's like a um barbecue sauce, not even barbecue sauce, like a hot sauce, um like uh air. And so he has all this money, and he's able to buy like a cool car and be able to um like pay for what he needs to be able to play Donkey Kong all day. And so these guys start to buy these like Donkey Kong arcade machines and keep them in like their garage and just like play on them and try to do really well. And this one guy who set like the world record in like Washington State or something, he he sets the record, and then when he was away at work, like some random people come to his house and knock on the door, and his wife lets them in or something like that, and lets them look at the board that he was using, and it happened to be a modified board, and so his like high score was thrown out. And then they basically say like there's going to be this showdown at the like this video game land in like New Hampshire, which is like two stories. It's like one of the biggest video game places in the world for arcade games. I think it's maybe the biggest, at least in the United States. And they play, and it's like they're all trying to get the high score. And when you get the high score, you break the game. The game like literally didn't have enough data to be able to give you like a congratulations, you won. It just like crashes. The whole thing crashes. And once you get the crash screen, that means that you won. Something like that. And it's just that story. So you ready to watch it? Okay. Well, nobody gives a shit about your sleep. I'm just telling you right now, no one gives a shit about your sleep schedule. I'm sending you a literati invitation right now. And so you feel like it's an advantage first. No, no. I don't care about children like that. Nope, not like that.
Are you proud of that? You know, you've never beat me when I've gone first. Yeah, and I had to pass. So technically, I let you win. Dog, did I make a move on my first try? Yes or no? No, the last game that we played. The last game that we played, I passed my first. Why wouldn't I? What up, babe? I'm talking. I'm talking. What do you want me to say? I'm going to give you the best comeback you've ever seen in the history of humankind. Oh no, baby, what do you want me to do? You're up 10, son. I made a major I made a major mistake. Wow. I'm down 34. This would be the greatest comeback in the history of comebacks. You're using a dictionary cheating machine, so I mean, I don't really know how that's fair. That's spelled Ruebem. Do you feel breathing on your heels? Don't you wish you would have been watching Zoot's favorite documentary on the history of a Donkey Kong tournament as opposed to perhaps giving up one of the, if not the biggest lead in the history of this game? You were up a lot, and you had an X. You've gotten a Q, an X, and a Z. You got everything in this game. Maybe not a Z, but you got everything. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. Oh fuck, dog. You're up 12, son. 15, Dyer and Eck. That was really good. Say bye to that lead, you little bee. How'd you like that move? That's amazing, dog. What the fuck is. Oh, man. Oh, you got me. You got me. You got you got me with that one. I don't know how I beat you. This game is over. Too many. Squeeze, Woven, Zine, and was like 38 points.
I let you win both of them. All right. Enjoy your nap, you little bee. You're welcome, baby. Come back when you want to lose. Worst idea ever. No, it's not that bad. What are the odds? What are the odds that Zoot has gonorrhea? Oh, we'll leave it at that. Take care, Big Dog. Hey.
Guys, just
So the rabbis of the buffer hour, an additional buffer hour of the 50 hours. So why is that? So we have the firewood sheet on. We have some Gemara says Rabbi something else. The Gemara says, I'm a Rabbi. Zera Mishim Yom HaMishim. Oh, this is good. Cloudy day. Cloudy day. So we'll say, remember again, all of this is predicated on being able to see the sun level of Hamaday. We're not preparing for exactly cloud. We're preparing for exactly cloudy that goes everything well. Then we just build in an extra buffer hour to take care of a cloudy day. You're not going to have to have a show standing. Well, if that's the case, then why not throw in the fourth hour also? Why don't you just go and say, you don't go to the end of the third hour? And already beginning of the fourth hour, let's say fourth and fifth hours, totally 6 hour ultimately again is clear. After should that be a cloudy day? But that's not all. Now we start to see the look crazy. What is everything? And the fourth hour. Why? Because the after those, the fourth hour is look at that. This bus will be like, oh, not cool. Literally going to say everybody's position in that. So this was good. It's beautiful. The first hour of the day, that's when the people go ahead and their first what's this today? Why are they looking at what's it look at Rashi? Rashi says over here, Rashi said, who did the listing of that one name? Unless shall list the Lord Kalayla, the Shem Karashal, what is the thing? That's the Talmud, they were on the cannibals. They were cannibalistic. So apparently they had a very voracious appetite. They would only have their first meal the first hour of the day. Shriya, Methodist, second hour of the day, listening each. Why the second hour of the day still? Why are these having the meal in the second hour of the day? A long night of fast. So it says, therefore, again, they had their Suda second hour of the day. Shrishis, Michael Yarship. Third hour of the day, who's third hour of the day? Yarship characters. Those are characters. Those are people who don't have to work for it. They just inherited the incredible amount of Rabbi Rashid Yarship. Lavushim Rabbanos, Ella Hoyavalo Oklahoma. So, like, there's no real exertion. So, therefore, again, they just go inside the third hour of the day. Rabbi is not a fallen. Let's say fourth hour of the day is going to work. So remember, workers never do work. Let's say beginning of the day. 24th, they're getting 40%. So like fourth hour of the day. Kamishis, fifth hour of the day. Michael coming in. That's when people have their first meal. Shishis, Michael Koel. The sixth hour of the day is going to be in general. Most people have their first meal. The Bahama wasn't basically, also want to point out that. Well, let's see. I will be as much as your holy. But 1 second. You get the sixth hour is when general people have their meal. But you have to say before that the fourth hour is when people have their meal. Ella Apex, right? I turn it around. The fourth hour of the day is when people generally have their meal of the day. Kamishis Michael Coleman, the fifth hour is when workers eat, and Shishis Michael comes in. And ultimately, again, the sixth hour of the day is when the day comes up. So let's say, so depending on how you're watching before of the day, what your day look like determines your savior of the day. The kind that 11 will say after these times, the Zoric Evan Lakinis. Ultimately, it is like throwing a stone into an empty pit. So we'll say the idea of the tree. As I have no very exact numbers. That is important. Have some type of something. At some point, by the sixth hour, wait too long. And ultimately, again, what ends up happening is that meal is not beneficial. I guess it also means that you need to order food. And the food more this is one of the rabbis. So you wait too much, throwing stones. However, as long as you have on supper, that's my one. But if I want to nice again, you have a little something for breakfast, then even if it's ready for lunch, of course, remember again, from a financial perspective, it's better when you eat before the day, not a little something for breakfast. So you have a meal, a little something. So as long as you eat a little something for breakfast, and even if you eat the meal, the first major meal will be a little bit longer, but you know, and once we'll stop over here, we're going to pick up. So I'll say, so we're not finished with this, but at least now you see, so fascinating, now you see the definition of something that dealt with again about focus, about how this dividing bringing something that's work. There's really a more fundamental offense I made that really first comes about by Hebrews that really focuses on how precise are people with that.
Typical Kabbalah frames this as metaphysically dangerous, not neutral. The bottom line in Kabbalah, anal sex is viewed as a serious spiritual misalignment, not not ideal. All right, well, hold on. Analingus, Remy. Kabbalah is even more negative here. Why mouth is the highest sanctity, the mouth is associated with speech, breath, Torah, and divine expression. Hold on here as well. Using it in contact with areas associated with bodily waste to see a severe inversion of holiness. But what if it's clean? Extreme crossing of boundaries. Kabbalah places huge importance on spiritual separation of domains. This act collapses those boundaries in the wrong direction, strengthening impurity. The Zohar repeatedly warns against drawing holiness downward into impure realms instead of elevating a physical reward. Bottom line, Kabbalistically, this is viewed as far worse than anal intercourse, spiritually speaking. Calm down. Important nuance: Kabbalah is not mainstream practice. Many Jews follow halakha without Kabbalistic stringencies. These ideals are mystical, not legal rulings. Rambam, for example, explicitly rejected this metaphysical framing. In one sentence, Kabbalah teaches that sexual acts must channel divine energy through its proper spiritual pathway, and therefore views anal sex, and especially analingus, as serious distortions that empower impurity rather than holiness. So, is that the end? No. Because I'm sure some Rebbitzins out there are saying, maybe, I want my salad tossed in, but let's see how we can figure this out. All right, so the halakhic rule on anal sex, if you want to know, is well, generally, without Kabbalah, the core principle halakha regulates sexual behavior primarily through law, consent, and boundaries, not metaphysical energy channels. So the tone is legal and pragmatic, not mystical. Anal sex between a married man and woman. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. We can talk about homosexuality at another point. But yeah, Talmudic baseline, the Talmud in Garam 20b famously says, a man may do with his wife whatever he desires. I'm not so cool with that. If she doesn't desire it, I'm about equality. Okay, taken at face value, many classical halakhic authorities understand this to include non-vaginal intercourse as long as it is between husband and wife with consensual. It does not cause harm. It does not involve prohibited emissions. Rishonim, earlier authorities, Rashi and Tosafos, generally permissive in theory. Rambam legally allows it, but strongly discourage it as a crude and morally disgusting, not mystical. Ravad, more permissive than Rambam. All right, practical halakhic consensus. Most later halakhic authorities do not forbid it, outright strongly discourage it, often say it should not be habitual and not replace normal relations. Key point. If someone asks, is this forbidden by law? Many poskim would answer no. If they ask, is it appropriate? Many would also say no. Analingus, Remy. Here halakha is much less permissive, even without Kabbalah. Why? Not mysticism, law, and hygiene. Human waste concerns. Anything involving contact with fecal matter raises serious prohibitions. The mouth must not contact areas considered filthy under halakhic standards. Bal tashakju, do not make yourself repulsive. Many authorities apply this principle here. This is a legal category, not a mystical one. Brachot and sanctity issues. The mouth is used for prayer, blessings, Torah. Halakha treats improper use as a problem of dignity, not cosmic damage. Bottom line, halakhically, most halakhic authorities would consider analingus effectively prohibited or at a minimum strongly forbidden in practice, even without invoking Kabbalah. One of the key differences from Kabbalah, the reasoning for halakha is law, consent, dignity. For Kabbalah, it's cosmic energy, purity, zero. Anal sex, technically permitted but discouraged, spiritually dangerous, according to halakha and Kabbalah, spiritually dangerous. Analingus, largely prohibited in halakha, Kabbalah, severely damaging. And then tone, practical for halakha, and metaphysical for Kabbalah. One sentence summary: halakha without Kabbalah may technically permit anal intercourse between married partners while discouraging it in it as undignified, but generally rejects analingus on legal and cleanliness grounds rather than mystical ones. All right, so I'm going to be honest with you. I'm sure that somebody's going to want me to find a loophole in this bad boy. So here's what I would say. There used to be this Canadian cunt who was amazing called Sue Johansson, R.I.P. baby, Zefrano Abracha. And she taught everybody's favorite rabbi about a lot of things, sexual. She's like Canada's Dr. Ruth, if you know about Dr. Ruth. Anyway, shout out to that bitch, Zefrano Abracha. Anyway, so Sunday Night Sex with Sue Johansson was a show where Sue would take calls, and I would love to have a show like this someday. But they were amazing. I would watch these with just. I'm not going to tell you all about with whom I would watch this show, but it would be like every guy in the world would be very, in their own way, extremely jealous. Anyway, I would watch these shows and just learn, and just like I was like, I'll put it this way: I was like a lion in a sea of gazelles. Anyway, watch the show, and one thing I remember is Sue Johansson was much more liberal in terms of some of the things, and she would say like how thick the epidermal walls of the vagina are. It's like really tough. It's got to like be able to have babies and stuff. But I'll never forget. She said the epidural wall of the anus is like one
Epidermal. Just want to clarify that.
Layer. It's like not very thick. And these girls would call him to be like, oh, my boyfriend wants to have anal sex. I don't really know about this. And, you know, Sue wasn't against it. And I think there can be perhaps something like third eye awakening in it to some people, perhaps. I mean, like the male prostate is like milkable. And to women, one time I talked to this girl and I was like, so what's it feel like? Like you're taking a really big shit multiple times, and she's like, uh-huh. And so I guess like, okay, that'd be very pleasurable to many people. All right. Yeah. But that was a good analogy, I thought. All right. Anyway, so what? What are you going to say? Well, first and foremost, cleanliness is really important. So if you were going to partake in this, whether halakhically or kabbalistically, it has to be. I think it's okay. Like, I mean, you know, like there's got to be like preservation of the sperm. So just like make a little bit of effort, maybe just a fire towards the vagina at some point or something. Like, you don't have to make dead fucking nut connection every single time, but you know,
perhaps to have that intention, that would be great, ideally. But if not, the lady can just kind of do what she wants to, maybe move it towards the vaginal canal. Who knows?
Like maybe in your mind think that like, hey, if we had some kind of Rube Goldberg kind of like setup downstairs, she might get pregnant. I think that because you got to have that kind of mentality. So it was super clean, and you had the intention that she could get pregnant from this, and that perhaps by doing this, you may somehow have more children in the future because you'll be more attracted to each other. I think that's like a loophole we could use. All right, really quickly, I was working in this financial institution, and I would go into this like vault where we kept all the money, and I was a little bit of a pimp, let's just say, still am, baby. Anyway, this one woman would
gigantic pimp
go there, and she'd be like, so what'd you do last night? And I'd be like, oh man, allegedly, this is all alleged. I'd be like this girl blew me, this other girl blew me.
Wow.
Just like talking up a storm, spilling the tea. It was like Petticoat Junction. Anyway, and this girl was like, well, you better be careful. I'm like, why? She's blowing me. And she's like, yeah, but I had a girlfriend of mine who would blow guys she liked and incubate their semen in her mouth, and then when the guy wasn't looking, try to impregnate herself. And I was like, damn, bitch, you got some crazy ass friends. She's like, yeah, just be careful because you might meet someone like that and you could change your life. And I would be like, oh, this is all alleged. So we were just doing hypotheticals back there and everything, and patty cake perhaps in the backs of cars, whatever. But I was like, damn, girl, that's like, you know, I was a young man. I'm not so down on how shit could be. But again, I'm like perfectly virgin as the new fallen snow. So I've never been blown ever. Not like I hold perhaps the world record for most amount of BJs from hot chicks, but nevertheless, or like that was like, I basically made my own fucking religion out of that, kids. But let's not go into it. It had religious connotations. We'll just put it that way. Allegedly, perhaps. Why? Who knows? I'm just allegedly. Anyway, back to cunnilingus. No, analingus. Okay, so do you think anal sex is okay? If you did under those circumstances, I think it's better. And I mean, whether it's allowed or not, I mean, it's already allowed. It may not be. It may not be. It may not be like a mainstream thought, but I mean, it is. But I don't know. It's up to you and your partner, really. Look, I say this for all this bullshit. This is like Outback Steakhouse. No rules, just what right. And I don't know, that used to be their saying. And do as thou wilt, just don't fuck up. And I don't think, if you did anal sex under these circumstances, I don't think that's too much fucking up. So long as no one gets hurt and it's totally consensual. Now, rim jobs, that one is interesting. This thing's never going to upload. All right, so I have to make it quick. Everything's got to be really clean, and I think it's just like any other orifice. That if everything's super clean, then you don't have to worry about the mouth being like, you know, like desanctified or whatever. And then the hole, I think, would be okay.
It's just tubes.
And if there was some girl out there who would be like, look, if you do this to me, it will allow me to have more children. That's what I'm about. I want Judaism to grow. So with all of this, if you can justify it between you and your partner that, hey, if we do this, we're going to be more sexually attracted to each other and it's going to make things hotter and we're going to reproduce more, then I'm all for it. You're fine. Go fuck yourself. I want to say that consent's really, really important for both parties. And I don't agree with a man may do with his wife what he wants. I would maybe, and I think the rabbis would think the same. I think that she should consent to any of this as well. I really think they would think that.
Perhaps not whatever he wants. I understand how it's written, but love is a two-way street.
Because it's not like you could just straight up kill her. So we'll talk about sexuality in the future, perhaps. But this is our Kabbalistic discussion on anal sex and rub jobs. You're fine. Go fuck yourself. They're called Kabbalah frames. All right, babies. I'm going to add some clarification to the whole anal sex thing. Like, if you're really going to do it, then I want to make sure you do it correctly. Fuck. Yo, baby, I wanted to talk about and clarify the whole analingus thing. Fuck. What's up, sluts? I wanted to clarify the whole anal sex and analingus thing. So if you're going to do it in a hypothetical manner and at a high level, staying within halakhic and kabbalistic framing and avoiding explicit sexual technique, here's how it works. I'll give you sexual technique. Anyway, hypothetically, there are three major things about which we need to be aware: halakhic ritual concerns, kabbalistic spiritual concerns, human dignity, health, and intention. So halakhic style precautions, ritual, and legal logic. Even when something is permitted in Jewish law, it is usually surrounded by conditions: cleanliness, nikion. Jewish law is very sensitive to zora, which is excrement. Precaution would require ensuring absolute cleanliness beforehand. I would definitely think that like an anal douche or a anal douche bag or an enema would be great. Precaution would require ensure absolute cleanliness beforehand, avoiding any contact with filth that would invalidate prayer blessings or Torah study afterward. This mirrors existing halakhic rules around bodily cleanliness, not sexuality per se. And it's like it's just tubes from here to like here. It's just one big ass tube, sort of. All right, semen concerns, if applicable. Traditional halakha treats wasted seed seriously. A hypothetical permission would likely require the ejaculation still occur in a halakhically acceptable manner, or that the act be secondary, not primary outlet. But again, under Rube Goldberg like logic, anything in this sort of area could go, in the right spot. Who knows? And if you had the right mentality, like, all right, did you ever see those old McDonald's commercials with Michael Jordan and Larry Bird where it was like nothing but net and they're like bouncing stuff? They'd be like off the backboard, so like their intention was for the ball to eventually go in the hoop, but the ball didn't hit that stuff first. If you don't know what I'm referencing, well then that's on you. But
what's in the bag? Lunch. Big Mac, fries. How you for it? You and me for my Big Mac. First one to miss watches a winner eat. No,
like, notice they're bouncing it off of stuff. Not necessarily every time.
I think we're going to be here a while. I suggest you go get a Big Mac. This is for your Big Mac, right? First one that misses watches the winner eat lunch. Got it. Off the glass.
See, off the glass. Larry Legend knew what was up. I mean, this is like vaginal. Okay, but that gets into like anal. No rim. See, no rim on that one. Off the floor. Through the window. Off the wall. Oh fuck, that didn't record, did it? Oh man, this shit sucks. How much fucking space do we have? We should have enough space. Yeah, we should be good. Okay. So that shit just sucks. Anyway, I guess if this thing is still recording, I'll just do it. I don't know. Could you see what was going on there? Yeah, I think you figured it out. Okay. So we'll just go with this one and upload it. This shit sucks. So if you ever saw those old commercials, it'd be like off the floor, off the rafters, off the wall, nothing but that. And so I guess like the same way you could say like off the rectum, off your thigh, into the vagina, nothing but that. And you can help it. There's nobody who says, hey, you can't take a finger and just yeah, hold on, wait. We do think that. We do. You shouldn't do that. There's and I really mean this, a lot of caution. You never do anal than vaginal. You do vaginal than anal. So how would we get past this one? All right. So maybe not semen that was like in the butthole, but if there was just like a smear streak on an ass cheek, that's just like skin. We want to avoid any kind of anus to vaginal canal. That's really important. All right. So like just don't use seminal fluid that's way back in there. Or you could use a condom and then at the end just take, the condom and just kind of lady can just, scoop that shit up like Baskin Robbins. Who knows? Easy there, Cold Stone Creamery. Here we go. So as I was saying, cleanliness is really important. Semen concerns. Again, Rube Goldberg is a thing. Marital context. Nearly all leniencies in sexual matters appear only within marriage. Precautions would include mutual consent, emotional well-being of both spouses, no coercion or degradation. I really mean that. Now, if some bitch is like, you degrade me, Rabbi, as much as you fucking want, well, then that's like, we're just playing house at that point. We're just role playing, and that's not. It may seem like degradation if you're being walked around on a fucking leash, but that doesn't necessarily mean it. I mean, I would say to you, there are like two mental states. Like one would be like, yeah, bitch, you like that, right? And she'd be like, I'd be like, you dirty slut, you fucking eat that shit up. And she'd be like, uh-huh. That's degrading. But then I could be like, yo, time out. I could use the lady from the grape stomp and I just stop it. Wait. That lady, you know who I'm talking about. Like whatever your safe word is. And be like, wait, do you really feel degraded? And she's gonna be like, fuck no, bring it on harder. Anyway, it's just that's part of sexuality. All right, so if I hear that, then it'd be like, yo, are you being degraded? You need me to stop or whatever. All right, so then Kabbalistic precautions, spiritual metaphysics. Kabbalah views sexuality as cosmic energy transfer, not just physical pleasure. Intentionality, kavana. The act would need elevated intention, such as strengthening marital unity, which again I agree, and channeling desire towards holiness. That's a pun. Anyway, get it? Holy, like your whole holiness. Anyway, acts driven, maybe not the most appropriate of puns, but still nevertheless fucking hilarious. Acts driven purely by domination, humiliation, or excess desire would be spiritually damaging. However, some bitches want that, and so you have to. It's a fine line. Like, look, if you really feel like you're being demeaned by it, then absolutely not. But if it turns you on to get this playful demeaning in, then all's fair in love and war, baby. Avoiding association with the Sitra Achra. In Kabbalah, bodily openings and waste are symbolically linked to Kelipot, impure forces. Precautions would include clear separation between pleasure and waste, avoiding acts that symbolically feed impurity, mental focus or connection rather than transgression. Timing. Kabbalah assigns different spiritual states to times, weekdays versus Shabbat. A hypothetical permission might restrict such acts to certain times or discourage them during spiritually sensitive periods. Ethical and human dignity precautions. Judaism strongly emphasizes kavod habrios, human dignity. No degradation. Any act that causes shame, makes a partner feel used, mimics abusive power dynamics would be spiritually invalid would be spiritually invalid even if technically permitted. Again, nobody wants you to feel shame or used or anything like that. However, there are some bitches out there and people just in general who like that idea. And I'm not going to kink shame. If that's what you like, that's cool. But you should have a safe word to be able to say, like, if you do feel shame, if you do feel used, then it's no longer consenting. And then you know, the fucking grape lady. We'll do it at the end. And then health and safety. Judaism treats bodily harm as prohibited. Precautions would include avoiding injury, avoiding practices that cause pain or long-term harm. Again, some bitches want that though, so we wouldn't want to injure anybody and cause pain or long-term harm. You know, John Mellencamp, aka John Cougar or John Cougar Mellencamp, but John Mellencamp had a song "Hurt So Good." Come on, baby, make it hurt so good. Sometimes love don't feel like it should. You make it hurt so good. There's something about that hurting can be good. And that's for every individual to be able to determine. But if it's really causing pain, absolutely not. And go to the proper authority if you feel at any point that somebody's hurting you without your consent. So then you should know that the big picture, even in this hypothetical, Judaism would still view such acts as non-ideal. I agree. Vaginal, penile interaction is the way to go. Vaginal, penile sex. They might be tolerated under limited conditions, not celebrated. Now, I know some Rebbitzin out there is going to be like, but I want to celebrate this stuff. And it'd be like, there's a fine line between tolerated and limited, not celebrated. We're going to celebrate penile vaginal intercourse. And generally not celebrated. But if you were like, look, I wasn't able to have a child, but then because I was just like asexual, but then something awakened inside of me when my partner rimmed me, and now I've got a brood of 14 children, we might celebrate that. I'm not going to lie. All right. The default sexual ideal of halakha and Kabbalah remains penile vaginal intimacy, yes, with love, modesty, and sanctity. Let's get that straight. And then what about analingus? So halakha versus Kabbalah. If analingus were assumed to be permitted, which in reality it is not in mainstream halakhic or Kabbalistic sources, the precautions would be even stricter than for other non-normative sexual acts because it directly involves the area most associated with zoa, excrement, and kelipot. Below is how Judaism would likely frame it if it were allowed. Halakhic type precautions, absolute cleanliness. I'm even saying that you could have like a machine. I don't know, like you know how we have like black lights that see like semen on stuff. I think you could have the same kind of machine, like or light or something that could ensure like an anus is completely clean. Like science could do that. I'm sure somebody could work on that. Anyway, so this would be so cleanliness is a central issue. Jewish law is extremely strict about contact with excrement, having filth in or near the mouth. Hypothetical permission would require meticulous cleansing beforehand, zero presence of waste, immediate washing afterward. Any doubt of contamination would would render the act forbidden. This is stricter than for most other intimate contact because the mouth is used for prayer, Torah blessings. Separation from holiness after it. Even hypothetically, one would still likely require washing the mouth and body, waiting before prayer or learning Torah, treating the act as something that creates temporary ritual distance. This mirrors halakhic logic and other bodily function contexts. Consent and marital context. As with all sexual leniencies, only within marriage, full enthusiastic consent, no coercion or pressure. Kabbalistic precautions. Where it gets stricter. Kabbalah is far more resistant to this act than halakha would be. Mouth symbolism in Kabbalah, the mouth corresponds to malchut, speech, divine expression, using it in a way associated with waste risks. Spiritual inversion, drawing energy downward instead of upward. Hypothetical precautions would require very strong intentional focus, kavana, which I think could be done, and framing the act as bonding, not indulgence. That's the big thing. I'm saying like there are ladies out there who have been in, and men, just sexless marriages for a long time. I don't know if that's the best thing to do or to be in, but if you are and you want to spice things up, this might be it. If it's not, then maybe that's not the right person for you. Who knows? But maybe it is. And maybe this just floats your boat, tickles your fancy, whatever it is. All right. So, Kabbalistic precautions where it gets stricter. We talked about this. Avoiding feeding the kelipot, the anal area symbolically linked to waste separation, and sitra achar, the other side. Precautions would include clear mental separation between pleasure and filth, avoiding any sense of degradation or excess, immediate spiritual reorientation afterward, washing, prayer later, etc. Even then, Kabbalah would likely view it as spiritually dangerous, not neutral. Yeah, but danger might be my middle name, baby. You never know. I mean, under most conditions, penile, vaginal sex, that's what we're talking about. But under some circumstances, if we think that it will increase the bond between two people and overall create more Jews, that's what sex is about in many ways. I'm going to be more lenient on this. Timing restrictions, if hypothetically allowed at all, likely discouraged on Shabbat or holy days. Okay, fine. And I'm fine with that. I think that's, should be focused on procreation. Not that this isn't, but this isn't, perhaps the chances aren't as high. And I went on at least Shabbat, the chances would be highest. Like I've said this before, if you really want to run down some rabbits and give it to me, like calm down, woman. Men and women in Israel, and just Jewish men and women, Jewish men and women, period, should be having intercourse every single night. For the man, 6 days a week under current weeks, this is how it should work. You both had a long day, whatever. You ejaculate inside your wife and you go to bed and you both fall asleep. If she's not brought to orgasm, I understand it takes a little while. She's got to be in the right mood, all those other things. But for a guy, it's a really easy way to fall asleep. Now, on Shabbat, that's the time for the woman. And you must ensure every single time that you get her off beforehand, especially on Shabbat. I'm sure that you could probably do it under normal circumstances during the week as well. And if you can, that's great. But what I'm saying is, look, if you, like, some women, it's always going to happen to them. But some women, it's going to be really difficult for them to come to orgasm. You're going to have to work at it. And it might take you a long time. And you've got work in the morning and all the other things that you've got. And I don't want you exhausted every single night because you're having to try to get this lady off. So what do I advise? He can inseminate you and then fall asleep. And lady, if you want, you use a toy or a tool or whatever it is, or just watch my streams, whatever it is to get you off. You do it, girl. All right. So precautions would include clear mental separation between pleasure and filth, avoiding any sense of degradation, immediate spiritual reorientation afterward, watching prayer later, etc. Watching prayer later, etc. Even then, Kabbalah would likely view it as spiritually dangerous, not neutral. And it's not ideal. None of this is ideal. Uh, why? Because ideal is penile vaginal intercourse. Ideal is the woman coming before the man, and that's just if I can give a guy any advice, make sure she comes first. If you do, you're putty. Ask any woman. I've said this before. I've said it. I'll say it again. I used to always get confused why these scummy guys would get these amazing girls, and it's because they would take the time to make sure she came first, and perhaps her other mates would not do that. And she comes first. If she comes first, it's over. She's putting in your hand. All right. Timing restrictions, if hypothetically allowed at all, likely discouraged on Shabbat or holy days, possibly restricted to times of lower spiritual sensitivity. Human dignity is crucial. Judaism would draw a hard line here. Any act that feels degrading, humiliating power imbalance would be invalid spiritually, even if technically permitted. Pleasure alone would not justify it. Kavod, dignity is non-negotiable. Bottom line, even in a hypothetical permissive framework, analingus would be the most restricted, spiritual, risky, not ideal. I agree with all of that. It would require extreme cleanliness, strong intentionality, clear dignity, and consent. I agree with all of that. Kabbalah would still view it as borderline or spiritually damaging, even if tolerated. However, if it means that we're going to have more Jews for whatever reason, then I think that we can be more lenient on it. In real Jewish tradition, this is why halakha avoids permitting it. Kabbalah strongly discourages it. Many authorities treat it as outright forbidden, but not this one. You're fired. Go fuck yourself. An enema would be great. Blessings or Torah study afterward. This mirrors exist contact with halakhic halakhic. What's up, sluts? Fuck.
Tem uma comentários, eles não vão comentários. Eles mais pensamento de novo, se não outros pensamentos de novo. Se as coisas não já não ficam. It doesn't matter if it's legislative or not. You don't want anything. You go with law. What's sure, then you are the person to see. But the school is not going to be given our job, us, the school, the school, the work that our job, like, so that's the position. I want for my son, Lord, every year, not this year, you can't do this regular reaction. This year, last year, we only got you have to say the reality that you said before. We should already however, about showing there was a nourishing on it, and again, it's not a possible more about ultimately the possibility something else. You look at the positive, whatever you do, if you're not always listening to as to, when you're not allowed to be student, I'm not allowed to be student, what part of the student, is there the discussion, right? There's a discussion about not learning to set, right? And he says, some limitation to not subject to skills, like it has a why?
This as metaphysically dangerous and Yo, baby, I want to talk about and clarify the whole analingus thing. What's up, sluts? I wanted to clarify the whole anal sex and analingus thing. So if you're going to do it in a hypothetical manner and at a high level, staying within halakhic and Kabbalistic framing and avoiding explicit sexual technique, here's how it works. I'll give you sexual technique. Anyway, hypothetically, there are three major things about which we need to be aware: halakhic ritual concerns, Kabbalistic spiritual concerns, human dignity, health, and intention. So halakhic style precautions, ritual, and legal logic. Even when something is permitted in Jewish law, it is usually surrounded by conditions: cleanliness, nikion. Jewish law is very sensitive to zohar, which is excrement. Precaution would require ensuring absolute cleanliness beforehand. I would definitely think that like an anal douche or a anal douchebag or an enema would be great. Precaution would require ensure absolute cleanliness beforehand, avoiding any contact with filth that would invalidate prayer blessings or Torah study afterward. This mirrors existing halakhic rules around bodily cleanliness, not sexuality per se. And it's like, it's just tubes from here to like here. It's just one big ass tube, sort of. All right, semen concerns, if applicable. Traditional halakha treats wasted seed seriously. A hypothetical permission would likely require the ejaculation still occur in a halakhically acceptable manner, or that the act be secondary, not primary outlet. But again, under Rube Goldberg-like logic, anything in this sort of area could go, in the right spot. Who knows? And if you have the right mentality, like, all right, did you ever see those old McDonald's commercials with Michael Jordan and Larry Bird where it was like nothing but net and they're like bouncing stuff? They'd be like off the backboard, so like their intention was for the ball to eventually go in the hoop, but the ball didn't hit that stuff first. If you don't know what I'm referencing, well then that's on you. But
What's in the bag? Lunch. Big Mac, fries. Plenty for it. You and me for my Big Mac. First one to miss, what's his winner eat?
like, notice they're bouncing it off of stuff. Not necessarily every time.
I suggest you go get a Big Mac. This is for your Big Mac, right? First one that misses, watch your when you eat lunch. You got it. Off the glass.
See, off the glass. Larry knew what was up. I mean, this is like imagine. Okay, but that gets into like anal. No rim. See, no rim on that one. Off the floor. Through the window. Off the wall. Oh, fuck, that didn't record, did it? Oh, man. This shit sucks. Settings. Yeah. I guess if this thing is still recording, I'll just do it. I don't know. Could you see what was going on there? Yeah, I think you figured it out. Okay, so we'll just go with this one and upload it. This shit sucks. So if you ever saw those old commercials, it'd be like off the floor, off the rafters, off the wall, nothing but that. And so I guess like the same way you could say like off the rectum, off your thigh, into the vagina, nothing but that. And you can help it. There's nobody who says, hey, you can't take a finger and just, yeah, hold on, wait. We do think that. We do, you shouldn't do that. There's and I really mean this, a lot of caution. You never do anal than vaginal. You do vaginal than anal. So how do we get past this? All right. So maybe not semen that.
Hold on. You could also do vaginal, wash,
and then do anal. It's always a way, kids.
Was like in the butthole, but if they were just like a smear streak on an ass cheek, that's just like skin. We want to avoid any kind of anus to vaginal canal. That's really important. All right. So like, just don't use seminal fluid that's way back in there, or you could use a condom, and then at the end, just take the condom and just kind of, lady can just scoop that shit up like Baskin Robbins. Who knows? Easy there, Cold Stone Creamery. Here we go. So as I was saying, cleanliness is really important. Semen concerns.
Cleanliness is next to godliness, kids. Don't ever forget. And now it's Blaspheme Way.
Yo, baby, I want to talk about and clarify the whole anal industry.
I'll have to flex with them because I kind of lifted again because they saw a guy doing 225. I went, oh, you think that's good? They went, yeah, that's really good. I think who breaks? Who breaks? Your body, bless you. Did you ever stay asleep for 24 hours? Have I ever stayed asleep? No. No, I'm saying it's not got any sleep for 24 hours. I have. Fallen. I drove to Tijuana for car parts, and it's dicey as fuck. Yeah, it's like, you don't have anything to worry about. Oh, really? Crazy. I off-roaded in the Baja 500 this past year. There was 3 dead guys on the course. Come on. And they're like, oh, that's strange. I kept going. They put 3 more dead guys on the course. And then finally a local's like, hey, dumbass, this is cartel territory. This is them warning you, like, don't come through it. So they had to reroute everything and go around the map. Oh, God, you're dealing with here's also good and white. Dealing with the cartel must be so annoying. What happens next? Then they purposely do it so your brain's slower. Yeah, it's a good way to break people down to see who breaks it. Who breaks? Your body, bless you. Did you ever stay asleep for 24 hours? Have I ever stayed asleep? No. No, I'm saying not got any sleep for 24 hours. I have. Fallen. I drove to Tijuana for car parts, and it's dicey as fuck. Yeah, that's how you don't have anything to worry about. Oh, really? Crazy. I off-roaded in the Baja 500 this past year. There was three dead guys on the course. Come on. And they're like, oh, that's strange. They kept going. They put 3 more dead guys on the course. And then finally a local's like, hey, dumbass, this is cartel territory. This is every morning. You don't come through it. So they had to reroute everything and go around the map. Oh, God, you're dealing with dude. Here's... Also, good and white. Dealing with the cartel must be so annoying, dog. What happens next? Then they purposely do it so your brain's slower. Yeah, it's a good way to break people down to see who breaks. Who breaks? Your body, bless you. Did you ever sit to sleep for 24 hours? I had to flex with them because I kind of lifted again because they saw a guy doing 225. I went, oh, you think that's good? They went, yeah, that's really good. I went, you think I can do it, boss? He goes, I don't think so. I went, interesting. I'm going to put that on. How many times do you guys think I can do it? Boss, he goes, twice. Tiger said 5, so I did 30. Okay, I love that you're trying to prove your manliness to an 8-year-old. Kill your father, Boston! I had to flex with them because I kind of lifted again because they saw a guy doing 225. I went, oh, you think that's good? They went, yeah, that's really good. I went, you think I can do it, boss? He goes, I don't think so. I went, interesting. I'm going to put that on. How many times do you guys think I can do it? Boss, he goes, twice. Tiger said 5, so I did 30. I love that you're trying to prove your manliness to an 8-year-old. Kill your father, Boston! I had to flex with them because I kind of lifted again because they saw a guy doing 225. I went, oh, you think that's good? They went, yeah, that's really good. I went, you think I can do it, boss? He goes, I don't think so. I went, interesting. I'm going to put that on. How many times do you guys think I can do it? Boss, he goes, twice. Tiger said 5, so I did 30. I love that you're trying to prove your manliness to an 8-year-old. Kill your father, Boston! I had to flex with them because I kind of looked.
Remember again, you're trying to make a position, take a step back. You're focused the entirety of today's down. If you have an area that borders 2 constituents, one constituent area lowering, one area growing, one is considered that said, speak of social same thing. Even if you have once again, if they come to you, the area. If but one is because again, lowering
Lifted again because they saw a guy doing.
That's what Julius about. So again,
But, well, you know, when you
so Julius about the Masala, saying the Lord Asala, will say you have the banquet of the day. Or you got that is 4 and 10 was his 8 days of the first so what happened?
Again, Rube Goldberg is a thing. Marital context. Nearly all leniencies in sexual matters are approved only within marriage. Precautions would include mutual consent, emotional well-being of both spouses, no coercion or degradation. I really mean that. Now, if some bitch is like, you degrade me, Rabbi, as much as you fucking want, well, then that's like, we're just playing house at that point. We're just role playing it, and that's not. It may seem like degradation if you're being walked around on a fucking leash, but that doesn't necessarily mean it. I mean, I would say to you, there are like two mental states. Like one would be like, yeah, bitch, you like that, right? And she'd be like, I'd be like, you dirty slut, you fucking eat that shit up. And she'd be like, uh-huh. That's degrading. But then I could be like, yo, time out. I could use the lady from the grape stomp and wait.
What grapes? What kind of grapes? These are filled with Chambertin grapes, and the winner this Saturday is stop music, eating international foods, having wine tours, tasting, vineyard tours, seminars, arts and crafts. It's a lot of fun, a whole day. Stop. I can't breathe. Stop. Oh, boy, I think she's actually hurt. No, I think. I want something fun.
What is all this? What did you do to the Cabana Club? We don't call it the Cabana Club anymore, Frank. It's now called Place. Little P, Big L. Congratulations. You two now own the hottest spot in town. Wow, that's a lot of people. I hope we have enough rye. How'd you pay for all this? I got a job as a field reporter.
You're lowering the breed. So I'm going to go to some commercials. The first thing I'll do is the dishwasher, the rock, and the pin together. And say if you rock, and what you can find is delicious on the passage. If the engagement of the pin is more than 10 something high, it belongs to the passage. But why? The rock I understand. Because the usage of the rock ultimately again at the top of the rock. But if you have what you do with it is the cavity of the pin. So that's because the only way that has to be cavity of the pin.
Semen concerns. Again, Rube Goldberg is a thing. Marital context. Nearly all.
This is really important. Semen concerns.
Leniencies in sexual matters.
How?
That's not blasphemy way.
Like you social. Do they concert? How do they use it?
Baby, I want to talk about.
They have a bucket or so they have to go over the embankment in order to get it into the country. So this is a case of F1 social.
Perhaps I should have said non-blasphemous way, but you know what I mean when it comes to cleanliness. Everybody should. I'm the cleanest person ever. I've got surgical hands, girls.
Again, Rube Goldberg is a thing. Marital context. Nearly all leniencies in sexual matters are approved only within marriage. Precautions would include mutual consent, emotional well-being of both spouses, no coercion or degradation. I really mean that. Now, if some bitch is like, you degrade me, Rabbi, as much as you fucking want.
Yeah, actually, I'm sorry.
Seeming concerns. As I said previously, in a non-blasphemous way, and to not blaspheme. And as you know, cleanliness is very important. I've got surgical hands, girl. Cleanliness is really important. Seeming concerns. Again, Rube Goldberg is a thing. Marital context. Nearly all leniencies in sexual matters appear only within marriage. Precautions would include mutual consent, emotional well-being of both spouses, no coercion or degradation. I really mean that. Now, if some bitch is like, you degrade me, Rabbi, as much as you fucking want, well, then that's like, you know, we're just playing house at that point. We're just role playing it, and that's not. It may seem like degradation if you're being walked around on a fucking leash, but that doesn't necessarily mean it. I mean, I would say to you, there are like two mental states. Like one would be like, yeah, bitch, you like that, right? And she'd be like, I'd be like, you dirty slut, you fucking eat that shit up. And she'd be like, uh-huh. That's degrading. But then I could be like, yo, time out. I could use the lady from the grape stomp and wait.
We're gonna make sure she is.
Stewie, what is all this? What did you do to the Cabana Club?
Ooh, we don't call it the Cabana Club anymore, Frank. It's now called Place. Little P, Big L. Congratulations. You two now own the hottest spot in town.
Wow, that's a lot of people. I hope we have enough ride. How'd you pay for all this?
I got a job as a field reporter for Channel 5 News. And all the juice is being collected underneath.
Yes, and whoever collects the most is going to win a free weekend here at the Chateau with international foods and wine tasting.
Stop. I can't breathe.
Ooh. Oh, gosh. I hope he's all right.
We'll have to send someone to make sure that he is.
So that's the safe word, girls. Like universally, if you hear that, stop. That lady, you know who I'm talking about. Like whatever your safe word is, and be like, wait, do you really feel degraded? And she's gonna be like, fuck no, bring it on harder. Anyway, it's just that's part of sexuality. All right, so if I hear that, then it'd be like, yo, are you being degraded? You need me to stop or whatever. All right. So then Kabbalistic precautions, spiritual metaphysics. Kabbalah views sexuality as cosmic energy transfer, not just physical pleasure. Intentionality, Kabbala. The act would need elevated intention, such as strengthening marital unity, which, again, I agree, and channeling desire towards holiness. That's a pun. Anyway, get it? Holy, like your whole holiness. Anyway, acts-driven, maybe not the most appropriate of puns, but still, nevertheless, fucking hilarious. Acts-driven purely by domination, humiliation, or excess desire would be spiritually damaging. However, some bitches want that, and so you have to, it's a fine line. Like, look, if you really feel like you're being demeaned by it, then absolutely not. But if it turns you on to get this playful demeaning in, then all's fair in love and war, baby. Avoiding association with the Sitra Achra. In Kabbalah, bodily openings and wastes are symbolically linked to Kelipot, impure forces. Precautions would include clear separation between pleasure and waste, avoiding acts that symbolically feed impurity, mental focus, or connection rather than transgression. Timing. Kabbalah assigns different spiritual states to times, weekdays versus Shabbat. A hypothetical permission might restrict such acts to certain times or discourage them during spiritually sensitive periods. Ethical and human dignity precautions. Judaism strongly emphasizes kavod abrios, human dignity. No degradation. Any act that causes shame, makes a partner feel used, mimics abusive power dynamics would be spiritually invalid until it would be spiritually invalid even if technically permitted. Again, nobody wants you to feel shame or used or anything like that. However, there are some bitches out there and people just in general who like that idea. And I'm not going to kink shame. If that's what you like, that's cool. But you should have a safe word to be able to say, like, if you do feel shame, if you do feel used, then it's no longer consenting. And then you know the fucking grape lady. We'll do it at the end.
We already did it.
And then health and safety. Judaism treats bodily harm as prohibited. Precautions would include avoiding injury, avoiding practices that cause pain or long-term harm. Again, some bitches want that though, so we wouldn't want to injure anybody and cause pain or long-term harm. John Mellencamp, aka John Cougar or John Cougar Mellencamp, but John Mellencamp had a song, Hurt So Good. Come on, baby, make it hurt so good. Sometimes love don't feel like it should. You make it hurt so good. There's something about that hurting can be good. And that's for every individual to be able to determine. But if it's really causing pain, absolutely not. And go to the proper authority if you feel at any point that somebody's hurting you without your consent. So then you should know that the big picture, even in this hypothetical, Judaism would still view such acts as non-ideal. I agree. Vaginal, penile interaction is the way to go. Vaginal, penile sex. They might be tolerated under limited conditions, not celebrated. Now, I know some Redditson out there is going to be like, but I want to celebrate this stuff. And it'd be like, there's a fine line between tolerated and limited, not celebrated. We're going to celebrate penile vaginal intercourse. And generally not celebrated. But if you were like, look, I wasn't able to have a child, but then because I was just like asexual, but then something awakened inside of me when my partner rimmed me, and now I've got a brood of 14 children, we might celebrate that. I'm not going to lie. All right, the default sexual ideal of halakha and Kabbalah remains penile vaginal intimacy, yes, with love, modesty, and sanctity. Let's get that straight. And then what about analingus? So halakha versus Kabbalah. If analingus were assumed to be permitted, which in reality it is not in mainstream halakhic or Kabbalistic sources, the precautions would be even stricter than for other non-normative sexual acts because it directly involves the area most associated with zoa, excrement, and kelipo. Below is how Judaism would likely frame it if it were allowed. Halakhic type precautions, absolute cleanliness. I'm even saying that you could have like a machine. I don't know, like you know how we have like black lights that see like semen on stuff. I think you could have the same kind of machine, like or light or something that could ensure like an anus is completely clean. Like science could do that. I'm sure somebody could work on that. Anyway.
Same with the mouth. Don't forget, kids. It's like holes, like all the way down. It's just like one big tube. Don't forget that.
Anyway, so
in fact,
this would be so cleanliness is a central issue.
I want to say
extremely strict about contact with excrement, having filth in or near the mouth. Hypothetical permission would require
like everything in the future. I think will be a lot cleaner. There are already advancements in cleanliness, and I think that everything could be super clean in the future. I imagine a world where it would be, and I don't want to
to exist if it's not relatively clean. And especially in comparison to what it was under Talmudic times, like we're way cleaner than they were.
God willing.
Meticulous cleansing beforehand, zero presence of waste, immediate washing afterward. Any doubt of contamination would render the act forbidden. This is stricter than for most other intimate contact because the mouth is used for prayer and Torah blessings. Separation from holiness after. Even hypothetically, one would still likely require washing the mouth and body, waiting before prayer or learning Torah, treating the act as something that creates temporary ritual distance. This mirrors halakhic logic and other bodily function contexts. Consent and marital context. As with all sexual leniencies, only within marriage, full enthusiastic consent, no coercion or pressure. Kabbalistic precautions. Where it gets stricter, Kabbalah is far more resistant to this act than halakha would be. Mouth symbolism in Kabbalah, the mouth corresponds to malchut, speech, divine expression, using it in a way associated with waste risks. Spiritual inversion, drawing energy downward instead of upward. Hypothetical precautions would require very strong intentional focus, kavana, which I think could be done, and framing the act as bonding, not indulgence. That's the big thing. I'm saying, like, there are ladies out there who have been in, and men, just sexless marriages for a long time. I don't know if that's the best thing to do or to be in, but if you are, and you want to spice things up, this might be it. If it's not, then maybe that's not the right person for you. Who knows? But maybe it is. And maybe this just floats your boat, tickles your fancy, whatever it is.
Ignite your fire.
All right, so
Light my fire.
Kabbalistic precautions where it gets stricter. We talked about this. Avoiding feeding the kelipot, the anal area symbolically linked to waste separation, and sitra achar, the other side. Precautions would include clear mental separation between pleasure and filth, avoiding any sense of degradation or excess, immediate spiritual reorientation afterward, watching prayer later, etc. Even then, Kabbalah would likely view it as spiritually dangerous, not neutral. Yeah, but danger might be my middle name, baby. You never know. I mean, under most conditions, penile, vaginal sex, that's what we're talking about. But under some circumstances, if we think that it will increase the bond between two people and overall create more Jews, that's what sex is about in many ways, I'm going to be more lenient on this. Timing restrictions, if hypothetically allowed at all, likely discouraged on Shabbat or holy days. Okay, fine. And I'm fine with that. I think that's, should be focused on procreation. Not that this isn't, but this isn't, perhaps the chances aren't as high. And I went on at least Shabbat, the chances would be highest. Look, I've said this before. If you really want to run down some records, give it to me. Like, calm down, woman. Men and women in Israel, and just Jewish men and women, Jewish men and women, period, should be having intercourse every single night. For the man, 6 days a week under current weeks.
Or mornings too. Mornings are important. If you can do it multiple times a day, good on you, my friend.
This is how it should work. You both had a long day, whatever. You ejaculate inside your wife, and you go to bed, and you both fall asleep. If she's not brought to orgasm, I understand it takes a little while. She's got to be in the right mood, all those other things.
But let me say, if you're not familiar with the womanizer, dog, you should be able to get that girl off. This fucking thing's battery has been around for years. So just, work it in there. You'll figure it out. Just like that. Greatest fucking battery ever.
Guy is a really easy way to fall asleep. Now, on Shabbat, that's a time for the woman.
So let me say this. With the womanizer, you should be able to get your girl off. Pretty fucking easy. But if you haven't, and whatever, just understand that the priority is on Shabbat that she gets off.
Must ensure every single time.
But it's really important if she can do it. You can get her off every single time. That's ideal, baby.
time that you get her off beforehand.
Get her off before anyone else every single time. That's ideal.
Especially on Shabbat. I'm sure that you could
That's how I roll, baby.
probably do it under normal circumstances during the week as well. And if you can, that's great. But what I'm saying is, look, if you like some women, it's always going to happen to them. But some women, it's going to be really difficult for them to come to orgasm. You're going to have to work at it, and it might take you a long time. And you've got work in the morning and all the other things that you've got. And I don't want you. I don't want you exhausted every single night because you're having to try to get this lady off. So what do I advise? He can inseminate you and then fall asleep. And lady, if you want, you use a toy or a tool or whatever it is. You just watch my streams, whatever it is to get you off. You do it, girl. All right. So precautions would include clear mental separation between pleasure and filth, avoiding any sense of degradation, immediate spiritual reorientation afterward, watching prayer later, etc. Even then, Kabbalah would likely view it as spiritually dangerous, not neutral. And it's not ideal. None of this is ideal. Why? Because ideal is penile vaginal intercourse. Ideal is the woman coming before the man. And that's just, if I can give a guy any advice, make sure she comes first. If you do, you're putty. Ask any woman. I've said this before. I've said it. I'll say it again. I used to always get
She's putty in your hand. That's what I'm trying to say.
confused why these scummy guys would get these amazing girls, and it's because they would take the time to make sure she came first, and perhaps her other mates would not do that. And she comes first. If she comes first, it's over. She's putty in your hand.
Game over.
All right. Timing restrictions, if hypothetically allowed at all, likely discouraged on Shabbat or holy days, possibly restricted to times of lower spiritual sensitivity. Human dignity is crucial. Judaism would draw a hard line here. Any act that feels degrading, humiliating, power imbalance would be invalid spiritually, even if technically permitted. Pleasure alone would not justify it. Kavod, dignity is non-negotiable. Bottom line, even in a hypothetical permissive framework, analingus would be the most restricted, spiritual, risky, not ideal. I agree with all of that. It would require extreme cleanliness, strong intentionality, clear dignity, and consent. I agree with all of that. Kabbalah would still view it as borderline or spiritually damaging, even if tolerated. However, if it means that we're going to have more Jews for whatever reason, then I think that we can be more lenient on it. In real Jewish tradition, this is why halakha avoids permitting it. Kabbalah strongly discourages it. Many authorities treat it as outright forbidden, but not this way. You're fine. Go fuck yourself.
They both have rights in that same Mechitza, and therefore we'll say, because they both have rights, if they make the joint Eruv, Shalom Yisrael. But if they don't make the joint Eruv they want, and we have to find something that will say, what does that show you? What does that show you? Take a look back at picture 22. Let's say when you look at who still got the Mechitza, do they enjoy the same usage? And the answer is no. The lower left booster, having the lower left booster used for the how do they use it? Right? They have to throw their bucket. Remember, again, we'll say, when we say throw loud, throw, but what is throw? Upward motion. But here, maybe they would have to throw. Right, bro? They have to throw their bucket on up, right, up, when the upper pizza, down to the cabin, down to the, I'm sorry, to the upper pizza. How does the upper pizza utilize the pizza? How? This is a case ultimately again of ethnicity. Now, Shua was correct.
You know, like, I went through your DMs. You sent a peach emoji. Fucking a picture of Annie Letterman's ass. I saw it. You're like, oh, I would never hit on her. doesn't make any sense. But,
I mean,
you're all laughing at him on this fucking Flagrant podcast for stumbling over his words.
how do you handle a drug walk situation? Obvious. You text my BD, I'm going to kill you. But moving on, Christian L.
Literally, it's like, as ridiculous as that Mark broke into my house story, it's like, how can I make this the absolute worst out of this universe fucking problem out of just being like, yeah, we already know you're a cheater. Just admit to it. Just be like, hey, sorry.
Yeah, you're right.
I misread the situation.
So Christian L, we know it's just Chan chatting, and he's only giving $4.99 because not making very much money.
Yeah.
But he said, let's scroll back up. Oh, he said, Mark, what is Shop's most redeeming quality? You must have seen something good in the beginning, hoping you answered
I'm talking about Shop's positive qualities, but they're still under the umbrella of narcissistic personality disorder, which implies at the beginning stages of a relationship, he is going to be very generous. So, for example, like the first time I ever traveled with him was to Austin, Texas in 2021. I got permission to go from my wife because she was like, "Why the fuck are you going with Chop?" Like, it was actually her birthday, so I was like, "But I'm like." It felt like it was like, dude, I want to go do this cool. Like, he invited me. Come on, this is gonna be fun. I hadn't traveled like that much like during COVID. So like Ed Chappelle, who Moana loves, is like going with us. So she was like not okay with me going for no money. But I was like, oh, so I made up a lie. I was like, oh, well, Brendan's paying me $500. I told Brendan that. Just being like, oh, it's not gonna be done. He paid me $500 to check my ass so I can be like, so that was right? But yeah, so I can name many things where it's like he has right? So maybe all these things, but that's a short-term strategy. The next year or at some point as he values you, you feel indebted to him, right? So I would deliberately stop taking things and offer when I was having issues me and Moana started having conflicts because she was working a shit ton. She was working 2 graphic design jobs. She was suffering from burnout. 2022. I'm trying to shop because of my fucking years with this bullshit. I just increased the views. I got this crazy boss who's disrespecting me all the time. I'm traveling at home. I'm working at the office. So we're both high conflict because she's mean to me about Brendan being exploiting me and not getting paid enough. And I'm mad at her because I'm coming in the door from traveling, and she's give me the stink face, right? I understand her perspective. And then,
how he's a good guy.
Oh, okay. So, that's the other end of it. He sets it up so that later on the road, he was making me feel like shit for whatever reason he felt like, and I had to finally be like, look, dude, you're not even treating me with 100th of the respect that you treated me last year, and I'm putting all my time and effort to treat you. You think you're doing me a favor by doing all this?
Yeah.
I, am college educated, professional writer. I do all these things. I don't need this job. You're paying me, and I agree to do the same fucking. I didn't even negotiate. It's what's Christian? I do the same thing. I was like, well, this is proof to you. If you want to make it work, and I'm still doing shit on it, fuck you. So,
yeah, that's so funny. The first time I've seen a guy tripping on acid reflux.
I almost did tap acid before I came. I'm like, would that be funny if I was on acid?
Oh, no. Me, yeah, so with Shab, what I've learned from Shab, because he does have good qualities, is number one, he's helped me a lot. I wasn't really that into my son's baseball team, and then I wasn't a Shab. I was like, I should be a baseball man. And then he got really good part. Yeah, my son Denver has gotten a lot better at the swing and the pitch, and he never loses to a fat guy anymore, like a fat kid. So, he's not really bad. If a fat kid is playing, he's always better than a fat kid.
I didn't like him until I got my own truck.
Hey, I was read a post by one of the baseball parents. It was so fucking funny because now again, this guy.
outside definition of like, that was a baseball guy, and this is my kids in my life. After cheating on their mother publicly for, a decade. Like, it's hilarious watching this. And then hearing the other side of the story where it's like, Shop's also, as he's everything, portrays himself as like this beast of work ethic. I'm trying to pull Shop. Then you hear the other side of the coin, like, so from a third party perspective, Shop is just a lazy fuck like he chili dog. So, he's like, more fucking up all the like, throw a baseball or catch it.
Oh, man. It's fun.
We got some action.
Man, a baseball? I didn't see it.
Yes.
Oh, man.
You cannot do basic things in baseball. That's kind of like, if you watch this football highlights from Colorado, like,
yeah, I mean,
this guy thought he was going to make it in the NFL, and I can say that it's fun. I watched myself play football on video thousands of times because I played for high school. Yeah. We used to love to do the difference in high school and colleges. So we're watching practice film every day, one-on-one drills and scrimmage footage, and you're scrutinized one by one, right? It's humiliating when you fuck up, because, like, as a freshman, I'm like, I don't know how to play football. Like, and the coach is ripping into you, but it's a great, like,
you're learning a whole new
humility exercise. So, but I look at Shop and I go, I know what it looks like. I'm not saying, like, I had good moments for me. I knew, like, when I was performing well, and it gives you an appreciation for like NFL caliber, but you have no idea until you see yourself play football on camera. Like these fucking 300-pound D linemen, it's like these humans shouldn't be able to move that fast. Watching Shop, I'm like, oh, he looks like a D3 player. You know what I mean? Like he's not good.
Yeah,
he doesn't make it to the NFL.
I haven't seen good highlights. Jay said, thank you, Jay. Jay, how does Shop feel about Eric?
Good question, because that's another nuanced one, that falls under the umbrella of Shop hates everyone who he feels is socially beneath him. However, he did negotiate on Eric's behalf but like when he was being brought into the King of the Sting situation, apparently, according to Shop, which take it with a grain of salt, but I think Thea was kind of like,
I'll take my family up for dinner.
Yeah, making it more difficult for him to kind of be an equal partner in this like dynamic or something like that, where it's like, because they were inviting him on as a guest, and I'd be like, oh, we'll throw you this much change per week, and he was kind of like, hey man, like if I'm going to keep myself available every week, which is totally fair, it's like, am I getting on call or am I getting part of this thing? He was asking very fair questions to be a more fairly paid kind of, we're splitting in this kind of thing, and I think it was Thea who was kind of going, I don't want that, but also but part of this pie was the fact that like King of the Sting is what it is because of Theo Vaughn. Sure, Theo Vaughn is the draw here. Theo Vaughn does a solo podcast and gets a million hits. So like obviously, you in a business sense, you could realistically go, what's your value to this? Like what you add. In a friend sense or a very fair sense, you go, if we're doing a podcast together and I know that I need you, let's all get paid the same. But baked into this cake is a condescension towards Eric, not like his attitude of like, he likes to dismiss people. I can't really sell tickets. I can't do this. But Eric's a better stand-up comedian than you, Brennan, and he's been on TV, and he's like, I don't know. Eric, again, was always very nice to me, and a thoughtful person, too. He would always, like, he was the first person at Thick Boy when I was, like, really, like, I got depressed where I would, like, come to work every day, and I'm like, I'm waking up early and, like, dealing with Brendan's bullshit until, like, 10 p.m. every night, 7 a.m., like, I just started to become dead at some point. Like, I hate every moment here. And he was the only person to be like, hey, man, you all right? And I was like, yeah. And he said, it's okay to not be okay, or something like that.
Really? I wouldn't have picked him to be a guy that talks like that. I mean,
this is my lawyer, Rob Hebel.
That sounds like a good idea for like a sitcom,
I moved in a house recently. I moved in a new house in LA. Whenever you move in a new house, it's always weird, but it's even weirder to know.
Hey, Rob, you're on a live stream right now. Are you okay with that?
Oh, sure, yeah. I can use a live stream.
There's a lot of people watching actually. This the attendance a shop thing. Well, funny enough, this is my labor attorney, Rob Pebble.
Hey, Rob.
He's about to destroy Brendan Schaub in court. Oh, actually, no, he's not. He's totally incompetent and it doesn't do anything. And
Rob, we're actually having an informal discovery conference right now.
Share a concept with you.
Yes.
So part of this lab thing that we have going on is that I want you to be an advocate for yourself and then have another potential client. Ring stuff, all that stuff, the doorbell, all the ring security stuff, all good.
Why not?
Of course.
So what I want you to do next week is have an example process. I want you to think about how do we scale this? You'll see advisors, right?
Yes.
We can throw like plaintiffs figure out their cases in situations just like yours, and you're the guinea pig.
Yeah.
That's like yours. If you're a creator like me, and you're working at teachers for CSI, she wants to do this. I'm a lawyer, you know, most crazy Robert calls, right? But I get you guys and like all proceed together because I'm building your database too. All set.
Yes. Thank you. Love you. Robert Pebble, attorney at law.
All right. Good luck, Rob.
Yeah, so Rob is like, I
we're in the
went to
courtroom.
college with him. He's literally one of the smartest people I know.
Right,
Like
yeah.
I was saying earlier, like if I get 10% of what he's saying, I'm lucky. But like he's, I go, man, he's just better than Chop's lawyers.
Right. Motion to dismiss.
Yeah.
Saying random shit out. That's it. So you went to college with this guy?
Yeah, we both played football at Pomona College, but I would consider Rob, if he had 150, 160 IQ, I would be surprised, but he's like extremely intelligent, and specifically with organizational systems. I remember when he was like 20 years old, he's like a gym bro, like me, so we like connected over lifting, I'm 20 years old, and so he was a freshman, I was a senior. We connected over like just lifting, you know, and he was like, oh, what are because I had this policy, like, if you ask me if I'm on juice, like, I'll tell you, like, if you don't, I'm not going to talk about it. And he was like, oh, if you run a cycle, I'm like, yeah. So I was like, you're the first person who's got gas to just ask me politely, you know? Yeah, I appreciate that. He's very direct, and
When you step into that deposition room, you want to look at because you're going to be like the most presence on people that
Rob is really, it's just that because what I like about him is he's a Jack Hansen gym bro, but also he's like an autistic savant with organizational systems. So remember when he was 20 years old, he was like making $100K a year, running like LA fitness clubs. Like he would like train other people how to like run a more efficient like personal training like architecture for all the clubs in Southern California. Like started as a personal trainer, like quickly they're like, oh, you're way too smart to do this. Like so. He was still going to college, you know, but also making $100,000 a year, like, you know, like telling people how to do their jobs.
Yeah,
and
that's
like,
right. You didn't get your lunch by the 5th hour. You went 4 hours without a 10-minute break, dude.
Talking about that earlier today, yeah.
You didn't get reimbursed for business expenses.
Yeah.
Okay, we worked off the clock.
Yeah, and he's also very moral too, which you don't meet a lot with lawyers, like, you know, because of these guys, you know, whoever's representing Schaub, it's like, obviously, you realize this guy's an idiot, pathological liar who has no case. It's kind of like whoever's representing Blake Lively, Ryan Reynolds, they're like, you know this person has no case whatsoever, and you can charge these clients millions of dollars and draw this process, but you know you're going to lose in the end, right? But Rob Pebble is extremely.
It's a good, actually, you know what? Now that
has a lot of integrity.
That is a good advertisement. I mean, he's a lawyer doing wage and hour stuff in California.
And he'll fire clients if
Get
you're
up, Rob
not ethical. Yeah, if he's like you have a case or you're misrepresenting something, he'll fire clients.
He fired me the other day, trying to sue Gerardo.
Had to fire some people.
Not enough Diet Cokes. But we fixed that problem, didn't we? You know when I drink a Diet Coke, what happens?
A meathead lawyer doing whatever, what could go wrong? No, seriously, Rob is one of the best labor attorneys in the state.
There you go.
And it's hard. It's a hard concept for people to understand that you can have muscles and also be good at a job. But it turns out, you know,
actually
there's
helps.
exceptions.
It helps. Muscles help everything.
Yeah.
So I say.
Marg is Rob, the sharpest tool in the shed. I know, literally one of the smartest people I know. He's designing a service, like an AI-based platform that he invented and like programmed that essentially does the job of a paralegal. So sorry to all paralegals out there, but Rob is designing a product to sell to law firms that like automates all these different things using AI.
And I'm doing an AI platform that watches shop content too. That will also be part of our Patreon.
Yes.
Mark, have you seen Brendan tossing his diggity pouches on the ground?
If you were
I know
sleeping
that's a meme. Of course,
Thank you,
he's not conscientious, so he's the type of person who just throw trash on the ground and expects everyone else to pick it up. So, of course.
That's fucked up.
Mark, what is your opinion about P.F. Chang's? I'd love to read it.
Yeah, that was a great time. Fire, dude.
Anything else? Any other questions?
If you guys played Sega NHLPA Hockey 93, this would be the exact same from Swinger. Well, I love that because I love that movie and I love that game. You've seen Swingers, right? One of the greatest movies ever made.
I played that in high school. Yeah.
Did you ever play that game, that hockey game on was it Super Nintendo? Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Dude, that game was the best. All you had to do was you go around the goal and then you click and then you could get a goal every time. And then you could also fight in the game.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Super Mario was fun. I was good Mario Brothers on it.
Super Mario's on there.
Mario.
That was a good game on there.
I fell off of video games because I realized, so my older brother is I'm happy to recognize, my place in the world as far as intellect because, somebody like Rob is so much smarter than me, or my brother Eric is, an applied mathematics PhD. So, I've met real smart people. This is also funny when people, try to pass themselves off in LA as, I'm smart. I'm like, have you met smart people? And you go to
Austin, Texas.
Yeah, dude, that's where the philosophers are.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying comedians can't be really smart, but it's if you get a room full of PhD, applied math and computer science PhD students in a room, it's going to be an odd bunch. But their IQs are off the charts.
Yeah, they won't stand at all compared to Joey Coco Diaz and Bert Kreischer, dude. Shirt off.
I don't have a girl. That's right. Bert Kreischer, he's an interesting guy because he's very nice to me. So I got to say, I'm not going to try to trash him, but he doesn't seem to be good at being funny.
Oh no. His stand-up is
great. Also, he's taking Chappelle Lacey 2 arenas with him. So I don't mean to hit on him, but it is.
You're right. He does use people. That's true.
It is.
I agree.
He brings a bunch of people on the road.
People that can help him for a little bit. Yeah, that's for sure. I'll say The Machine. I enjoyed the movie. I might watch it. Yeah, I like it.
Great movie. It doesn't exist. Never seen it. String. That's another guy I like.
I don't know.
There was another question that we didn't answer from the fan funding.
Yeah.
What is the estimated time of Shab's downfall?
Oh, that's what I was alluding to before. Define downfall. Define bullying. I would just, at some point, right? There must be a point where you stop podcasting. And because he says, I would do this for free. No, you wouldn't. Right? There's some point, I remember seeing some clip where he's like, I fucking do this for you if we weren't making any money. It's would you though?
Would you
He
though?
doesn't seem to enjoy it.
No, I don't think so.
I don't doubt that I do think Brendan thrives off being on his cookies are nuts. I don't necessarily feel the compulsion, because whenever people call, I'm constantly being accused of being a narcissist. I'm like, I feel like I get enough attention in life where I don't feel like there's this deficit of I need to post things, I feel like some people do constantly need to be in front of the camera and court attention. I feel like Brendan does thrive off of that. Even the feeling of importance when you walk into a studio, because he can do all this himself. There's nothing sophisticated about his production. But why do you need to pay a guy $100,000 to do what you guys are doing? You guys are the performers and the producers.
Yeah, I mean,
wouldn't you rather save $100,000 a year to do yourself?
That's a common knock on him. Yeah, I don't know. You know better.
Why don't you do
you know what I
mean? But you need so much production and post-production, so it's just funny. The shit that he wastes money on.
He's like,
space and be like, there's a bunch of people here, and I'm the center of attention.
Let's check. Nope.
Okay. It's Brendan's Crazy Ex. I like that people go like Crazy Ex. Do you think Brendan is a sane person? And again, hey, how did I get into the show? Did I beg you guys to come on here, or do people seem to be interested in having me talk about Brendan?
No, we begged you to come here.
If you were like, hey, come on my podcast and talk about fucking lifting weights for an hour, I would. But
I'll do 10 more push-ups. I'll do 10 more push-ups.
Once my wrist is better, I still think it's a funny idea for me and you to go to the gym.
No, I love that.
Because I want some time to prepare. Because I think I can probably still do 2 plates maybe.
Yeah.
Or I was able to, if I worked a little bit too, I think I could probably still do it. I might be able to. But I would need you there to make
If
sure I
you
don't
can,
die.
you would come back quickly, but
Just kidding.
would you want to film? Would you want to film it? Too?
I'm saying one plate. I'm not. Let's do one plate.
Yeah.
I can probably do that once my wrist is better. To stop being blockbuster.
When you're up,
Yeah, I can do 2 plates 25 times.
Get Baldy and purple shirt Mexican Jack. What does that mean? Oh,
Or you know what? Elizabeth Marsden said this earlier. You and me, or Gerardo too, doing a race, like to see.
somebody said who's got left with no talent? Is that me?
On the left with the.
Mark, eat like a bigger slob. I'm doing that.
If
you think you're gonna offend me by telling me that I eat like a slob, good fucking luck.
I mean, if you say the words "oh" from no talent, you have to be specific because look at the three of
I
us.
assume people want to say
We all struggle.
We're all
like, and I didn't think I'm insecure about my own talent. I know exactly how untalented I am.
I'm not sure I could ever do 2 plates maybe back in the day.
I could turn that bitch up.
Yeah, once I know roided out. Yeah. The roided, because then the violence in my day with the roids out.
Oh, don't worry. I like the idea of like raping people with steroids.
Yeah.
Like tying you down and be like, you've got steroids now.
Come on, man. Okay.
What was Rob's attitude towards Rogan getting close to Shane Gillis and bringing him into the Rabbi trip? I mean, when Brendan and Shane hung out, I think we were in Philly doing shows and we went to Marshall and Chicago has been more than Shane. So I knew about him a little bit before the SNL thing happened, and I remember watching his, he did a really funny thing to me about being like a sucker for like truck advertisements. He was like, I'm the guy, like, I'm the target Trump voter. And he was like, I thought it was really funny, and I did angle on Trump. I love his Trump impersonation because I feel like it's neutral. It's not like, oh, I hate Trump because he just doesn't. It's funny, but
Wait, who was that? Shane, yeah. He's funny.
yeah, he does a great bit. He's like if Trump was before Trump was somebody attempted to assassinate him, but he goes, Trump would like if he did get assassinated, it would be funny.
Yeah.
Sit down, you're gay.
Yeah.
I'm sure that Brendan resents the shit out of Shane Gillis. I've said this before. My take on Shane Gillis versus Brendan Schaub is, you know how Brendan Schaub is like cosplaying as like a blue collar guy, like trucks and blue collar and this and that, and it's like Shane Gillis is like actually that, like where he's like kind of he's actually kind of a history nerd, and he went to us, but he actually played college football, like was an O-lineman. His level of self-awareness and his level of like he owns 2 pairs of pants and a couple pairs of white New Balance. This is such a hard concept for Brendan to rationalize. He used to look at me and be like, "Oh, you like don't care about materialistic shit?" I'm like, yeah, because I'm not rich. Like, why would I buy expensive shit trying to look like wealthy if I'm not, But it was like, I saw his mind spin. It was like, like how are you not totally obsessed with material wealth?
Schaub's girl for sure cheats on him too, LOL, Tim. And that's kind of funny to me because it looks like it's maybe his girlfriend's profile. He's commenting from that and clarifying that it's him.
Yeah. Marty said, on your face, this Bob into his job. Hilarious.
I don't know. Who is?
Let's do our Brendan's couple of those. Remember, you can speak, don't get, I'm looking. I love to see people raping people.
You want to switch real quick?
Hey, you gotta get out of context. This is a bit, because I always tell people, like, oh yeah, for sure. I'm like, yeah, I'm taking juice for it. If I do it for you and you don't know and you're asleep, then, are you taking steroids? Want to know about it?
100% B.
Yeah.
100%.
Mark, are you still working with Jim Stefani? Yes, I am. Dude. So Schaub and Snoz, bro. I cannot give any updates on Snoz right now, but holy fuck.
Oh, no.
Holy fuck. I've been instructed to not say what I know about this for the time being, but Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. That's all I have to say.
Do you have a favorite joke from the Gringo Poppy?
Let me think about that for a second. I was going to actually try to answer.
Yeah, okay, I thought you were making
I don't know what's
yeah,
in the special versus I've heard it so many times the full hour that he cut down to 26 minutes, but I thought the worst joke was he would end with like getting a rifle to kill the kid with the end. So I was like, as a cat lover, I'm like, why would you just want to murder a mountain lion?
His closer.
Yeah, I was like disgusted by it.
Yeah.
Like I'm kind of low key like when people hate animals and just like, yeah, I want to like get those women to go kill a mountain lion that hasn't done anything to my. I'm like, I get it if it attacks your animals or something. You're a farmer. It's like I get it, but you're just like a guy who like knows like who thinks mountain lions are just dangerous to like. You're in the fucking woodland. This is where the cougars live, you know. I thought it was weird, gross, and very not funny, and he kept making that. It was, I don't know if you've seen Joe.
Oh yeah,
the mountain lion. He's doing this callback to go zoom out there with the colors on. Sorry about that. I was like, this is so ridiculous and not funny, and I hate humor that involves references to having a big dick. Yeah. Same way, but it's like when a guy's bragging about having a big dick, or people that's like. There's something going on there. Either you have a small dick or you have a big, so we're like, it makes me uncomfortable because I'm like, what is this fascination?
I made a prediction the other day on the podcast that honestly, Sean would make it so far if he, whether he is or not, yes.
Oh, for sure.
You would be like a huge influencer in the gay space.
Like, here's some interesting things. Like, Derek Poston and Jim Norton openly, like,
trans female. Yeah.
And I'm like, that's so bold. Yeah. To be like, I'm a male comic. You wouldn't look at these guys and go, oh, they're gay, or like, you would never know them. And they've taken their fetish and sexual preference and just completely shit. Right? And I'm like, that is some of the boldest shit I've ever seen. Yeah. But it's totally authentic to them, apparently, and they have no shame about it. I don't even know if they're posting like they're fucking. Yeah. He's into the porn, I guess? Yeah. But I was like, this motherfucker real. You know what I mean? If a guy says that, I go, I'm willing to take anything else as face value because clearly you do not give a single flying fuck for it about how many people see. Yeah, seriously. Yeah. Like, so I always told or would say about Brendan, if you just were more authentic, the whole thing would work. But you know, if you have no real self and you've constructed a false facade to make up for, you know, a wounded self, whatever the NPD is, it's like, you can't be authentic, unfortunately, because inward, there's only shame, you know.
What's that? NPD? What's that?
Narcissistic personality disorder, any cluster B personality disorder, sociopathy, borderline personality, histrionic personality disorder, Machiavellianism, cluster B has a lot of overlap with regards to, like, a damaged self that allows you to be either self-destructive or destructive of other people. Yeah. In various expressions, but they gotta have a core commonality of like something's wrong with your brain morally. You know.
How did you learn about all that stuff? Like,
I'm very interested in personality disorders. People misuse these terms to be like, oh, that person's bipolar, or like, I go, you don't know what bipolar means. They think people who have like mood swings, I go, no. Bipolar means extended periods of mania and extended periods of depression. So these things are fascinating to me. With narcissistic personality disorder, the moment I started to get buff, people would be like, you're a narcissist. I'm like, am I a narcissist? Because I've like, so,
a little bit down.
Mic check. That's good. That's fine. My cable was leaking.
Deadpool costume. Oh my god, I saw that skin. The Deadpool costume. It was so cringy. But also representative of like he used to have a team that would do these skits for him, so it was like high production value, but terrible and unfunny. Yeah.
Okay, so I like how, so I don't know if you heard, but I asked him a question. I said, what's your favorite bit from the Gringo Poppy? And he was like, my least favorite bit.
So he says, we get it, Mark. You've watched Jordan Peterson podcast. First of all, I have consumed many hours of Jordan Peterson, but like, imagine me learning psychology from Jordan Peterson. Now, he has, that's his area of expertise. I don't subscribe.
Can you show me where I can get some pencils, please?
He is an expert. Like, have you listened to Jordan Peterson? Because what he says about psychology is highly accurate.
You've been able to get pills in the past, have you?
I'm sorry, Mark. One look at Jim Norton and I knew. Well, good for you. I didn't. But I do. You know, I know a girl who used to date Jim Norton. Here's a funny story about him. So he was dating this straight girl, and for either his birthday or her birthday, I forget which one, but they hired a male escort because he wanted to watch this girl get fucked in front of Jim Norton. Yeah. And so I'm sure they get a guy with a huge cock, and he's like face fucking this girl. Oh shit! Oh my god! Ends up throwing up, and Jim Norton couldn't take it. Oh yeah. He thought he wanted to see this, but he couldn't handle it. And stormed off and created this huge conflict. Yeah. Because the girl was getting banged by BPD, SPD, NPD. Yes, exactly.
That'd be funny.
I like Jordan Peterson. Oh, Mark, who provided the 300 pages of evidence? Brendan was. I have repeated this a lot, but because people keep asking him, and it's like he can't admit the truth because it unravels his entire identity in order to admit this. But he literally hired hackers to try to take down the fucking subreddit for like $15,000. How could I make that? Yeah. Right.
I mean, it'd be funny, Jordan Peterson, if he wants someone to have sex.
Peterson on crack. Thank you.
I like DPT's comment. Does BGL cry like Peterson when talking about men not having sex?
Yes. I have no shame in crying. Yeah, if you don't give me sex for a little while, I might fucking cry. Okay? That's if you want to hurt me, you got me, brother. Deprive me of sex for a week, and I might get really emotional.
Yeah,
it's not right. You cannot give me sex.
Hopefully, no one ever tries to Hogan you. Where they're have sex with my wife.
In the bed.
Has anyone ever tried to Hogan you? Asking for a friend, where they're have sex with my wife. I feel like Jordan Peterson might do that.
Like Red Bar once he withdrew the sword from the stone. I don't know what that means. Beachel is steamrolling this live. I'm sorry if I'm steamrolling.
No, you're good.
I'm sorry.
We got 24 hours of this.
It's a long time. People don't realize how long we have the podcast. 24 hours.
I have the benefit of being like, I can leave whenever I want.
Yeah. Don't use her name, but did Shamus and Brendan do it?
Agreed.
Marcus said about that is no. You know what I did take? I took the microdose of mushrooms before I came. I had a coffee, fucking energy drink.
I'm drinking one of the rain. Yeah. That's pretty good, dude.
And you guys are like, okay. So, the last time I went to your show, I know you guys had a work day or tired. I took pre-workout before I came. It doesn't take much to get me going. Yeah. But I was, but hey, that's me. If you don't want me in a podcast talking, way too much, then find somebody who talks less.
I want you to talk to Jordan Peterson.
I would love that.
That would be so fucking cool.
You could probably figure that out, right?
I would like to talk to him. What I thought interesting was he went on Jim Jeffries, and this is a rare moment where a political pundit, Jim Jeffries, asked him a kind of gotcha question, and normally pundits get very defensive because he made a point. He's like, so would you say that this? And Jordan Peterson goes, yeah, you're right. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Did Jordan Peterson just admit that he was wrong about something? So I respect him for that because he thought about the question.
I was wrong. You don't have to.
I don't know if you know, but Cooney is known more for his Peterson impression than his shop commentary. Yeah.
I do the Peterson impression on the show a bunch, and people request it, but I'm not convinced it's any good.
Can I hear it?
Go for it. Oh yeah, I've been doing it. Mark, I've heard that you at one point could attain pills. Is that still the case? Have you ever thought about working with a Canadian?
Yeah, he's pitch for sure.
Pencils.
He's ridiculously high pitch.
Mark, your goddamn mouth is giving me pencils.
Yeah.
My daughter has plastic surgery on her face. Have you seen it? Thank you, David. I'm still not convinced. It's really, it sounds too much like when I do my mom. Impersonation of my mom.
Has Mark ever laughed genuinely? And Matt, why do people think I don't laugh genuinely? I'm very open with laughter. I don't try to shield my laughter. If I think something's funny, I laugh at it.
Can we get some more English money in the chat? The English money. Navjot, where are you at, Lou?
Are you saying English money because it's in pounds?
I'm joking around.
You fucked up.
I did it on purpose. It's a fucking shop.
It's a joke.
There's a guy that gave us, I'm not sure. Was it rubles?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. He gave us that, and I was like, is that English money to Gerardo? And Gerardo didn't cut it in time.
Does Mark know the lyrics to 10?
There is a.
I should have been. Confusing right now with all the. I'm falsely confusing it with the songs you guys do. Started it. It's a
Oh man, I understand.
always DJ on Miguel. How they experience the truth.
Do you know Miguel? No, probably not. No, Miguel. He's our friend, but he's like he hates the show now. He hates the show because he hates our fans because they're making fun of him a lot. Probably because they're so famous. So. Yeah.
What do people expect to go to live stream and make fun of?
Yeah, take that with me.
The ones on here and everybody's like, look how the cool market is. You guys try it? So like boss to be like,
Oh no, we actually made a decision. Thanks for bringing that up, Mark. We made a decision. We don't want any more bots.
I got biceps.
Yeah, vote on the biceps.
Yeah, well, you can see a real big horn view right here. Look at that horn. It's for real, no. Look at
It's coming back.
Wait, look that way. Look that way. No, too much. What? Go right back and forth like this. Oh, you see it now, though? Right.
No, I had a horn. Oh, nice. Horn brother.
Horn brother.
Look how cool Mark is. Thank you. Finally.
But one thing we do need to be clear about, we get a lot of bots. All of the 100% of the negative comments are bots. We know this. Yeah. Every time someone criticizes us in any way, it's just another one of those bots. Yeah, we like a lot of bots.
We do things of that. Recently, we know haters and bots. Like, yeah, people are paying for negative comments. What?
They're doing that to us.
Go ahead and make sure they get it.
What is your favorite TV show? The 80s bots. Actually, my favorite TV show might be Barry on HBO.
Here's some English money, brother.
Oh, thank you. Top tip. I appreciate it. You're not a bot. I can tell when someone's a bot because they say something negative. It's a bot. 100%.
Want to be shirtless, so you would not be gross. Hey, Mark, what happens to this chug giveaway? I don't really know how the giveaways work. Like, I've been trying to follow that story, but I'm just like, I assume whatever shop is doing is fraudulent, like obviously, but that's my perception. Is if you tell me that it looks fraudulent, you know more about giveaways than I do. I believe it because why would shop do anything that doesn't benefit him financially, or involve some sort of misrepresentation of reality in order to benefit him?
The only giveaways I do are facts.
Yeah, Mark, you ever catch a snag? I saw Brendan piss in the air, literally, and the creative director at the time pulled him aside. He was like, I have one request. Could you just not piss in the sink?
Holy shit.
And Brendan, I think, agreed. He said, oh, yeah.
What a stupid thing to ask for. I would never ask somebody for that because I just assume they're going to piss in the sink. It's like, why would you ask about that? It's like, if someone comes to your house, it makes sense for them to piss in the sink if they have to piss. Dude, I'm pissing all my friends' sinks. All my friends' sink is full of piss right now.
Horn brothers is when you get horny at the same time. Hilarious.
Yeah, but
Really? You get hornier now?
no.
I don't even have a horn number. I'm sorry.
If y'all are wearing hats inside, please expect glisten. It doesn't matter. We found the bot. We found a bot.
Marcus is going to whether or not for gripping the soul distribution or sitting on podcasts. I noticed a lot of weird manners. It's like he does like self-soothing activities, like he rubs his legs, you know?
Yeah.
Like he's very tactile. So this is a neutral observation, just because certain personality types, I think, do like rubbing behaviors or like, but he was always doing this on his knees. Yeah. You know, he's like, what is it called? Stimming?
Yeah. It's like self-soothing.
Yeah. Like you constantly.
Oh, yeah. He does that all the time.
I felt compulsively. I have compulsions, but then if people make you aware of them, you become subconscious.
Yeah.
I don't know what my compulsions are. Oh, I used to play with my beard all the time. I still do.
Yeah, he played that.
They would talk about that on the pod. Like they're like, oh, Cooney's at his beard again. Tell him to stop.
Yeah.
Good luck with that. Mark, did you hook up with?
Okay, hold on. Yeah, no.
Stop.
Mark, did you hook up with?
No, you don't need to read that.
No.
You don't need to. Yeah.
Jamal. Let's see. Did Shop take his big juice straight or require a rain case or grade? That's
Oh shit.
It's called autism. Shab's not autistic.
Yeah.
He's mentally retarded, but not autistic. Why won't he answer about Sanaz? So I got word that Sanaz called me deranged. But turns out, hopefully you'll find it in the future, but she's the most deranged person who's ever worked for Shop. And I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true. She's crazy. What's like you have no fucking idea.
Y'all must have forgot. I like crazy too.
It wouldn't surprise me if she ended up in jail next year because of that.
Whoa, that crazy?
Maybe.
Okay, allegedly.
Maybe.
Sure, I get it.
Why would I say something that didn't come out to be true? You know what I mean?
Did you ever see? Let me rephrase this question because it is one of my questions, Mr. Mark. What's the most kratom you've seen Shop take at once?
I like the
Jesus Christ.
what's the happy hippo?
No, then he takes it in the mouth and would make me nauseous. You know what I mean? Where I'm like, and I've taken kind of tries where it's like, one could be fun.
Yeah.
Just some sort of buzz. Happy, there's happy hippo shot.
Oh, I thought it was like in shots.
It's like heroin, right?
I'm sure you could do it at times if you wanted to, but I'm probably talking about how you have to do like Jack Daniels. And I said, oh wow.
Who did that? Alcohol. That's crazy. Who said that?
Tommy Lee. Oh, that's really not injecting a bunch of drugs in everything. But like, this, I don't know. We're trying to minimize the things. Yeah. Inject things in.
Why do that?
I'll tell you why. Because I love medicine.
So fucking. It's like, there are people here. Look at all the people that are excited. Here's the paper to shave.
I used to inject benzos directly into my penis. That's not even when it was really bad. I couldn't.
Is that why the show's called the Gold Show?
I couldn't build a benzo.
Oh my gosh, Lucas Montgomery is dead.
Could he plays with his left eyebrow like
That's
I'm
true.
Christian?
You're blocked. Hot comment, bye. We fire bye.
What I know about bots, I actually be surprised if bots have sex.
Right. Allegedly.
From what I know about it now.
Yeah.
And I say that with like, I'm not such anybody, or like, I'm not one of these like, of course, I know enough about her to know her proclivities. That's all. But what do I know? I'm just a guy.
I heard she stands 10 toes down. That's what people were telling me. She stands 10 toes down. I mean, I don't know. What is your favorite bit from the Gringo Poppy if you had to pick one?
So, wouldn't it be cool if I was gay? She was like, who's just like bros? Like, man, Kobe with the bros?
Yeah.
Just everyone's gay?
Yeah, at night we fuck each other. Yeah. It's a good one.
It's like, it's just so happy. I don't know. It's just so happy. I mean, confusing my favorite bit was just kind of like, what I thought about the most, like, actual good, and like, act or tweet, act out, or like, what if God had a little twitch assistant? It's funny how he works into everything he does. But yeah, like, there has to be. Yeah. Because, look, playing high school football or whatever, it's like, you're always making teachers do it. But you see like a 4-year-old man constantly making gay jokes. What's going on there, bud? Yeah. What's going on with fascination with penis where every single episode getting talking about dicks?
I don't even believe that he plays video games, right? Because you know in the videos, like when we play video games with each other, like what video game does he play?
None.
Right? So that's just like he's like a non-human trying to like random podcast. He's
console. No, he's too stupid. It's an abstract thing where he's like, guys play video games, right? I can pass it off as something that I do that's normal.
He's probably bad at every single video game.
Video games. Yeah, because video games are. I get up video games and I realize how much better my friends are than me. I'm like, oh, you know, I'm snacks. Then Tony Hawk. And we're getting 3 years of playing it every day. So like, just get it. Yeah. I'm still a guy who's good at video games.
I really just play Tony Hawk for the music, if I'm being honest. We're not doing all caps, y'all. No.
We actually like all caps.
No, because it's just like attention grabbing, and they're not really. And it's also like if they're not here all the time, it's like I'm not gonna.
Yeah. They're going to pull away time from Jimmy.
Yeah, it's how it's like jokes all the time. You make gay jokes all the time, too?
Brennan Schaub is.
Yeah. Someone's accusing you of making gay jokes.
Well, listen, you think I'm Antoine Jameson too.
Someone said Happy Sherman Buck would be one of the brothers of the scenario. I certainly would be. Why would you expect me? You guys fucking love me.
If we do any kind of gay joke, it's ironic.
The gay community is some of my biggest supporters.
I'll be back out of pissing the sink. I'm pissing like a
I
madman.
love for gay dudes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, pissing in the sink. I mean, I do it every night.
Every day.
Yeah.
Only game Papa's good at is NASCAR.
All caps, no gas.
Can you do me a favor? Adam is one of our loyal supporters. He has a wife named Ellie. Can you say, what's up, Adam and Ellie? Make sure to cuddle tonight or something like that. You know, what's up? What's up,
Adam and Ellie? Make sure you cuddle.
Yeah!
Motherfucking boo on.
Adam.
No, let it out that bridge, dog.
Dude, if Ellie is not being turned on by that, then I don't know what else to do, Adam.
Twin.
And it's with the champion.
Oh, my God. Nobody, baby, nobody, Ellie.
I'll sit back and watch Boys and Men. Sit back and take the whole video. It's like, that's how I do the wild. And like the music video is like about this like tragic breakup. It's about like the incident of like the romantic tragedy is like the girl makes a cake for the guy, but he like leaves the room for a second, and he's like, "Can I have this cake?" And then
I want to show you, Ellie, that Adam needs you. Adam. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Adam needs you.
Keto is keto.
That's right.
My big dick is right there.
Sorry about that.
Got to shoot up a cougar. What if we were gay?
Give me some bands off.
What
Oh, shit, Ellie's in here, dude. What? Oh, that was cool. I actually wanted to do that.
That was great.
Knock that out, yeah.
That was great. I think you could do so many versions of that song.
Yeah.
There could be a shop version, Peterson version, Shredder version.
Yeah. I like the part I'm permanently part of the Thick Boy album. Sean took down all the episodes where I appeared as a guest on The Fighter and the Kid from the video, but just like clips, the episodes on the Clips channel,
Yeah.
and you can still get the audio version, but like this was like to spite me, you know? It was like, oh, like even though I appeared in like 100 episodes after that, like in the Cat's chair or whatever, but I'm like, oh, you got me. You got the final episodes that I'm on as a guest. That's right.
You said you're still on the record, the Big Boy music?
You can find me. He didn't take down the audio versions of Black as well. And then there's a clip where it's like, oh, Mark Harley talks about lifting weights on this episode.
Yeah.
He didn't quite finish the job. Erasing me from
lazy.
I guess. I like the next question. At hour 22.
S-words, frijoles y queso. That's pretty great.
Called out more for saying he played in the NFL. I feel like he does get called out a lot, but it's insane. That is an insane line.
Yeah. He just become more
It was like, I don't know, just because he did it so far from doing that, it's like I don't know, showing up at fucking the Buffalo Bills. Like I played, but that's how close it was.
Yeah. It's like having a courtside seat at a Lakers game and saying that you played LeBron.
Yeah, right. Throwing up at the Lakers 25, 46 times. I was there when there's multiple also the repeats saying that because it was Joe Rogan, for example, so many times that I love like the Pulse He said he did it. Okay, in reality, you were in culture when you were heading into the deadlifting and benching, blah, blah, blah. Now, for the record, I did it 33 times as a 19-year-old in college, so it's like, this isn't that impressive, right? Yeah. And doing that 33 times, it's an NFL level number. However, you also have to, like, if you're a linebacker and you bench press 225 33 times, you also have to run a 4.6. You also have to have a fucking, 30-inch vertical. You also have all these other things that make super difficult. So bench press is really not relevant. I want to be strong. That's right. Now, that's right. People this out there and say, you're struggling. First of all, the time was referring to the turn into 40 reps. You kept repeating this. It's like, let's say 42 or whatever. Right. I was there. You did 30 reps, which is impressive. You're a strong bench. 30 reps is very good. Right. However, plates is a culture. And I have photographic evidence of this. They don't weigh 45 pounds.
Everybody knows that.
They weigh, but there's calibrated plates for powerlifting that are colored and they're from, Amigo or whatever. There's certain brands of powerlifting plates that are calibrated to be exactly, but just regular iron plates, there's like discrepancy between each other.
Interesting.
So,
I would have just
as low as 41 pounds. So, it is possible if you take 3 pounds off each plate, all of a sudden you're with 12 less pounds, which is significant. So, that's what my 212 pounds for 3 reps, and you're bouncing off your chest, you're not knocking out, which may not count in a combine situation. And then lying about it and trading in 40s by not getting this
Why would he tell you something different?
Yeah, just classic pathological line where he's blowing out other people and like, hey, I was there. I didn't do 40, you did 30. And then because he kept saying it, like, and Rogan's impressed by it because he wasn't there, so why would you lie about it? Right. You should know better. Because again, I've seen shop at bench press for plates, like, you don't need to lie about that. What do you need to exaggerate?
The other thing was impressive enough.
Yeah. So, but then where he's posting for a while, like, people are looking at this, they're like, oh, look, he posted himself doing the bench press. At first you just post, like, a picture of the bench press, and it's like, well, this thing. It's like, cool, but show you doing it. One story, bro. Just did 700 pounds. Here's a picture of 700 pounds on the bench. Why don't you just focus on this? So, then he posted a video and he's like, you did 26 reps. What happened to the 40? In his mind, he was like, we're done with left.
And he's like, what do you believe, me or the guy that sent it to 60 like that?
See how, you do 100 reps. See how this did 20? Obviously, I did 100. This is a great question. Do you think Brendan can do an oil change? No. Is there any truth?
It's so funny.
Is there any evidence of him performing an oil change?
I don't see any online. Seems like he barely put gasoline in the car. That's a Diet Coke talking.
6'5", bench pressing 225, done count.
Yeah.
I do. Okay, so what the done count thing was really funny because we were looking, and I think did I maybe present this video when I was doing current events, but I showed a video, and maybe it was Ryan's opener. Nick is this really buff guy. That guy. Yeah. He's a cool guy. I think because you're referencing this, I was like, dude, Shop's so ridiculous for like trying to mock you.
Yeah, because he's got the short arms.
20-pound dumb heads, you know, which is most commercial gyms 120 pounds of
That's a
lift,
lot,
right? And he shoulder presses
I
them
think that in a way it's sort of, I mean, you could say, oh, it's an
like
epic
9
movie, it's a
times or
takes place
something,
over a
which
period
is
of time, it shows like the highs and
Yeah,
lows.
he's a big
And I
kid.
don't think that it says that, oh,
but
this
he
is
had
great,
like,
everyone's
so
go out and be
if
performing.
you know
I
a
think
wrist
it's
wrap,
just like,
it's a wrist
these
support,
people
so your
have
wrist
this
doesn't
life, and
collapse.
you know, this is what it's like,
Help
this is what we do.
right? Like, if you put an elbow wrap on, that creates an elastic advantage where it's like there's a rebound from going here, so you can add weight.
I definitely need that
Wrist
shit.
is just for support. Sean looks at it and goes, he's wearing wrist wraps. It doesn't count. It's like, what? It doesn't help you lift more weight. It helps your wrist not breathe.
Yeah, he probably doesn't. He either is lying or he doesn't know it.
But he's just his logic for everything is, what's the thing I can use to dismiss the person who's doing better than me?
Yeah.
Because he couldn't do that, so he has to say it doesn't even count. But what do wrist straps do exactly? Do they help you lift more weights? Oh, I don't know.
He hates anybody that does anything. You know, when the question
it's true, no, truly.
can you either saying can Schaub do a oil change, and then someone else, I think it was Mark Mayer said, can Schaub change a tire? The real question is, can Schaub change a light bulb?
How many Schaubs does it take to screw a light bulb?
Big inches, yeah.
Mom, Schaub is deaf watching. What's your message? But the funny thing is, Schaub is just scared to watch this. He's a man who's scared of, he's scared of comments. He literally is.
Yeah, I mean, so you know, he really doesn't read comments?
He's scared to.
Yeah.
Like, I read them because I go, give me something to argue with. This is fun for me. I read them compulsively looking for conflict.
I just learned a long time ago that you can never, ever read, even if the live stream, I haven't read a single one of these things coming out. Baseball Dead Letter, what did you guys think about what happened to Bubba's dog, Donnie, and he guesses? Thank you, Anthony. Oh, it's Donald Trump's dog. Oh, is that dog off the pod now? I don't know. Probably his own solo pod.
You know what is rebooting as I'm looking over all this
Big dog.
Big dog pod events. I had this video on my phone of when I lost my cat in late 2021, early 2022. My cat went missing for 8 days, and me and Luana were really torn up about it. And I thought the cat was dead. You have to accept if a cat goes missing, you have to accept.
I remember that. Yeah,
and I sent to him privately, him and Chappelle video, of us. We had just found the cat, and you're sleepless, you haven't slept with me. You're looking for a cat. You have to stay up at night, take shifts. It fucks with you mentally so much. And I'm super into my animals, so it's this is all you can think about.
Sure, yeah, you're right.
I sent it to him, going just him and Chappelle, we found our cat Spider, and it's a video of him coming and eating rabbit as he has eaten for 8 days. It was raining and super cold. It was the coldest day in fucking January ever. It was the day he got lost. We were super worried about him. And you hear Luana's talking to her mom in German in the background, and we're both kind of crying, and I'm faint, but I was emotional. Sure. He plays it on fucking Fighter and the Kid and starts making fun of us.
Oh shit.
He was I got Luana in the background. I'm you're doing a Hitler joke about Luana crying because she's speaking in German to her mom, and then making fun of my god, dude. Hey, cool, so bro. But it's now I don't take offense to it. It just tells me you have no empathy.
No, probably not.
And you don't understand people's relationships with pets.
I know that too, because we lost a cat, Rogan and Shorty Pie, our cat. We can't find.
Really?
Yeah.
No, it's pretty brutal. It's
haven't seen him in a while.
Cats, you either keep them indoors. I know. Take my cats outside and monitor them and take them inside. But cats want to be outside all the time.
How many cats do you have?
4.
Oh, shit.
And I walk them every day. But
really? With a leash?
I don't walk them, I just walk them. They like to play in the courtyard of our apartment complex. And they just like to smell shit and be outside as much. But if a cat had its way, it would be outside most of the day.
I like cats, but I have a dog.
Yeah,
and I like
dogs too.
Yeah, do you have
cats are easier? If you're living in an
that's why
apartment,
they're
easier to
shredded cat daddy. What's that?
I'm a lifelong cat lover, and but I also love all animals. There doesn't have to be the dog-cat, dichotomy here. I also love dogs too. It's just dogs are higher maintenance,
Yeah, you can't really leave with the dog. You have to make all these plans.
Dogs are
just have someone come feed it.
We selectively bred dogs to be more attached to humans and need more human attention and kind of be by your side all the time. Cats require 20 minutes of interaction a day.
Which is why I think Brenda's figured it out. It's you get a dog, you give it back, or take it to get murdered or whatever it is.
Hey, remember when he tried to
just do that?
remember when he fucked up the hypoallergenic Russian blue cats or whatever they it was a specific kind of cat that he was looking for. I was the person who he tasked with helping him find this breeder. It's very hard to find hypoallergenic. Actually, there's a bunch of scams out there. If you look for breeding cats, he got scammed first, maybe after this, but it's difficult landscape to navigate if you're not savvy. There's probably a lot more dog breeders out there. Cats that are that don't trigger allergies. If you're looking for that, it's a couple breeds, and you're either getting a hairless cat or just one kind of cat. And I connected them with these people who are legit. And he goes on his podcast after I'd secured the deal. And I'm you're gonna go pick him up this week.
Yeah.
And he talks shit about the cats. These stupid fucking cats, and the owners have been and somebody from the Reddit forwards it. I think to his wife, someone clipped it and was you can easily just there's one breeder of these certain kinds of cats in LA, so they sent it to her, and I saw this recently a screenshot of this hostile message where the woman's but also fairly, it's I'm glad your husband outed himself and for being you saved us the trouble of giving one of our cats to a horrible what would be a horrible pet owner. Thank you,
man.
But he couldn't even. I was you can't you compulsively talk shit about so many things in your life that you don't even realize you just paid me to work 20 hours to find these cats, and then you're just couldn't keep your mouth shut long enough for one fucking podcast episode to not talk shit about a stranger who you're about to do business with and fuck up the whole opportunity.
I mean, Chavez says, I like how you bring up how he keeps getting scammed. Because I think we should try to scam him.
He is the biggest, he's the perfect target. I mentioned before how the former creative director would talk about the magic beans.
The magic beans people. Shav, you need alien insurance.
Yeah, it's here's the house. Your social media.
Yeah.
Your switch? Oh.
Yeah.
He used to run this scam where he would get more followers. There was an automated process that you could do where, let's say you're a celebrity, right? And there's an automated thing that likes random people's stories.
Yeah.
Because if you're
really?
A check mark and 1 million followers, and somebody sees that you like your story, it drives traffic to your page, and then they follow you. So it actually does work.
Yeah.
But at the time, it was being counterbalanced by the fact that he had fucked with Bobby Lee, and so people were just unfollowing him by the thousands.
Yeah.
It's you can't make up for this. It would have worked if you had a net neutral following, but
some engagement.
I was just going through all these screenshots and people would be oh, hey, thanks for liking my story, Brendan. Because I'd be sending it to him. So it's he hired this guy, I remember, and stiffed him in the final month because he just didn't feel like paying it.
Allegedly.
Yeah, it was $5,000 a month, run this thing. And so you start getting new results. I'm well, it is. It's just, if you look at how many followers you're getting, it's just being drowned out by the unfollows because of your own actions. Crazy.
Yeah. It's crazy because when you hit that hundreds of dollars or millions, it's you don't see the unfollowing rate really.
Yeah. But just somehow someone who didn't play on their college team is playing in the NFL. LOL. Yeah, exactly. The delusion. Somebody says, Mark, you know how hard it is to play in the NFL, but somehow someone who didn't play on their college team is playing in NFL. Wait, is that a reference to current players? Because if so, I don't know. I don't follow NFL currently. Guys, can we let PGL Tom be? He hasn't got a worse than that. Guys, stop. Let me talk. Jesus.
This has been so much fun, dude. This has been amazing.
How do I, So how many times is Gringo Poppy going to play?
I mean, we did the math. I think it's 57 or 58. I don't know even what number we're on now. I will tell you, you made the first 3 hours bearable.
I was thinking about the production value versus this first one.
Yeah.
Like it's like the first one looks amazing because of the theater and the lights and everything's so perfect. And it was like this looks like it was shot in someone's like basement.
Super 8 camera.
Yeah.
My favorite joke is actually on the first one of Shops.
Which one?
When he's like hunting with Joe Rogan. Shut up, Goody. This is my favorite joke. When he's hunting with Joe Rogan and he goes, where are the turkeys at? Over there? Okay, cool. And then he goes, and he kicks all the turkeys. Fucking hilarious, dude.
Why does he kick I don't remember this joke.
Because he's like, it's so easy to kill them. You know, you don't need a gun. You can just kick the turkeys. He's like, where are they at? Over there? Okay, oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And he starts kicking them.
I like all his jokes about like callousness towards animals.
Yeah, that's a good point, Mark. I mean, turkeys are great. You ever see those wild turkeys? They're so funny and they're kind of friendly.
Yeah.
Some of them let you pet them. And
I don't know, I get hunting
more
elk.
turkeys.
I kill one elk and eat the meat for the rest of the year. I totally get that, but I don't know. Trophy hunting is a little weird to me, but I get like the argument for it is it drives animal conservation.
Yeah. Sure. Sometimes you gotta kill a deer.
I just wouldn't ever sign up like, let me go kill a lion.
You wouldn't want to do that.
So I can put its head in my fucking living room. It's such a weird instinct.
Yeah, that'd be cannibalism,
It's
dude.
a dead animal that was in an enclosed environment, and I had a high-powered rifle. You know?
Talking about a lion killing a lion, bee?
Yeah.
Mark, let me ask you a question about that. Do you feel any kinship to lions now?
Yes.
That's a ridiculous
I always
question.
have.
You always have?
I remember as a child, I saw this guy, an article about a guy like who somehow had like he had a pet lion, but there was some like he might have been South Africa, like he lived in a place where there would be more like an actual lion in the wild.
Yeah.
But he like befriended a large cat, and there are these people you can see them on the internet where they like that one famous South African guy who like. He kind of has his like herd of lions. He also does it with hyenas, but he knows all their behaviors. You can own a tiger and develop a friendship with them. Tigers are much more solo. Like they in nature, they have their own territory and they go solo. But lions are highly social. They're the most social big cats, right? So I've always thought it would be so cool to fucking have a big cat. You know, because they act just like regular cats, just bigger.
Yeah.
You know, and they could instead of like, it's like scratch my arm, it's like you'd be dead. But you know,
this question I wanted to ask you next right here. I think it got lost in the sauce here. Oh, what? We're already on another take of the Gringo Poppy?
God damn, dude, not enough, man.
Did he delete it? It was a great question. Oh, here we go. This is it right here. Do you think Brendan has ever read an entire book without pictures?
No.
Such a quick no. He only reads picture books. He hasn't read like Hemingway or
name a book you read.
Jane Austen. Jane Austen.
Do you guys remember like
Little Women.
I'm gonna say this. Harry's Quantity was also
Jeff Dias read Little Women.
with that, but I have a little Tim Kennedy story. Indirectly involves Tim Kennedy. But he was on the Food Truck Diaries when I was working there, and he came in again. Tim was very gracious to me. I also get that he seems to have told some ridiculous sociopathic lies that I'm like, what the fuck? Like, again, isn't it enough to be a Green Beret who, like, was a great MMA fighter?
Yeah.
You had to, like, invent, you know, that you did more crimes in order to seem cool. Like, you know,
Yeah.
and no one's checking that for you and being like, hey, bad idea, buddy.
Yeah.
Who's surrounding you, you know? What was your upbringing like?
Yeah.
There's this deficit of attention.
Did you have a bad childhood with the Vita Vice?
Yeah.
he got Tim Kenny's like, I was in Glendale the other day and I was just shooting all these Armenians.
Because even looking at that, like,
Not even looking at one.
it was funny watching Callan try to explain. Because Shab always has these like broad stroke, like, I got it. So okay, look, Kenny's good guy, and Callan's like, no, precisely what the argument is whether or not he had the Bronze Star would be good.
Yeah.
Specific shit that I don't know about. McAllen researched into it and had an understanding of like why it's a big deal to, you know, like even go from this star to something with a, you know, but and he actually looked into it and shot, yeah, he's a good guy. It's like, dude, we're not fucking. You have to be. This is a very nuanced debate here.
Yeah.
Military people are talking about the technicalities of medals that they get, and it's in that world. It's very important to be highly specific and not misrepresent yourself.
Well, that's the thing about that world is that he's not Superman, but you're gonna find out he's Batman. You know what I mean?
What the fuck does that kind of even? I was like, huh? You know?
What?
I like this absent physical kind of like because we're just watching the physical component of this,
Yeah.
But like what he perceives as like this is
Like I wasn't,
do
but
this face on stage.
I like donuts.
Well, I'm glad that we have a lion in here with a gay device.
Did somebody write that?
It's just somebody like that. His name is Gerbaldo Adderton.
I'm just like,
You just gadoosh me. But no, so
well, I'm a guy with this fucking squirrels device, so.
my point for Tim Kennedy, by the way, was the morning that Tim Kennedy was coming on the show.
Yeah.
Food Truck Diaries, he's promoting his book.
Yeah.
Guess what? I get at 8 in the morning. Hey, could you like read the book real quick and like give me some notes?
Oh
that is the whole thing, but I had to like scan. I had to like download the book,
Did you
and
read
scan
the book
it, and
before
like
you did
find like a few. It's like give me like a book report like an hour. So I had to like feed Shop questions so that he could pretend as if he had read it.
That's why.
Right?
That is ridiculous.
And I'm like, why not just say you didn't read it? Who gives a fuck? Nobody thinks you're a reader.
Yeah.
And then you go, so I didn't read the book, but tell me about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And allow Tim to talk, right?
He can tell you about the
Why
book.
does everything have to be predicated on a lie? You're making yourself, because that worked. Because like he asked the questions that I told him to set up because it was just thematic. It was like, oh, so you talk about this in the book, and it teed up Tim perfectly.
Yeah.
It just if he'd asked one follow up, it's like, oh, like, did you remember the chapter about this? And he'd be like, yeah, the one with the thing in it.
And he said, yeah. Oh my god.
Had Tim asked one follow up question.
Okay,
so I would have been
House of Cards.
your ability to assess risk. What the fuck is
Chili
Chili
Relleno.
What the fuck is Wingus McDingus, dude?
He's Batman.
I got a stupid Tim Kennedy out here. Tim Kennedy, ever been killed by him? Sorry, I'm off the show.
Mark, did Brennan after that video of everyone congratulating him for his Ringo Poppy special, or did Chin actually come up with that on his own unprompted?
It was planned unprompted, but here, let me say this. What kind of person would you anticipate? Like, because, like, it's almost like, oh my God, you threw this surprise birthday party. It's like, I don't want that, Like, don't give me an emotional thing.
Right.
Like,
I'm recording a podcast, Doc.
yeah, exactly.
So, Greedy tries to make me cry all the time.
It was like it's telling of what the environment necessitates. Like Shin's anticipating that this is something that needs to happen. That Brendan, if it didn't happen, would feel insulted.
Yeah.
He needs to have some sort of self-congratulatory, emotional, like, celebration of his, like, oh my God, thank you for the Academy Award.
Yeah, yeah.
You put out a 26-minute video on YouTube.
Wait,
what
26?
the fuck are you talking about,
And that's got bumpers, too, so it's like 23.
And it didn't accomplish it. It's like, maybe had this one some award, like, oh, you won the Mark Twain Award or whatever, like something for the Andy Kaufman Award for comedy. Like, it's not an accomplishment to post a video to YouTube.
Yeah.
So I don't get what the premise is.
So
it's like, congratulations on uploading a video. But we also celebrated when it hit 1 million views. He took us all to dinner, but he bought 300,000 views.
Oh shit!
He bought views on the Ringo Poppy?
Yes.
Oh,
wow. And I heard it from the
He didn't even need to do that.
Who was like, because he felt in his mind that getting to 1 million views would
it's a benchmark.
Prove everyone wrong.
Yeah.
But he gets fixated on it needs to be this, it needs to be a certain thing.
Speaking of being fixated, I don't expect you to watch all of our shows, but we have this idea that Shop hates us, right? Yeah. So if you could do me a favor, because we've articulated our views on this, right?
Yeah.
And it's been asked a bunch of times in the chat, if you can close your eyes and paint the picture for me of what it'll be like if he finds where we are and how he would potentially hurt us. Go for it.
Yes.
Floor is yours.
So, Shop would handle if he figured out where you guys lived and actually was forced to watch your content.
Yeah.
Which you would have to force him to watch it, because the moment anybody made any sort of fun of him, like, he doesn't just like it's fun for you to be the butt of a joke. Like I said before, it's like, if it's a good joke, like, please, by all means. If it's shitty and mean, like, okay, but your community is very fun.
Yeah,
I mean, you're not like you're not vicious towards
You
each other.
leave unscathed when you're here, is what you're saying.
Like I mean, like, out of all the places that like make shop content, you guys are very fair.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Good spirit.
Thank you. Now get to the part where he comes in and
We've
he's
done
story.
better,
I'm saying,
sir.
so
I've never counted.
if you were a normal human being, like if you had a 10 minutes of fucking Chris D'Elia or Brian Callen, they'd be like, oh, that's hilarious. Like,
Yeah.
that you guys like do a podcast about me every week. Like, that's funny. Shab would hate it, first of all, irrationally, because you guys are, it's all fun and spirited.
Even though we love him.
Yeah, like,
Yeah, we're not
you're-
biggest fans.
you know, yeah, it's all good spirited. He would hate the moment that he discovered that he was the butt of a joke by plebeians, you know, he was like beneath them.
Yeah.
These guys are nobodies, right? So it's like, who are these nobodies in their mom's closet and doing like, you know, like, and so he'd use every adjective to dismiss
They're all little
and then he would imagine beating up or talk about beating the shit out of you or
Outside of here.
like, yes. Shab would never confront you face to face because he has an aversion to face conflict because, like, I'm not saying he is scared to fight. Obviously, he fought in the UFC, but he was paid to do it, and I assume he has more nerves than, like, some people are less bothered by it. It's like, you think Khabib or Magomedov gets nervous to fight?
Yeah.
I think that's the coldest motherfucker.
You're right. No, you
know what I mean? Like,
Goddamn dick in here.
But some guys, admittedly, like George St. Pierre, like he just admitted to being very nervous, and it makes sense because he's kind of a nerdy guy, but he's just really good at fighting. But it's like you're in an arena and some dude's trying to beat the shit out of you. Of course,
But you walk in here and two fat dudes are eating coffee cakes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a joke.
Here's what I'm saying though:
That's not gonna take it
is
seriously.
that Brendan in real life, despite like his success in the UFC, he's not somebody who enjoys like conflict per se. Like, I enjoy confrontation more than he does.
Yeah.
You know, the idea of like beating the shit out of someone who deserves it.
Oh.
Like for example,
Oh my God.
if like,
Scared.
you know, no, I'm just saying, like, if I saw some dude like bullying my friend, like, it would be like, oh, I get to beat the shit out of this guy. Like,
Nice, let's go.
Let's go. Justified, right?
No violence.
But that's predicated on the idea of a moral compass,
Yes.
right? Where
You're right. Damn, you're fucking smart, Mark. What the fuck, dude?
Dude, yeah. This
because
is somebody who did listen to our
who like literally enjoys sadistically inflicting violence on people just because you're capable of it, and it gives you pleasure in the act of committing violence against people. Like, you draw pleasure from that. Brendan's not a sociopath, but it implies like there would be a world. Now, of course, if somebody attacked his wife or kids, of course, it's an automatic.
Oh, yeah,
I have no doubt that he would defend.
He's gonna intersect the hell out of you, dude.
But he wouldn't be able to comprehend or justify what the moral transgression is.
Yeah.
Now, there are fighting words for guys where it's like, you can roast me or whatever, but there's certain things a guy can say to me where I'm like, you're inviting me to hit you in the face.
Right,
Yeah.
like if
Disrespecting me
Yeah.
in a way that transgresses a male boundary.
like if you ate someone's Triscuits and they were like, "Hey, why did you eat my Triscuits?"
And then their mom calls
Good
you.
douche,
Yeah, you probably have to yell at your mom. But if you say it to my mom,
That
I'm
is a
gonna kill
predicate
you.
for physical violence. And that's a funny thing to analyze too, because that shows you the moral compass is broken there. You're attacking a guy because you ate his food.
Wow.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
You know, Brian, wow, no,
Just
that's
a
good.
bully.
Wow.
In his mind, he's the hero of that story. He doesn't realize, he's like, oh no, you're Cobra Kai, you know.
Oh,
You're
Assad,
the
dude.
Assad is one of our favorites.
Finally, dude, he's a chef.
Hey, real quick, y'all talking about Baba being scared. That's your takeaway. Look him in the room. Lock him in the room and he'll talk his way out on skate with the Diet Coke.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just telling you, like, why would I lie about my perception of Brendan, the the most mean and aggressive he was in group chats. He likes to bully people where he has formal authority in front of other people.
Yeah.
And knowing that if you clap back at him, it's going to be in front of other people, therefore he's justified in firing you.
Yes.
I would be far more aggressive. Like, I would say things to him in text message that he's probably never heard before from an employee. But it's just me going coldly, like, you're wrong. Like, I'm sorry, Brendan. I'd be diplomatic, but I'm like, let me analyze this for you and tell you why you're incorrect and be coherent. And he, like, it scrambled his brain because he's like, employees aren't, stop arguing. I'm like, but I'm right.
Yeah.
And you're just totally wrong to the point of, like, if I tell you that you're right, I'm actually, like, harming your business, you know?
Yeah.
And then in person, we'd have these conflicts over text and be like, let's talk tomorrow. And he'd be like, hey, what's up, brother? Like, he's very reconciliatory.
Yeah.
And I'm okay. Like, football coaches in my life, like when I played college football, I had this head coach who was like a former NFL offensive lineman who was like super smart and like just an aggressive, nasty competitor, you know?
Yeah.
He would get in your fucking face and just be like, if you fucked up, like, he would like grab your face mask, like, what the fuck, you know, like, so I'm okay with guys being like, you fucked up and I'm telling you directly, but you'd also, if you did a great job, he'd bring the same energy to compliment you. So I'm not scared of a boss being like, you fucked up and
assertive boss.
Yeah, it's like, cool, be direct and tell me what I need to do. But Shab is like, he'll be a dick to you in a text message group chat, but then see you in person, be like, hey man, so I gotta tone it down and be a little. I'm like, okay, you want me to say be a yes man more? Is that what you're saying? You know, you want me to not point out that you're a fucking idiot to the group chat?
So you want me to tell you what we think will happen?
Yeah.
You know, you're very diplomatic. I mean, we're more on your side now where we don't believe he'll actually hurt us. You know what I mean? But we used to have two big red chairs. Only for the sole reason that we can dance around him while he tries to choke us out.
Yeah, we were thinking the chairs could maybe give us some time. We'd like hold it right in front of him and he'd try and get us.
That's hilarious.
Last line of defense kind of
But then Bobby Lee told us that we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah. Tiger Belly's money is pretty good, but most of that we just put right back in the pot.
Yeah.
As you can see from the portos.
Right. Yeah, the coffee cakes.
He pays us pretty well. He's a good boss. Bobby's assertive.
Yes.
He'll tell us, like, you know, hey, there weren't enough clips about, you know, like
more beans, more cheese. Yeah.
You know, where like we still know Mr. Whole Foods is. I've given you guys like years to find that out.
The mastermind.
Yeah. So it's like, I always talk with Bobby every night.
I still remember that phone call.
Oh yeah, I saw it.
Dude.
Yeah.
He called me up. He's like, we fucking got him, dude.
We got
Bobby Lee's behind the server, and I'm like, no way. Like, how do you know this? He's like, fucking hackers that I hired with a duffel bag full of cash. Hackers. Accounts opener. I'm like, okay. Here's what I'm gonna recommend you do. Don't tell anyone about this.
Yeah.
Let's just think it through.
Yeah.
Try to maybe gather some more information.
Wrong.
Sure that what they're saying.
Stupid suggestion by you.
This email address that these anonymous people gave you that might be Bobby Lee's email, but maybe not. Because you don't have to verify your email and make it like, right? Something a 12-year-old could think through. Steps of like, and I verified this is true.
You gotta give it up to that guy that doesn't matter that made that motherfucking email tigerbelly.com.
Oh yeah,
that guy, dude.
That's a bad
chef's kiss. All you do is lie to me.
Right,
Rogan is shorty pie.
Somebody out there actually did that.
Yeah.
And made Brendan Schaub ruin his career.
And Brian. Brian was threatening people on behalf of this server or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah.
Flapjack.
B, honestly, how well do you think you do in a real fight with Papa? I think you'd be surprised, B. All I've ever said about fighting Brendan is that I wouldn't be scared to. It's like I played fucking college football against guys who are bigger and stronger than Brendan. I wrestled heavyweight in high school.
A lot of cappuccinos.
Do you think I'm scared of being punched in the face?
Yeah.
I've been in more street fights and we're like, I'm just not like, do you think engaging in physical violence with a guy who's roughly my size scares me? You must not know me.
That's how I feel about Agostino Zinga. I'd probably beat him up.
That guy
He's a great guy.
my wife's DMs.
Oh yeah, I've heard.
Like it was so funny. I'm like, hey, do you think Luana would go for you? Like,
he's slid into my DMs.
Did he?
Oh,
He's trying to fuck?
Well, let's just say he slid into more than that.
He said, gimme, devil face emoji. Did
he say that?
No, he was actually kind of polite. I mean, hey, shoot or shoot. But he was like, hey, if you're ever in London, like, come through. But it was He was polite, but like he was hitting on her.
Yeah. If you have any London blood, come on through.
We see you crash out in jail. You didn't give him this comment. What the fuck are you talking about? Crash out. When did I crash out? When my wife was hiking my.
I crash out every night.
On the cell phone away to Sequoia National Forest after locking me in the apartment.
Drug Flip asked this a little earlier.
Has Brian taken loans or something from Papa? Is that we saw? No, he needs money for alimony, dude. Mark, when Brendan was drinking, how much alcohol was he downing? A lot. Because I remember keeping track of this, and I remember I'm looking through some of the photos that I have on my phone that I take at Shop Show at 9 a.m.
Yeah.
You have a fucking large, like, cup full of whiskey, you know?
Yeah.
Like, at 9 in the morning, and then he just keep drinking. You can't see his face, you know, where he looks bloated. It's like, well, you're drinking whiskey all throughout the day.
Cheeked up from the chin up.
And then he would do, I remember I tried to calculate how much whiskey he was drinking based on, like, he would take a large, like a glass this big, or maybe with comedy clubs, where you serve, like, a Diet Coke in.
Yeah.
With whiskey and ice, and I was trying to be like, okay, you need about like 6 shots, like to fill us up with the ice. You'd have one of those, maybe more on stage. So he was drinking at least 12 shots of whiskey at night over the course of 2 shows.
Damn.
And then
a little less than Cootie.
Way less. I was like, he was at least drinking 30 drinks of whiskey a weekend. It was
my god,
dude. And then go to Monday. So is that alcoholism? Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know what the definition of, but
I don't know if it is or not.
He seemed to at least have a very high tolerance.
Yeah.
And it was part of his act. He's like sipping a giant glass of whiskey on stage that he would finish by the end of the show.
Yikes.
And for somebody who struggles to pronounce words, it's not a great look.
Yeah,
and by the end of the second show, he'd be like, you know, he sounded drunk on top of.
What was that yellow thing he was drinking on the where he dips out? It looks like a banana. He drank out of it and he had the weird face.
Oh, that was the shui.
Okay,
In celebration of Tai Tuivasa.
That I think drinking that even one time makes you an alcoholic person.
How dumb were the baddies that hooked up with Bappa during his comedy days? Were they just naive movies? A lot of them were, but a couple of them were very intelligent and like.
How is under the 40?
Women are, you know, you have to understand that, like, the draw of status is enormous for most, even sophisticated women. It's like, yeah, you're famous. He's also, you know, tall, good-looking athlete, right? Like, is it surprising that Brendan Schaub has women offer themselves to him? No. A lot of them are dumb, but a few of them are sophisticated, but they just see through his bullshit.
Yeah.
He gaslights every woman he's with on the side to be like, he does this like future faking where he's like, I'm gonna leave my wife for you, and like,
oh my god,
he uses, he's like, poor old me, like I don't even sleep with my wife anymore. It's just like a staged marriage, like yes, for the kids, and because I've seen him to my own friends, multiple of my own friends, because I'm like, this chick that I work out with, Zoo Culture, like who he you know, like pursues, or this, I've seen him pursue so many women that like I knew before him, and so I get the real tea of like his approach is identical. You know, he just like Addie's baddies, baddie. He's the most socials. He is incapable of not repeating the same things over and over. So he uses the same story, which involves like I'm super sympathetic. My life is actually really sad at home because I don't have sex with my wife, so this is really cheating. Yeah, but you are the one that I'm gonna leave my wife for and start a family with.
Yeah, he does like a 60-year-old in the middle class.
Wait, what?
He acts like a 60-year-old in the middle class, like acting like they're gonna leave their wife. Right. They don't really have that much money, so they can't just pay for sex and like not have to coerce.
Yeah, you know, like I don't know. It's like because you could get away with all this by like, look, you know the deal, right? Mm-hmm. Like I'm famous, I have money, I have a kid. You're the side piece.
Yeah, you can't be honest.
Yeah, he needs a shared fantasy, which is also NPD, you know, classic behavior. You enter into a shared fantasy because I've received like women I didn't know that well who I met would reach out to me and be like, we made plans to go to a fertility clinic to talk about having kids. I'm like, what? I'm like, you're an idiot for believing that. Yeah. First of all, but Brendan was initiated because he develops a pretty elaborate fantasy with women who he will then discard the next week, which creates liabilities. Because, like, guess what? If you do that to enough women, one of them's gonna
Ask Crystalia.
What's that?
Ask Crystalia. Yeah, dude.
Right. It's just like you're upping the odds of like, if you treat enough women like objects, one of them might protest. Ouch. And then that might give momentum to
A movement.
a little bit of a movement. Or, other people.
Truck Flip, great question. He already answered that though.
Yeah, I think
he thinks El Rivera is Netflix.
He's
doing God's work.
He's an artiste.
How many addies went with all that wig ski? Oh, we already answered that too.
3 to 4 day.
Yeah.
It's quite a bit.
How is Brendan affording his lifestyle? It doesn't make sense. Peter. Somebody said Peter.
Okay. So I really try to not speak inaccurately,
right?
Like because there's already so many people speculating on, like he's going broke, he's doing this, but if I don't see your bank accounts or know your exact financial situations, I can't comment on that because I know he made a lot of money doing stand-up for sure. He made a lot of money doing podcasts, so like. If you have any sort of financial intelligence, you tuck some of that away.
And I think he doesn't keep it a secret that he lives outside of his means. Like he talked about that he just bought a Corvette because he got money from the UFC or whatever.
Right. I mean, that's the main thing is like a guy like me, if you give me a bunch of money, I'd be like, I'd buy a functional car and like I don't know, live in a tiny home. I don't care. I just be like, the comfort would be having a bunch of money as security to kind of do what I want and not have to worry about it. It doesn't make sense to me to be like, I got a bunch of money, I can look like I'm more rich. Yeah. Like, what? Who gives a fuck? But to him, the appearance of wealth is very important to him and Joanna. As, many people in LA that you meet that I'm just, cootie,
sure.
the fucking materialist.
They're in Austin now, though, and they do, one thing we were laughing about with the expensive thing, he's whining all the time about Austin now, and one of the first things he said was they don't have an Erewhon out here.
Oh, yes. I wanted to ask you.
Yeah, well, what do you think about that? That's a crazy thing to say.
Oh, yeah. Also, you guys have been to Erewhon.
Oh, of course.
I would never have actually shopped there had it not been for shop. No, just because it's like, I hate, because as a bodybuilder, you cook your own food, and I eat steak and rice, chicken rice, I don't need fancy shit, right? Yeah. So I'm already cooking for myself, so I'm like, wait, so this $10 steak that I could get from Costco that's amazing, the equivalent of that at Erewhon would be like $80 from the fucking, I just remember going there and being like, wait, I bought a drink and a plate of food that had meat and a side dish, and it's $40,
Yeah, their hot bar different.
It's now the food is very good, but it's going to Erewhon is part of the whole I'm rich, I can afford it. You like to be seen at Erewhon because everything's so expensive, it prices out all the brokies. So
Erewhon's like fucking Costco with a beach, dude. Just derailing.
It's a funny little thing there. They always invite me there, but I can eat McDonald's. I don't give a fuck.
Shout out to CR Guitar, dude. What the fuck?
Oh shit, dude. Mark.
CR Guitar.
CR Guitar is the guy that made our theme song.
Oh,
he's in Canada. He's a great musician.
He's a great follow on Instagram.
Mark from the Island with the T-Mouse boys. On my mom's side, her mother is Irish heritage. Mary Evelyn Ruane.
We're all
Irish. So Irish heritage.
Dude, hit up CR Guitar and
I'm so fucking. Some would say the most Irishest. What the fuck is an Erewhon be? Erewhon is like EREWHON. It's like more expensive Whole Foods.
Yeah.
The hot. It's like a grocery store where everything is 3 times the price of a normal grocery store. Literally, it's here's this small thing of strawberries. It's $18.
Yeah. I've never bought food. Well, I've never grocery shopped there. I have gotten a smoothie or two.
Yeah.
It was expensive as smoothie.
I remember
$30 smoothie.
You guys know about the protein pony nickname?
40.
That became a meme,
60.
At least on the Reddit. Or
Which one?
So, Theo Vaughn referred to me as protein pony when I was out of the room.
Oh, wow.
And it became this little moment
That's
where
pretty
Sean
great.
got mad at me.
Yeah.
Because here's what happened. I had never met Theo before. He was flying in and out. So, the first time I met him was when he came in for King of the Sting one episode early on in my tenure working there when I started to help out with King of the Sting. I met him, said, what's up? We're cool. And he had just got off the plane, and you could tell he didn't want to be there. Yeah. The whole energy and the whole theory of he really wanted to. He made some vague reference to like, you know, man, we're just doing stuff like this. Kind of, you know, your heart's not in it, whatever he said, but like he was obviously referring to King of the Sting. But you don't blame him because even just traveling across the country to do a podcast sounds horrible.
Sounds like the worst flight of all time.
Yeah. Like when you're already traveling for stand-up, it's like, why would you want to do that for? And I'm sure it was lucrative. There's some amount of money, but it's like, you don't. If you're thinking about it, you don't need it.
I could just be my living room.
Correct.
Yeah.
Like if I was making enough money, you could not pay me enough to like take another flight across the country.
But then again, podcasts are so powerful that sometimes you watch the Great Hop for 24 hours.
Hey, Mark, Bob and Chappelle have a falling out. There is certainly a reason that they do not associate with one another. I'm not going to go into the specifics of it, but just know that Chappelle is one of my closest friends. He is a person with the utmost integrity as a human being, and those kinds of people tend to not last very long with Brendan Shaw.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm not going to go into details. I'm just saying that you apply this to anybody who looks like a good person, they're not going to last very long with Brendan Shaw. Chappelle's also...
Like Sanaz.
Sanaz and Chappelle are like the polar opposite of humanity.
I just want to say,
one's a drug-addicted whore, and the other one's, you know, an incredible artist who's an introvert and doesn't give a fuck about, you know, attention so much as, you know, he's just good at comedy and gymnastics and other things. Like, Chappelle's a very talented human being, and also, you know, is a committed artist and just a likable, down-to-earth person.
Shout out to Trunkflick for asking all these questions. That has been a question throughout the chat is thoughts on Kalila. You don't have to go too far into it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, am I honest?
Even though she's our boss, but go ahead.
She's one of our bosses. Be careful.
Yeah.
She's our...
You want to say anything about her before?
She's our Jules. I mean, she's a great person.
Talk about bad about my boss.
Next.
Yeah, cool story, bro.
2 words, Mark. Blank check. Okay? So,
I mean,
I gotta go bathroom.
I don't do Baha mode, dude.
Yeah, I did a bit on, what's that show called? Well, it was a podcast that's no longer up. It was like with Richie the Clown. There's a clip I know that has some views on the internet of me mocking Kalila and doing her Filipino accent. But I do believe she has psychopathic tendencies.
Okay.
As evidenced by her poetry.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that.
Unearthed her poetry, and it's extremely dark. And if it's any sort of accurate representation of her thought process, it seems to be highly exploitative, manipulative, like fantasies of, you know, wealth, power, celebrity, like sadistic behavior towards men, like if you found someone's journal and you saw this shit, you'd be like, this person writes like a psychopath. You know what I mean?
I wonder. Yeah, I do.
So that's my evidence for that. And then also in person, she seems to be performatively, emotionally intelligent, right? She does the whole like, when we considered being mindful of the things that we talk, so you know,
great
she's
boss, but
misdirecting you with a calm, deliberate. She's articulate and smart enough to misdirect away from the fact that she's calculated, vindictive, sadistic. Right? If you look at enough clips of Tiger Belly, you'll see evidence of her being. When the mask slips, she's sadistic. She has enough self-awareness not to do that all the time. And she often comes across as genuine, and I'm like, I believe that she is very close with Bobby, but like, I have to assume she is very calculated in her pursuit of Bobby, and she's highly incentivized to make the relationship seem as legitimate as possible and her love legitimate, even though I would assign very ulterior, like, calculated motives for her to pursue Bobby and become well-known and famous. Although I'm not saying she didn't do anything for Bobby. I'm not saying she doesn't have talent. It's kind of like a manager for him, almost, you know? Right. To like, set him up and kind of like, in a sense, exploit him, but benefits him, but also benefits her way more, you know?
Yeah.
Mutually beneficial.
Her writing poetry to me is interesting in of itself, being in this world of, like, Rogan and comedians, like, diaries and poetry. Like, I'd love to read, like, I don't know. I mean, obviously Shop's diary, but he doesn't write
But like Rogan, what's in Rogan's diary?
He spits facts.
Jeff Dye, does he write poetry? Like
Yes,
women,
yeah.
that's a haiku about how women are whores. I don't know how to do haikus,
Yeah.
but it would be like something about women.
Listen, I'm as horny as Brendan's forehead, all right? So, okay, that's all.
All right, sorry. Now, yeah, Laura, come on, that was good.
Mark makes Baba look like a photographer when it comes to having the best brains for the arts. Yeah. That's a great little word salad. Don't even know if I'm being insulted or complimented. Everyone says Bobby Lee is so real. Why doesn't he make jokes about how being forced into cuckoldry? Was he forced into cuckoldry? Like, technically, I know people throw around the term cuck a lot as like if a girl that you're dating fucks someone else, but it's like, oh, does it imply watching? I don't know.
I don't get it because like Baba does say that quite a bit. He called Marin a cuck.
Yeah.
And like,
I feel like it's an overused word these days. It's like people say liberal cuck. It's like,
yeah.
I've
said that
I heard from a girl that you fucked that you like to hear. You know, you got off on her describing. This is from the girl's mouth. He would get during sex. He would say, "Describe the biggest black dicks you've ever had."
Oh my god!
I was like, like I can't unhear that. You know, this is shop sexual fetish.
Wait, women tell people that?
Huh?
Like the Leah thing? You know, like finding out, wait, women say what you tell them to say during sex?
Snapchat has a...
Shit!
Yeah.
Hold on, we gotta stop the time. I need to call
Mark, thoughts on Slojo being the most superficial person
Can you get
ever?
Rob back on the phone? Get your lawyer. I need to threaten some lawsuits. When I said that during sex, I didn't know that you could say it to other people.
Can you screenshot that?
That's bad, dude.
Fuck it, somebody just asked me a question. Oh, what are my thoughts on Slojo? Yeah, she's in person. It's what I thought was funny about this, her portrayal in the Griot Poppy specifically is that it's predicated on her being a rattlesnake.
Yeah,
and like
goddamn rattlesnake.
Hot-tempered and this and that. It's like, if you meet Joanna, she's incredibly sweet.
Oh, really?
Superficial.
Spicy.
Like, but you know, she's like, well, want to be Kim Kardashian, right?
Okay.
Does Kim Kardashian mean mean and nasty? You know what I mean? Like, it's like,
no.
She's very polite and conscientious and sweet. And like now, Shab will like privately he'll complain about her like, oh, you know, arguments and this and that. And I'm like, well, yeah, like anybody who doesn't buy into your like stupid worldview you have arguments with. So.
Sure, I would imagine that she's like not accurately portrayed by Shab for sure. There's no way he's like describing her accurately.
No,
crop out the ugly.
No, yeah, I know for a fact he's actually real round. He told me how like because there was a joke in Gringo Poppy where he goes, crop out the uglies, and send back, and then the reveal is we're in a group chat, dumbass, and he's saying that to his wife.
Yeah.
And I go, did she really say that? And he goes, no, that was me. I was like,
oh yeah, well, you told us before.
Oh, it's the opposite.
There's always a swapping going on, right? There's always a projection or a like reversing of the victim and the offender.
I'm fast. Or sorry,
let's call it what it is.
40
chess.
Oh yeah, he's playing 40 chess.
40 chess, yeah. 5D chess.
Thank
I like
you,
people
Timothy.
like 3D chess is enough. People have 40. Like he's playing 8D. What is 8D chess?
Yeah, 10D. Yeah. So we're on right now.
What's the 8th dimension?
Well, it's 40, like 40.
Oh yeah, 40. CT.
I mean,
some people are just giving money.
I know, it's very nice. Thank you, Tim.
They're just giving it.
I think it's because like you're already spitting facts as it is. They don't really have a question. They don't question the facts that Mark Harley spits.
Somebody said honest thoughts on Brian Callen. Okay. I love you, Brian. You want to hear something funny that I learned recently?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay. I don't think you. I mean, I don't know. I don't give a shit if he cares. I know somebody who was flying him around in his private jet, going back and forth between Austin and LA. So, because for a time period he was flying in LA.
Right.
So, I know the wealthy individual who I'm personal friends with,
Jamie,
who I introduced.
Did he ever try anything with cats?
Who was using and Brian loves rich people. Brian's favorite people are rich people.
He also likes people in cow costumes.
Saying underwear Lopez. I don't know what that fucking story is about the Lopez. I don't know. I've seen it out of context. And I'm like, what the fuck was he doing? He certainly wasn't legit.
Lopez.
So, this guy who's ushering Callen back and forth, he told me some stories about how he is the most ridiculously and astoundingly unpunctual person I've ever heard of.
Damn.
He, like him and Time And deadlines were like, no, he would sometimes come late. I remember Brendan being annoyed by him because he'd be like, oh, I'm running late to the studio. There's a lot of traffic.
Yeah.
And we'd like check the traffic. Like, Ray's coming over, like, there's no fucking traffic. So, but it's like, oh, big deal. You're like, 30 minutes late for your podcast. You've been doing it 800 million times. Like, who cares? But,
right.
And I know, but Brendan did seem annoyed by it, fairly so, because, like, for the most part, Brendan's on time and kind of considers that like his big win. That it's like, I just show up. It's like, oh, you suck at your job. But yes, you did technically come on time. Brian apparently has a more difficult relationship with time, and I get that as like an ADD symptom. Like time management and time distortion are problems. However, the details of some of the stories I've heard, I was like, Brian is 8 years old when it comes to time. Like I heard like 10 different stories from this guy. It's like I hung out with him for a month, and he fucked up so many times for his own shows. Middling for like big, like Tony Hinchcliffe's headlining, and like Kim Congdon is like opening, and you're in the middle, and you're like 30 minutes late. Like not even like where you're supposed to be there, just for the show. So like somebody has to come on and like kill. It was like not 2 minutes, whatever. Like shit runs on a tight schedule. As you're standing up like.
Kim Congdon does not have 30 extra minutes.
Right, I go, oh my god, this not alone. But then it was like dinner. It would be like, oh hey, let's meet up for dinner at 7, and it's like, hey, I'm outside the restaurant, and like, they don't come till 9 p.m. or something like that. It's like so many stories. I'm like, that is like so. But it's a representation of. He's talked about it before. His entitlement. Remember he was like, I used to think of myself as like one of the chosen ones. He is self-aware of his own entitlement. Doesn't mean it fixes it, just being self-aware, but he's referenced it, so that's why I feel safe kind of like saying that. It's no secret, like, but he feels entitled just be late for shit, or he'd be like, oh, come over at 6, we're having dinner, and the guy would show up and it's like, I'm here at 6, he's like, oh, we're still at the grocery store getting the ingredients for the dinner, motherfucker. Like, what do you like, why would you do that?
Hurry up, David.
Just forget about shit, or just like it's to such a degree where he goes, I literally have to stop hanging out with him because he's like so late.
It's annoying. I really hate that shit. My friend Cutter Hodier is a piece of shit. He's late to everything. He's a director. He's just like, why would you want to work with someone like that? He sucks ass.
Yeah,
but you know people like that? That are just late all the time?
Well, no, not to that extreme. But
cut them out of your life.
You can get away with it more. The more status you have, like, because you hear about celebrities where it's like, for example, I don't know if you're following the Blake Lively just about any lawsuit, but like, you hear a lot about like actors holding shit up on set, like The Rock and Vin Diesel. Like they were talking about how like Vin Diesel would like hold up production. If you're an A-list actor and you want to have a temper tantrum, there's not much you can do to like force Vin Diesel out of his trailer if he doesn't show up.
Right.
It's gonna cost money, but what are you gonna do? Fire him? Like there's no like mechanism in place to like punish you for not showing up on time.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Volume punch me?
So I was like, I know there's something there. Like, what did he say? Thank God. 3 hits.
Yeah, exactly.
Figure it out.
Trump wants to know Tony Hinchcliffe. Go.
Oh yeah.
Tony Hinchcliffe. Did you guys have thoughts on Tony Hinchcliffe?
Oh yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Go for it.
He's terrible. Really? Oh.
No, I'm like, I don't want.
He's absolutely horrendous at stand-up.
Yeah.
He's another guy that was actually nice to me, kind of not unlike Jeff Dye when I met him, but his stand-up is just very bad. You said something that was very. I think
when he's on do you like Kill Tony the show?
Not really.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
here's the thing. Kill Tony show is great, right? But he's only a part of it by name. What I said the other day was that he's an open micer that got his way. Like the fantasies of an open micer, Tony Hinchcliffe for some reason can just achieve all those. Yeah. And without really the talent.
To corroborate that, because I also met him, he was really nice to me. He made a funny joke about me. He called me like half man, half centaur, or some funny joke that I was like, oh, that's funny. A funny roast, that it wasn't mean. And my buddy, who is a comic in LA, seemed to have an issue. Like, I brought him up once, and he was like, that fucking guy walks around the comedy store like he's the fucking king of the universe. So apparently he does rub people the wrong if you interact with him.
People say that. People have said that about him a lot. I mean, the only interaction I've had with him is I did kill Tony once. He was nice to me on that. And then after the roast battle, he gave me some compliments. Yeah. So, like, both times I was like, and he didn't need to be nice. He could have slammed me because I bombed. So, both times I was like, all right, well, this guy's a nice guy. Okay, but that was before. So I do still feel bad about clowning him.
Yeah.
But my thing is, I want to be as honest as possible. His stand-up is god awful. We watched One Shot, and you can't even find it online because it's.
They took it down, right?
They took it down. I have seen him actually do that in person. The thing where he's like acting like a big deal.
Yeah.
I told the story in the pod before, but I was at the roast battle once. And he tried to make fun of this random open micer in the crowd.
Yeah.
And this open micer, I like the guy.
Yeah.
But again, I'm going to be honest. He is not funny. He is not going to stand up. He's somebody who actually might kill me. So I love the guy. I love him. But he, at least at the time, he wasn't very good at stand-up. He said something back to Tony, and then Tony tried to slam him. It didn't go that well. But then the open micer was like, your special One Shot, it's terrible, no one liked it, and he got a big pop, right?
Yeah.
And then Tony tried to come back at him, and it bombed, and then the open mic went back, but he was like,
Well, I too, when I remember, there's been some moments in my life, I remember we used to roast each other in my fraternity. We'd like, as part of the initiation, you could like anonymously roast people. You would tell one of the pledges to like, you'd write a roast, and I'd be like, they would tell say Cootie, like, and tell you a joke about Cootie. You got to go Cootie, and small T that is Cootie. Is it not true that you're like you're probably gonna get it, write some roast, right?
Yeah.
You know where it's coming from, so it was very fun. One dude, like who we like, he was I think closeted gay, but because he was also like really in your face, like narcissistic and like overcompensating straight, that was what made it like, you don't want this out a gay dude, right? But like he was a dick and a douche and like a narcissist. Right. So the final joke of the entire evening, somebody goes up to him and goes, like, sir, whatever, you're gay and no one likes you. And it was just like, oh, like people laugh. It was like sad. And then I remember he said, did you fucking say that joke? I'm like, no, dude. Why would I? That's so mean.
That's a great. You can feel.
But
you can feel
it's
that.
one of those things. Brands do this. Yeah. You just go like, say your special sucked.
Yeah.
And it's like, if it did, and you just have to say that, and it gets a laugh, like, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, it was so much worse. It was so much worse than that because he kept trying to thank you.
Oh yeah, and then you're trying to one up it.
Yeah.
And it's not working.
It got worse and worse, and the crowd started chanting the open micer's name and like, Coney sucks, Coney sucks. Yeah, it was insane. I said this on the podcast, and two people messaged, or actually more than two people, they messaged me about it, about other times that exact same thing happened. So this has happened to Tony 3 times at least.
Yeah.
Random open mic.
Somebody said Mark should sign up for Kill Tony, and if he gets pulled, do some shit up. That's actually a fucking brilliant idea. I would go up and do my own, the dick joke that he did about me, where I send terrible dick pics out. Like,
oh yeah, you
I'd be like, I'll confront him about it. I'm like, hey, could you like maybe? I didn't tell him not to do it. I'm like, you understand how people might perceive that as being disrespectful, right? You're like opening your entire act with like Mark Harley is bad at everything he does and sends shitty dick pics, and is also a moron who's bad at like security and is going to get me killed. And
yeah, you shouldn't do that for an employee or a friend.
Yeah, I was like, okay. That's what you want to do with Mark?
I'm a hungry wolf. That's what.
Yeah, you fucking young.
They give a hungry wolf a fucking chance. Spill the beans on these motherfuckers.
What I do like about, because I know David Lucas personally, and I consider him a friend. I like their dynamic, and I like that when David Rose killed, when David Rose, Tony Hinchcliffe, Tony laughs about it. Like he's very open to like David's roast. I like their dynamic.
You ever make you thank on it? Like, got you thanking at all? You ever thank on it?
Lucas get me thinking?
Yeah. Thanking.
Thank you.
Because the elephant graveyard mentioned that a lot of times David Lucas makes you think on things.
Yeah.
You leave the show here and you say thank you.
David Lucas said to me, he said, this motherfucker looked like a muscular bobcat.
Oh.
I was like, that's pretty good.
Well, we got a lion problem, y'all. Yeah,
I mean, I think he said, I have a protein powder fetish or something like that. He knows more than the way. That's funny because you hear the same shit over and over again. Right. And you're like, oh, okay. Like, this was funny. It made me laugh. It was original.
I mean, their dynamic, to me and Gerardo often do this, but it's just like, David's like, man, you gay though.
Yeah,
And
you
then
gay,
Tony's
though.
like, well, you're
You
fat and
fat, though.
black. You're fat and black.
Yeah,
You fat and black.
You're
Gay though.
You're gay as
Hey,
hell, bro.
can you help chin out with current events? What was funny was this is we discussed. I hate to be repetitive, but I did try to help chin with current events because the way they were doing it is like, are you reading newspaper articles as current events? Like that's not how the world works anymore. Get a fucking YouTube video, get a viral clip. Like, why are you responding to like, yeah, a girl was kidnapped, and then Chin's reading it out loud or whatever. It was like, Jesus Christ, this is like the worst part of the show was current events.
Yeah,
Because
I mean,
this is not the world has evolved and left news articles behind. So I was like, going, what's hot right now? Andrew Tate, and like they loved the first one. The first couple ones I brought in, they were like, oh, that's hilarious. It's easy because it's like a YouTube short. It's all over the internet, and he's hot, so you get to react to what he's saying, and he's like, Andrew Tate's delivery is funny, rash. It's like, and then he did this. The next time around, so I was like, oh, this is working. It's like that. I'll do another one next week.
yeah.
And he does this joke where he goes, I was reading an article the other day. Some kid can recite pi to 200 places. That's great. But how the fuck are you supposed to get laid reciting pi to a hoe? And that's right. You guys laugh. It's like the verbiage. How are you supposed to get laid in a club reciting pi to a hoe? And I was like, that's just funny. It's a funny delivery and it's a funny line. And also,
Yeah, I did great on Twitter.
Ooch has a funny. Is that Ooch? No, it's somebody that just
somebody
goes.
asked about interaction. What the best
David's funniest joke is when he said Tony buys baby carrots just to suck on. I don't know.
Yeah,
Never mind.
Yeah, he said, who's the worst interaction you had as a T-Fat Kid guest?
Oh, that's a good one. Fuck, there's no real bad interactions. I would say, but on Food Truck Diaries, Jamahal Hill was like high as fuck and super awkward, and like we were talking about skits before he like. I was kind of like the liaison for Food Truck Diaries for the MMA fighters. So like when they weren't involved in the shot, I was like tasked with like talking to them.
Yeah.
So I had a lot of great conversations with guys like Alexander Volkanovski is super smart, and Michael Chandler is easy to talk to. There's all these guys that are like really smart and easy to talk to in the MMA world. Jamal Hill like comes out the car like having just smoked a blunt and was like super like awkward and not gonna like he was like whispering and it was like is this kind of weird because he's like high and like paranoid and like whispering. But before the episode shot, we were like, oh, I see you do like skits online, you use like voiceovers and this and that. We're talking skits, and then like I asked him to like shoot a skit afterwards for like the Oak and Stone Clothing Company, and like, and by the way, a bunch of people have done this for me. I was like, oh, like who's the I hate that I blank out her name, but she's super gorgeous, the female commentator for the UFC.
Megan Kelly. No, what's her name?
I know.
Yeah.
Shit.
I hate that.
Lauren Sanko.
Lauren Sanko, yeah. Lauren Sanko is a saintly human being. She's super gorgeous, and like I was like, you see her, and it's like this woman is beyond gorgeous in person. And she like agreed to do like this little like walkthrough, like I'm doing an Oak and Stone pitch, and she like walks by and says one thing.
Yeah.
So, after a whole day's work, sometimes I'd ask, I'd be like, hey, do you mind for 10 seconds if you do this thing for me? And after I'd already discussed comedy and this thing, I came up with a skit idea. I'm like, oh, like you can come up to me and be like, I like that shirt, let me get it. And he like takes it off me, like he bullies me to get it. So I was like, oh, would you mind? And he's like, and he got super awkward about it. Because I'm like, you could say no, that's not an issue. But he's like, so like, what are you compensating me for? I'm like, oh, I don't really make, like, I could give you, like, realistically, like, $150. And he, like, laughed at it. I was like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, he just kind of, like, humiliated me when it's like, he's like, really, like, because I've asked him for, like, Volkanovski. I was like, oh, do you mind taking a picture with this? Like, my buddy has a supplement company. He's like, yeah, I just can't post it publicly, but I'll take a picture with it and send it him. This is a cool thing. Yeah. Most people are pretty cool. You're under no obligation to help me out. But the way he did it, I was like, all right, like, cool, like, no big deal. But he made this huge deal about it, like, I was about to give him $5,000 for, like, being in a social media video after we, like, we were talking about comedy earlier or whatever, and, we should just get, which, again, it's totally his right. If it would have ended there, I wouldn't be talking about it. But then I get a call from Brendan. He's like, did you fucking try to, like, get Jamal Hill to do a, like, promo? I'm like, how did that get back to you? Like, he's like, his manager called me. I'm like, did he?
Yeah.
You know, like his manager, Jamal complained to his manager, talk to you, or there was a woman there who came with Jamal Hill and like was this obvious like social climbing like bimbo like later that was like disappeared. The fucking like she came over and it's like, oh hey, what you guys are doing conducting business in the King of the Stay Room for 2 hours, cool. But she was there. I think Shop had left and she was still there. I think she must have like used it as a predicate to like reach out to Shop. She's like, oh, just so you know, like Mark made Jamal really uncomfortable, like as a way to like kind of be like, oh, I'm just looking out for your best interest, but like, why am I being reprimanded about asking a simple question to a guest? Like, we're in a production studio.
Yeah.
He just was he paid for this whole episode? Like, I like it was just because again, I'm totally open being said no, but Brendan even considered it was like this was the worst episode of like Food Truck Diaries ever, and I don't disagree.
Yeah.
And that, again, he doesn't know me anything, but it left it salty taste in my mouth because I'm just like, you could have not been a dick about it. Just because people who are bigger than you, like Laura Sanko doing one for me was fucking so cool, and she's like gonna be, bigger than, I don't know, I just think she has way more appeal than you on social media.
Then Jamal Hill? All right, miss somebody.
Yeah, although he is like, I mean, he was champion. It's just, he's become, the world is now seeing that he's very unlikable as he copes with his losses. Like, I wasn't not a fan of his. It was funny because Brendan was like, he'll never be champion. And then he was. I was kind of like, like, it was funny that you kind of like said that to me. I was agnostic as far as his fighting skills, but Megan Olivia, no, it was Lauren Sanko.
Okay.
Lauren Sanko is gorgeous in person. Like, she looks hot on camera, saying in person, it's like, has Mark answered who Baba makes cleanup as used? Whoever the fuck is there, probably George or janitors or activity inside info about the Pure Spectrum. Yes, okay, Pure Spectrum lawsuit.
Great for kids.
That's a great question. All I can say is Brendan introduced the idea of the Pure Spectrum lawsuit. It must have been 2021 because we were at Zoo Culture lifting alone, and my recollection is not exact at the time frame, but we were lifting there, and I wasn't yet working at Thick Boy, so I believe it must have been like summer 2021. Somehow this gets brought up. He's like telling me that he had to sue them.
Yeah.
Right? And so his version of events, again, when I first know him, so I have no reason to distrust everything he says, which I now, like, anything that Chop says is like, take it with a grain of salt, because if it involves him being wronged and other people, like, and money and numbers, it's like none of this is potentially true. There could be a kernel of truth, or he could be flipping it entirely on its head to like project, his bad deeds onto other people and reverse victim and offender. But he told me what is literally an upside down version of the story that is on record now, which is he said this. I was working for this CBD company. Like, I got an ownership stake in it. They came to me and they offered me this. Like, and he presented it as, I'm getting, like, I own a portion of the business and it's like paying some sort of dividends each month, and everything's going great, and then slowly that starts to dwindle down to the point where I'm going like, what's going on here? And
former NFL punter and kickoff specialist Pat
the accusation that Sean was making
successful in the world of
I'm
media.
being fraudulently like kind of my stock in the company
Started as a podcast and
something
now
like that,
enjoys
or
nearly
I'm
3
being
million subscribers on its YouTube channel. His rise to fame has been such
what I
that
should be
sporting
getting
makes
is being
want him to be
artificially
one of their events.
inflated,
That fame,
and I have to bring someone in
major
like
slight
accounting,
when
like,
McAfee
and audit
and his
their
panel
numbers
brought up a
because
rumor about an
I'm
Ole
supposed to
Miss
be getting
freshman Mary Kate
big check, big check, big check.
Rumor was
It's
that the
smaller and
college
smaller
student
and smaller.
allegedly had a relationship with her boyfriend's father.
He was like, there's some sort of inconsistency
Pat
where
McAfee and his
my
crew
paycheck
decided to bring it up
is
when Adam Schefter was speaking about Ole Miss's QB Jackson Dart.
getting
That
smaller
reference and discussion on the show became the
then the
catalyst
lawsuit
for that rumor to
says
spread.
this. Which
Now,
is,
as
like,
per
that's
The
weird, like, that's
Athletic,
crazy. And then
vile
like,
messages and threats were
suggesting
thrown
legal action in the sky, or, like in this story, he's the innocent victim of being swindled out of like a business deal. You know what I mean? He was unfairly treated by a guy who like
Magic bean salesman.
yeah. He's like, this guy came in and just fucked me over, and like, I gotta sue him. But then you read the lawsuit, and it's like, I can corroborate what he did here because I've seen him do the same thing elsewhere, which is one way you're getting paid is a flat fee to do social media posts, right?
In rain bottles,
Whatever the total is something like $3,000 or $4,000 over the course of the relationship.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, we'll pay you $10K a month, but you have to do 2 Instagram feed posts and 8 stories or something. You have these like
requirements,
right?
Yeah, we call that a Black Rifle Buffalo, right?
It's like you have to do it.
Yeah.
He did nothing.
Yeah.
He didn't post once, right? So it's like not just like, oh, we missed one here, there. He was doing nothing. Maybe talked about it on his podcast, said like in his mind he justified it, but he was paid hundreds of thousands of dollars and just wasn't doing it. Like they look back at whatever time frame, they're like, hey, so it turns out you posted no posts and no stories. We have to stop paying that, or like we have to dissolve your ownership. So, and then the ownership of the company would be another source of revenue if it pays dividends. And then also like using a code, like use code shops, you're getting the percentages of the sales using the code.
Yeah.
So 3 streams of income. Well, if you're not posting like the code, if you're not promoting it, if you're not hitting the post, your pay is going to get docked. If you're not getting commissions, your pay is going to get docked. And then the ownership stake, I think, was negotiated because they were like, well, instead of us suing you for the $300,000 that we gave you to do nothing, how about you just give us back the 10% of the company?
Yeah.
And that's where the point of contention is whether or not he had the 10% ownership is the company, which he claimed to have in some sort of legal document that does or does not exist. This is the whole lawsuit goes around that. But it's alleged that he took $100,000 after dissolving his ownership stake to pretend that he still had the or claim legally that he still had the ownership stake. Took $100K cash from these KGB guys in order to oust the CEO, like in a hostile takeover, because it's like it would be like, these guys own 45%, ad shots 10%, now you have a majority stake, and they can oust you. That's like, so I go, that's great. The opposite of what you told me. Which one's true? Gee, wonder who's telling the truth.
Yeah.
Sad, because at the end of the day, that whole CBD thing was about the kids. Giving the CBD to kids for their type 1 diabetes.
And I think he justified it. I know he justified it in some way. Probably him crying about it on a podcast once. It was like, I did the promotion. I talked about CBD and how it cured my kids' seizures. And therefore, I am God now, and give me $500,000.
When I see a kid, I'm just like, you want any CBD? Like, and I do my Jack, not like Pete Holmes with Magic Mind. I'm like, you want some Magic Mind? I give it to kids all the time.
Yeah, this guy's a real narcissist. The boys are getting tired. You know what? I'm autistic, bitch.
Hey.
No, I was going to ask him about the CBD thing, too.
We want to talk about CBD. And you know what? If you have a problem with that, that's your problem. Why don't you go back to Dallas?
I love it. If you allege me of being a narcissist, why don't you use the diagnostic criteria? Oh, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about? There's 9 of them. Can you name them? Can you go into theory? Do you ever watch Sam Vaknin lecture on narcissistic personality disorder, borderline personality disorder?
Oh, y'all must have forgot.
Y'all must have
Where are my pencils?
People accuse me of being a narcissist who know fuck nothing about narcissism or any form of personality disorder.
Sounds like somebody is not watching on YouTube.
Oh, give me 1 second here. We got a guest coming in. Oh, shit.
We got a motherfucker zooming in.
Oh, shit.
Who is it, Daddy?
Oh, I don't think he's there yet.
Okay, he's not there yet.
Wait, let's not.
Oh, shit. Is there Brendan Walsh? You got Brendan talking about Brendan on another Brendan.
What's up?
What's up, Walsh?
Dicey. Wait, you're okay.
You're mute.
Unmute.
You're mute. I'm gonna text him. You're mute.
How about DSM-5 Mark? Yes, I am.
Oh, there he goes.
Yeah, dude. What's up?
What's up, Walsh?
How do you make a big
How can I hear him?
Oh, are your headphones kind of fucked up or something? Let me see.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's like this. Can you hear it now?
Like, hello.
Can you hear it?
I'm lost in the sauce.
Go ahead.
I can hear him, though. I can hear him.
Brendan, we can hear you. It's just Mark can't hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Can you hear him?
No.
You mess with these a little bit and you'll see.
Dude, So Walsh, what's up, man? We've been watching the 24-hour Gringo Poppy with Mark Marley. Sorry he couldn't be at the beginning of it. What are you up to?
I guess if anything better you could be doing with your time.
Wait, you can't hear.
Yeah, I'm gonna take these.
Oh, you can't. I'm gonna get my headphones.
Yeah. It's all crazy here.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Now I can't hear.
Can you hear me?
No.
Oh, let me see here. Where are you at? Is that you? Is that you? Is that you? Is that you? Is that
Yeah, that's me. I got it.
Okay,
We're good. All right, technical difficulties, but I can hear now.
What's up?
Now Walsh can't hear.
I hear you.
Okay, good.
Truck walk difficulty.
Where are you at right now?
Texas.
Nice. Great place, never been.
I'm fucking a lot of chicks.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
Hell yeah, dude.
DMing.
Have you guys ever talked to? Have you ever met Mark Harley?
No. What's up, bro? Hey, real quick. How many chicks you fuck?
I was just curious if you did have any hookups for addies and baddies while I'm here.
Bro, I got all the hookups. I got friends in dark web places.
So how's it going with the watching?
I mean, could there be a better way to?
I think we've watched it 15 times.
Oh yeah, we watched
it a lot already.
Yeah.
We've got.
I think I ever watched the whole.
Really?
Yeah, it is pretty long.
Walsh, do you have a favorite bit from a Gringo Poppy that you can remember?
Oh, the I one.
Did it go mute again?
I don't know why. I'm trying to fix this. We can't hear you. That's the other.
Oh, he's
By the
muted.
way,
He's muted again.
you think Bob is still on?
Can you hear?
How bad of a drug addict was he? When I was working for Thickboy, Brendan was on so many substances every day. As like a business owner, it's like he's drunk, he's on kratom, he's popping Adderall, he's fucking his nicotine. It was like.
So tell the story because we can't hear Brendan at the moment.
Oh,
We're trying to fix the audio.
can I tell the story of what Brendan being a drug addict?
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if he got off of drugs. Like I don't think he's somebody who would necessarily misrepresent that because it was all pretty out in the open when he was doing this.
Yeah. Now we can hear Walsh. Sorry. So what was your favorite bit from Gringo Poppy?
I think I like when he makes his eye go like this. Mostly I am the head coach for my son's football. I don't know how.
Yes, that's right.
Is that why you're in Sacramento? You're doing some T-ball stuff there?
Yeah, travel ball.
Oh man, that's brutal, dude. You gotta do a lot of time in travel ball. I'm surprised you could do this. Thank you.
Well, it's funny. I mean, I texted you this, but it's like it's weird, like reading. I get in and out of the Reddit. Sure. I feel like it's unhealthy.
What?
Get the fuck out of here.
I do have the empathy too, where I'm like, can you imagine, like, put yourself in his shoes. Like, imagine you stumble across the Reddit board where people are just picking apart every second.
I felt like that because I didn't know what it was, and then the first time I ever appeared on TVK, barely knowing Brendan or his history or the Reddit or anything, all of a sudden the next day I appear and I'm like, they bring me out as like a guy to talk about losing weight and anabolics and dieting and stuff. So I'm like giving what I would consider benign advice, and then the next day, like I'm being bombarded with like, you fucking ugly loser, you're the worst guy, like, cause at that time I only have like acting videos on my YouTube, and everything is like thousands of comments like, this is the worst looking actor. I'm like, what the fuck is this? What is this? And having no concept of it, Brendan was also like, you just get a bunch of hate, like, just want to let you know. So like, I immediately dismissed the entire Reddit speaking to crazy people, but then you have to, so it's like, oh, okay, yeah, this means fix it. But then you just go back and go, well, Brendan has been, a public narcissist who, compulsively lies on air for like a decade before this. So, he's just, proud to work. He's a local, but yes, would be scary. However, if I was him, like, my best advice would be like, if you go back and change it, lean the fuck into it. Like, own the community, or participate, or if it bothers you deeply, pretend like it doesn't. Otherwise, it's going to get bigger and into life,
Well, I'm curious how he does process all of this.
For 5-6 years, and then aware of it.
Everything his go-to coping mechanism is anyone who's criticizing me is coming from a place of jealousy, which dismisses any criticism as legitimate because you're going, I'm secure here. Yeah.
And honestly,
it's illogical.
That's what winds up sucking me back in. Because, I'll tell Toonie this too, where I'm like, I've got to consume my time. I can't fucking anymore. And then, I'll step away for, a month or two, for free. And it'll just, it'll just be one of those things. Like late at night, I'm fucking, everybody's in bed, just go to sleep.
Use your brain more a lot about this is just going to be, it's okay.
My name's Brendan. I'm a failed comedian. I'm a failed podcaster.
There's plenty of the second best.
My wife's name is Johanna.
For my kids.
Taco Bell.
I mean, you can relate. That's part of what Brendan is. See, the thing, what I would say, you ask, how tough is it to be in Brendan's shoes? But if you're in Brendan's shoes, your feet are going to be wet, remember? He drinks out of his shoes, so you can't do that.
That's what sucks me back in, though, because it'll be late at night or whatever. For whatever reason, I'll be online. This is fucking wasting time. I'll be like, I'll click on I'll go see it because I need to see back in Reddit, so I don't even get it yet. So I don't even know.
When do you go on Reddit? Because I think Reddit's amazing. You don't even Somali thing as a social media app.
But I'm and then I dig in for a second, and then it's like the guy. I mean, this is nonstop hits. Like I'm like, what the fuck? What? That was one time when I laughed, and I came back, and it's when he got the fucking Johnny tattoo.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just like,
the hits don't stop. As you're saying, he keeps saying himself.
And then I'm scrolling back, and that's the references. Okay, where I'm like, well, wait, what does that even mean? What's up there? And then
I remember finding out best brains for the arts. The clip was attempting to discredit a group of black MMA commentators. And you're just like, oh my god, you're like openly racist.
Yeah, that was just legitimately a racist thing to say.
And it didn't make sense.
I didn't even know what best brains.
He was like, come on, these aren't the best brains because we're like a black panel.
Yeah, because Cormier, I think, and somebody else is like, we get what you're doing. We get it. It's all black.
We get it. You're trying to do like the diversity hire thing. And it's just like, do you hear the words that are coming out of your mouth? Like,
I mean, he said, we were laughing about this today while he said, I just saw that movie 15 Years a Slave. And we hadn't heard that before. You're like, God damn, dude.
But Shab is legitimately a racist.
Oh, pretty much.
Knowing him privately, I'm not going to say like the exact ways in which I feel comfortable saying.
I don't believe it.
Yeah, no way. I've seen various shades of racism expressed, like, depending on the circumstance. If I'm completely alone and there's no one around, he's going to express racism in a certain way and more subtly in other ways, and it kind of slips out, even when he's on fucking camera and knows everyone's watching him, he still can't help but be racist, but there's some sort of, simpletons are racists, right? But, like, I always feel like Yeah, I'm like, were you raised with like is your dad? Because I get empathy towards people. I go, look, if you were raised with certain terminology or attitudes towards other races because your father, like or your community acted that way and it's normalized, like people from South Africa sometimes are like, when they talk about black people, I'm like, that sounds really racist.
Harold Shaw was born in South Africa. Well, I got a question for you. So with the Reddit time, is it like in the house? Is it like Daddy's doing his Reddit time, or they're just already asleep? Like, don't disturb.
I don't do anything until everybody's dead, generally. It's just like... But it does get... I mean, I haven't been this bad in a while, but there was a period of time when I did have to step away, and it was literally the first thing I would look at. Grab my phone, there might be like, whatever. There was a text message I looked at, and then the first thing I would do is go on Reddit and do like this.
It's a testament to the creativity of the group.
Addiction problem. Going to it in the morning and there's nothing. You're like, damn it, there's something.
Hair of the dog.
I would like to put a plea out to everybody running the TFAK Reddit board. Obviously,
his cohort.
Please make a message across the board. They did this with you, Mark, where I think they had to blur your face.
Could you imagine?
Can everybody please blur Callan's fucking feet when he's wearing the jacket? That cocksucker sitting Indian style, goddamn fluff. Offensive visual of all.
What a great call.
Big gay lion stuff. Mandatory for any clips that indicate Callan's feet.
Well, it just sounds like you're running for office here, dude. I mean, like, you're going to be on the cabinet. Brian Campbell, watch out. We got a new guy. Like,
strong action.
Skits and bits party, dude.
There is no black TFAK or white TFAK. There is TFAK.
That whole everything about it is. I mean, I have a pretty loose grip on reality sometimes. We need a Rudy remake because it really does kind of fuck with my reality. Where I'm like, I can't even understand how it's real. I don't understand how. Because like I said, like I have podcasts and shit. All of us here are less successful than Shaw.
Yeah, that's true. No, dude, I'm very. Have you seen my Ferrari, bro? I think I'm in
my Prius, but he's like, Brendan Jardo sucked.
Prius, bro.
He's like, I've been to both their houses.
And we said that when he came on my podcast, and it was just like, I mean, I don't know if this sounds racist, but I was like, if there was a black chick watching the podcast going, wait, hold up. There's two guys named Brendan talking shit about a goddamn Brendan.
This motherfucker's crazy, dude.
But the whole, this really does baffle me, like how, because it's like, okay, people shit on their, because I guess, they used to get hundreds of thousands of listeners for whatever reason.
700, yeah. I remember it was like, looking back, the average was like 250K at some point around 2019, 2020. I don't know. There was a lot at some point.
But
those are Bone Zone numbers right there.
But the people will be shitting on it, and like, okay, it only has like 30,000 listeners. But, or viewers, or whatever the counts are.
It's so huge.
But even that is hard for me. I'm like, who? It really is confused. Like, who? What? I would like to hear people who are true fans of this show. Get it? Like, and it's just from a fascination standpoint. I mean, that's where all of my interest in this is. Like, I don't even revel in, like, mocking him, or I don't take any pleasure in his failures or whatever. I mean, it's truly like a Jane Goodall style. I'm just completely fascinated with it, and I can't wrap my head around the fact that any of it is real.
level. Like and I do vacillate from thinking like, not. I mean, I can't give him this much credit, but I mean, because I do try to look at the positive. I don't know. I want life to be nice and amazing. Yeah. So I'll think like this is maybe he's some kind of a genius. Like maybe this is a true like next level Andy Kaufman thing going on.
Wouldn't that be great?
That's the only acceptable explanation, even though I know that it's not true.
Yeah.
Right.
But
that would be amazing.
What if it is? He masked off Pagliacci. We talked about this before, but I think it's fascinating too, and I think it's something that like
stupid bitch.
it's evergreen.
You're stupid, bro.
Because he has all these hits, like you said, and he is fascinating in a moronic way.
What the fuck did he do? I mean, it's like every time, and I don't check in on it every day now.
One of the funniest things he said recently was that I have no skills. He's like so ridiculous. I was like,
that was his 1 minute.
Something new, and it just was my fucking mind.
The new stuff that I remember, like the last one was the movie. He said land moving. That was big.
Yeah, because even just as I said, the malapropisms and dyslexia. I don't know if enough Netflix can say this, but it's the most innocent friendship because you're mocking somebody with like a speech impediment and like some sort of what would you classify this like a
learning disorder?
Sometimes people will stop at that and go, oh, that's not funny. It is funny, but it's like you could go, don't be a bully. But it's like, wait, watch this guy further and start to understand that he's actually a narcissistic bully. And then you have a whole new world of like things to justify the
It's really hard to defend him.
Yeah. If you know him well, but on the surface level,
on a regular basis where
Oh, good on her.
Yeah.
That's really great.
And then what else has he done recently?
Hopefully this kid
I just want to check in on
makes
the
it out
viewers,
okay.
and I asked him because Walsh was talking about.
Oh, she's doing really well.
Chains in the morning. How long do you spend on chains? And the winner is.
Now this is good.
Of course, classic.
The Reddit board.
This is really good. Good job.
If he is in fact looking at this,
Yeah,
I feel like
that's
if
good.
he is any level of a human being, he would have to. Like this, if this was happening to me, I would just have to stop. Like, just make believe it doesn't exist. I don't know how else you can cope with it. But if he is checking in on it, because like one of the clips up top here is him jumping on fucking 16 pounds down the cushion of his chair.
Guarantee that you stick to your 2026 New Year's
It's like anytime you try to find a shred of humanity in this guy and have some kind of empathy, all you have to do is go down the Reddit board and within 2 seconds you're like, it's just like that.
Because it's a basic feedback mechanism. If you had even 100 people on a subreddit commenting on the things you did, I would be curious enough to go like, is what they're saying true? Like, should I be ashamed of things like, people will make fun of me for saying which not enough for me to really try consciously to expunge the word white as from other but it makes me so conscious and makes me think about
I'd hate to be friends with these people.
there's none of that because he is very scared. He does not possess something because criticism is very threatening to people of this certain personality. So
He just, he obviously was raised in a certain way.
I have some insight on that. If you want to get up today. So, one story sticks in my mind that I think you can extrapolate a lot from, and he tells the story because he has these like moments of like vulnerability and he's telling a story that seems genuine and sympathetic. You couldn't make up the details, like it's not. When he's telling a story where he's the hero of the story, it's less likely to be true, but sometimes he'll tell a story where he's the victim, where you go like, it's embarrassing enough where I can tell there's real pain there. And one of the stories was as a kid,
No, I'm just laughing. It's embarrassing enough that there's real pain in you laugh because I'm a bad person. I'm a bad person. I'm just laughing.
It's like you, by the way. People think I have animosity towards like Brendan. It's like, no, he owes me money and he's trying to scare me, and I like keep that warfare kind of. I can also look at it objectively.
Oh yeah, well, by the way, if you ever need a lawyer, we had Mark's lawyer on earlier. I know you have Frank Cum. He might rival Frank Cum though. This guy Rob, what's his name?
Rob Pebble.
Rob Pebble. It sounds fancy, bro. Like I doesn't sound Robin Pebble. He would have like a crazy like
John has no fucking idea.
His name is Danny San Francisco.
Dude, this kid just is getting his ass kicked.
Conference that went totally sideways.
And he's got shoes on. It's not really a fair advantage.
So they think I'm like, I don't have a lawyer, and I heard like basically what the defense is going to be because I heard the lawyers were going to take what Brendan told them. I'm like, oh my god, like you have no idea. You can't back up anything you're saying here. But go ahead and believe that. I'm sorry, the story I was going to say is, as a child, let's say
This is very unimpressive.
Starts off the same. I used to love strawberry ice cream. And if there's a gallon of Neapolitan ice cream, I would dig out all the strawberry ice cream. So, fresh, like,
So now you know.
What that got me inside his childhood trauma because my parents,
What is
right,
this?
I can list off any flaws or whatever, but I go,
She throwing out her kids' pictures?
something that would happen ever, even if I was fat, like saying you fat fuck or something, whatever his dad said, because he comes home and he's like, Brendan,
What is this?
did you eat all the fucking strawberry ice cream? Which is a stupid thing to do, but it's a kid to do. But like, clearly, Brendan has always been self-absorbed. He's like, I know, I'll just eat all my dad's fucking ice cream. Like, keep this one part of the ice cream for myself.
Dude, why didn't you keep all
And
those?
just goes, did you know fucking strawberry ice cream? He's like, yeah. He's like, fat pig or some fat fuck or fat pig or something. And his response, remember what his response was? He's like, oh fuck, it was like a dagger through my
You're
heart.
not risking that.
So that was the moment where I'm like, oh, your dad hurt you. And
Well, that, I mean, trauma aside, though,
yeah,
the fact that he has managed to go this far in life
yeah.
with just, never really learning anything. I mean, I assume his dad is his dad funds everything he does. Like, he doesn't, like this.
His dad made actual success. Actually made a
Like or something like that.
He did something where it was
The diamond mines are pretty
Yeah,
profitable.
kids.
Emerald, because Emerald Empire.
he actually built a business, rather than
This shit sucks.
I mean, I think some
The best thing they have is Billy walking. That's the best.
I mean, I guess there's
Everything else sucks. It's terrible. Girl, that's the worst. You want good content, make short videos about anal sex.
Documentary made about this guy.
Oh yeah.
But I guess you can't really keep up with it because by the time you're done editing, they're going to be like, he did 70,000 fucking crazy things.
Are you fucking serious?
Documentary.
yeah.
So there has to be like an ongoing like reality show. Like I don't know. Like a reality show would just be like a fucking.
That's such a good idea.
No sound?
Who's going to watch all this shit and come up with the, find the footage of acting contradicting himself and previous things? I never watched that page.
What is this bullshit?
Was where
Dog!
he exposed all the lies in his before I met him, because I met him and I was like, oh, this is a guy who Chappelle
This shit
Lacey
is
opens
the
for.
worst.
I had a clean slate as I was meeting him, so he just seemed pretty normal to me. And I didn't have any incentive. Once the subreddit attacked me for appearing in his world, I was like, oh, these are crazy people. So why would I seek out more information about this person when I feel unfairly attacked?
I think.
And then later you watch a page and be like, oh my god, he just lies about everything his whole life.
By the way, the chat is saying that you guys are on Baja mode. I don't know what that means.
Thanks, chat. I think that you guys have a great idea with the reality show. I would watch that, but my thing has always been documentary on specifically the Gringo Poppy, because that is the most important aspect of his work. I want to work. I'm being serious here. I want to work as. I was talking to Adam Sandler and Yasiel Puig the other day about this because we were discussing ideas and all that. And they're like, "Yeah, you got to do this. Like, this is your thing." So that's something. But no, I do think that the main thing that I would like to see is a documentary on like the building of the set, who wrote the stuff, like how did they come up with the jokes, like what is people's reaction to it, and then obviously Bob comes in it and we interview him at some point, or the director does.
I would like to contribute some things like I could add a few key, not everything, but I go like, I was there for the conversations where, you know, I'm friends with the editor who's being tasked with like you're sending. It's difficult because I edited for Brendan. I learned how to edit for Brendan, and I was like his normal editor who's having trouble editing clips down to 90 seconds.
Yeah.
He'd be like, "Oh, here's a 5-minute clip, get it down to a 90-second Instagram." Right. And I would treat him like a writing project. I'm like, "Okay, let me do this." You know, like I learned how to do that because, and then Brendan started trusting me, right, to like edit more. So I did have a little bit of editing experience. One of the things with the Real Poppy was he kept going, juice up the laughs more. In his head, a stand-up comedy special is funnier if the laughs in the audience are louder. And so it's like repeated, like, he said
Are you fucking serious?
The dish back 4 times
Dog.
in the kitchen to be like, warm it up. It's like, dude, how fucking loud do you think the audience need to be? So people might notice that it sounds ridiculous because it was ridiculous because you're like, dude, you want it more loud than that? Like, do you think it's going to make the jokes better? Are you tricking people into laughing?
He doesn't know anything.
And by the way, the reason I brought up the strawberry ice cream thing was the insight was he has an issue with seeing other people eat. I eat a tremendous amount of food, but I'm also in shape, right? And this is a difficult concept for him because I think one of the reasons he wanted to be friends with me was like, I think he thought he was going to get like ripped by osmosis. And I'm like, yeah, we can work out. I also run 6 miles a day, and I also like eat a strict diet. And, you know, if you want to get ripped, you have to like live the lifestyle, which I don't always. But if you want to get to 9% body fat, you have to do a lot of things, right? He believes that it's kind of like, oh, if I'm around this guy, I'm gonna, you know, and then probably became disappointed later. He has a very strange relationship with food in that, like, he hates when other people are eating around him and he can't be eating because he publicly presents a facade that he's on a carnivore diet or he's on this diet, which means if he's around other people, he has to keep pretending that he's on carnivore or he's not eating or he's doing this. But then it's keto, man. Like, I had enough insight to be like, he's like, yeah, I stuck to the carnivore diet today, but then like, oh, I had a pint of Ben and Jerry's. So you're not on carnivore. That's not a carnivore. Man. You can't be like,
what a child.
Oh, I ate steak, and then the next meal I ate, you know, a bunch of candy. That's not a carnivore. You just ate steak and candy.
He would say something crazy like, yeah, I'm on the carnivore diet, but I ate 10 bags of Skittles yesterday. It's like,
I was every day with him. I don't think he stuck to a diet for more than 18 hours at a time. So I go, well, you wonder why you're not losing weight is because you just like you're eating an additional 1,000 calories of fat every day. So, but he would in the green room because like in the green room he's in charge, right? The Oprah isn't on there, but that's where we get fed, right? So I'm ordering like, oh, can I get 2 orders of chicken tenders? Because I eat a lot of fucking food. And if it's Saturday, yeah, I eat good all week. I'm gonna have some fucking chocolate cake or something because it's free at the Improv or He hated it. Like, Jesus Christ, Mark. Like, do you think you can shame me for eating a lot? Like, that's not how that works, man. It's like,
he sees your joy.
Yeah, I'm gonna
rather
be
eat
in
the
front of
cake
you and try to show you that shit. That's your problem, but I see you trying to shame me and say bad shit. Your body dysmorphia or eating disorder complex that you have that it becomes very transparent.
Yo, baby, I want to talk about
he has this like
and clarify the whole anal
for other people eating around him, and the multiple stories that see like when other, but the moment he could get private, like he wouldn't want to eat before show, but then after show, he's like, let's go get pizza. I'm like, aren't we supposed to be dieting or like, you want to go get pizza at 1 a.m.? Like,
he's like Chuck E. Cheese. Let's go to Chuck E. Cheese.
His relationship with food.
And I gotta come off here real quick. But do you think he would his like narcissism? Would he give like if somebody did present you with making a weekly reality show?
Yeah.
Would his narcissism outweigh his
And Phil,
Do you think you would
forget
allow
about
So
would you allow a camera crew to film his family?
if it was, yes, if you pitched it to him as this is something that's going to glorify you and humanize you, which I actually, when I came into his world, I was like, because I'm a writer, I go, and a student of storytelling, I go, the best thing you can do is to counter the narrative from the subreddit, which they've co-opted your life story, right?
I'm sure that
Telling it for you
that's how I
because
roll,
you
baby.
don't want to tell
How
yourself
do we do it?
accurately. You don't want to talk about you have some shit on stage. You don't want to talk about, I go, you haven't written your narrative. You need to write a book or do something where it's like, I am Brendan Schaub and I'm XYZ. You're not doing that well enough, so other people are doing it for you in a very negative light. So my first recommendation to him was like, you need to reassert your own narrative. Hire a ghostwriter, hire me, hire whatever. But what you're not doing, like from a publicist standpoint, is framing your narrative correctly, and you're ignoring the fact that other people are doing it for you, thinking that helps you. It doesn't help you. You have to combat that other narrative that makes you look like shit. But I had a few novel ideas that I thought were fun, but like for example, I took over the TFAK IG and started talking to the voice of the page. I was like, I'm just talking Shabanese. Somebody would say like, what are we doing here? And I'd be like, I don't know, or so like I would
I'm sure that you. That's how I roll,
and it
baby.
drove the people commenting nuts. So they keep commenting, they're like, what the fuck is this? Because it
For whatever
broke
reason,
the mold.
then I think
All of a
that
sudden, you can't do this. I'm like, oh yeah, I can't.
the church is it.
I
Many
didn't
authorities
tell
either
Brendan
operate
that I was going to do this. It was an experiment. And I go,
but not
and I thought that he'd be able to see, like, hey, do you see how I 10x the engagement by like co-opting the Reddit speak, and then also blunts the force of the haters come to the page and they plant their seed by going dicey. If everyone starts talking away, all of a sudden
anyway.
fans and haters can't be distinguished.
So, in fact, this would be
He's
telling us is the central issue. I want to say,
the butt of the joke in any perceivable way. He doesn't. He was really scared of that. I started editing because again, their page too, even though, like they're just leaking followers. I go, let me change something up. I started editing the clips in a way where like I'd have these like weird zoom ins and like do like a little bit different editing style for the clips because it's just normal. Sure, but Brian and Brendan, because of their egomania, like and self-absorption, like no, like we're funny on our own. They don't. It's like, hey, guess what? Like I study comedy too, bitch. Like you're not the only person in the world who has ideas about comedy. They always thought they were like, let me teach you about comedy. I'm like, okay, I've been a screenwriter for 20 years. Go ahead. Like if any idea. This put them at the butt of the joke because the clips by zooming in on certain things that Brendan would say when he's like stuttering or something like that. He was funnier, but it made him the butt of the joke rather than like, oh, we're telling a funny story. But if you do something like that, and I'd be like, I'd edit it in such a way that zoomed in his mouth as
So you were editing that to show that?
and they hated it. And I have a couple examples of what I did that I can show. Like there's probably still up there. But they were like, they also. Again, I was taking
Who's they?
Brendan and Brian.
Okay.
And the creative director at the time, because
Creative director.
No, this guy, he's actually very talented and quit.
Right.
He quit, and I heard the conversation. I was the only person in the studio, and the next day,
I'm sure that you. That's how I roll, baby.
I didn't fire him. He quit. They told you that you were the worst boss he'd ever had. Like I was, what? I was there. I heard the phone call. Like how are you instantly turning this into something that's the complete opposite of what happened? But he had to explain to Brendan because he tells me he's like, Brendan's like upset about the reels the way you're editing them, and he doesn't understand that like you're open to feedback and just trying things, and that this is a style, like an artistic style that you're experimenting with. And Brendan thought that I was like going to be too sensitive to criticism. I'm like, this is harder to do. So like you're going to edit it the easy way, sure. I mean, normal shape reels, but these ones are getting more engaging because it's weirder and more kind of like watchable, and they hate anything that makes them about a joke. So any novel idea I had, like you're proposing of like a reality show, well, yeah. If the reality show, if he knew that it would end up being something that was reliant on his stupidity and errors being the source of comedy, rather than him being just a funny person who's telling funny
Yo, maybe I
stories
want to talk
and
about.
roasting other people. Like if it was like watch Shop roast his kids and his family and his loved ones, and like he's the only normal sane person, you know, in the household, that's his style of comedy. Everyone around me is stupid and incompetent, and I'm just a normal cool guy enduring all the idiots around me. That's how he perceives like his role in his comedy universe. The moment Brendan's the butt of the joke as a bumbling retard, he's out. You know, he would not even, you know, entertain it in any facet.
So you just got to trick him into it, Welch.
Right.
So we got to figure out a way to trick him into this.
Yeah.
You'd have to do it long form and edit it all at once.
Well, again, he's
Down at 12 to keep the game alive. In overtime number 2. Here comes Blitz. Castellanos in trouble. He's one towards the end zone.
I got an idea. Here's
I gotta leave.
Okay, sure.
I just one question. How much does Calvin get paid for being on the?
My understanding from Brendan, which again, take with a grain of salt, but also it sounds about reasonable, is that because that Brendan takes a fluctuating percentage based on like T-Fat keeping around at the Thick Boy Studios and kind of taking care of the ads, like that. Callan shows up, does his job, and gets $25K. That's my understanding.
$25K a month.
Yes.
See, none of this makes sense.
Nor does it mean, I go, how do you have a podcast of $40,000 where the split is, it's like $1 per listener? You know, I don't know. Like,
I don't know how they get that much money. I mean, Harold must pay Brian that money straight out of the bank account from the Emerald.
yeah, and that could be exaggerated from Brendan. I don't know.
Brendan Walsh, I just want to let you know, somebody has posted Jersey the Real Dog on the Fighter in the Kitchen subreddit. Request blur all future posts of Brian's feet. It's company policy to respect the victims. Bean cheese, bean cheese, bean cheese, bean cheese.
You're making waves.
I hope people stick to that.
Yeah.
Well, you guys have fun with your little hate rally.
All right. Well, you and me, we're gonna do Windy City Heat 2 with Brendan Chopper. Okay. That's our next video.
Nice meeting you, Big.
Nice meeting you. Thanks, bro.
All right, see you.
See you, Brendan. Wow, Brendan Walsh, world record pod. Check it out. Let's switch.
Oh my gosh. Sorry, I've been running around. Let me see here. We have been playing the Gringo Poppy in the background that whole time. If anyone's wondering.
How do you guys originally know Brendan?
Just through comedy, you know.
Yeah, first
Alan
I
Strickland.
got it from his Skits and Bits online.
Bits.
Yeah. So
Mark, what's the thoughts on college and peptides?
oh my god. Joe Rogan is a redacted, unfucking
Peptides are very low consequence. Like, you can fuck up steroids and have some unintended consequences.
Call money by promoting other talentless, unfunny redacts to the top of the industry.
Okay, so
Think are the 3 worst comedians of the Rogan sphere.
great question, Truckfoot. What do you think, Mark Harley?
I was going to let you guys go first because I feel more comfortable shitting on comedians after actual comedians shit on comedians.
Okay, three worst comedians in the Rogan Spheres question.
Tony Hinchcliffe, Bert Kreischer, who's the third?
David Lucas.
Oh, there you go.
How dare you?
So easy.
That's my boy.
Oh, sorry. I mean,
No, I'm just kidding.
I'm glad you
I
stick
will
up.
not I will not
Stick up for your friends. Not enough people are sticking up for their friends these days.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah. I genuinely love David Lucas. We work out together. Like, he's just always been a cool guy to me. So,
You guys play video games?
Mark, how many monthly Patreon subscribers would you suppose they have right now? You know, that's funny. So Unique has, most people send me Unique shit, and then he starts popping up in my algorithm. So I see a lot of stuff from Unique's channel, who I have an odd kinship for, or like affinity for. He will say, "Oh, these posts are getting 60 likes, therefore it must be 60 subscribers." And I'm like, the 60 likes are probably out of like 200 plus 300 something. It's a fraction, you know.
Yeah.
I would assume 500 max.
Yeah.
That'd be reasonable, right?
Yeah, let me see here. Let's do a quick study.
It wouldn't shock me if there was 500 subscribers. Because it was like, okay, if you're getting, let's say you get 50K monthly viewers, you know, it's 1 out of 100.
I mean, look how strong you are, dude. We got 438 viewers with 342 likes, dude. What the fuck?
Hell yeah. someone said David Lucas works out. David Lucas is actually very strong. Yes. You'd be surprised, B. He will twist your neck off.
Walksboss has a lot of stuff to say. Walksboss, first of all, let's put all your comments into one comment next time, yeah? Did Shop farting loudly during the business meeting really ruin the sale of Tiger Fish?
I've never heard that before. But whenever, it's when you can say shit like that, I go, I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah.
You know? How could you, like...
Is he a gassy guy?
Not particularly, but, like, it's one of these things where it's, like, you can see him doing it because he lacks self-awareness and self-consciousness.
Yeah.
He would rip someone else for farting and then turn around and fart somewhere else. Like, that's the thing. He just has no principles where it's like, the same rules apply to me and you. So, you're disgusting for eating, but I'm not disgusting for eating. So, it was this weird mix of, like, shame and projection with types like this.
Let's see here. I'm going to make this a little...
Can you make me more tan?
Do you naturally tan?
I go to tanning beds and I also run it. Like, if I hate to admit it, but it's like, I look for my auditions that I usually get. It's like, if you're looking for I get like the bodybuilder or this kind of it's like, I've gone long periods without tanning. It's just like when an audition comes up, they typically, for the roles that I get, it's better to be tan. So either, if I'm not tan from running outside, I'll go to a tanning bed.
Like, I wasn't, but, I love donuts, Oh.
What is that?
The Shop.
Wait.
When he talks about his mom and, getting a vaccine because she likes donuts.
Oh, right. Some free donuts or something.
I'll stop the Shop.
Oh, no, wait, no. Because you triggered something of the memory of, like, they're giving out free donuts for vaccine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that bit that he did. He was kind of obsessed with vaccines there for a little bit.
Yeah, let's see what he has to say about vaccines here. This is the...
He's like, did you get the Johnson & Johnson?
Yeah.
There's always one guy. No fucking way. It's like, that's you. He's not touching this fucking table today. It's funny because outwardly, he pretended like he was not anti-vax, even though he actually was very anti-vax.
Oh, wow, yeah.
And I'm agnostic about, I got the vaccine just because Luana was paranoid about it.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I don't give a fuck either way. But it was funny watching somebody have this, cognitive dissonance of you feel like you have to tell people that you're not against vaccines, but then every time you're alone, you're like, look at vaccines.
Yeah. Well, you've seen the most recent Joe Rogan episode with him, right? Where he talks about vax
and autism. Yeah. And it's funny because it's like that's a conversation. I've read RFK's books just because I'll be like, when someone's like, this guy's a lunatic, and then I hear him talk, and I'm like, if you can get past his bullfrog voice, that I was imitating earlier as a joke. I didn't actually have to think of because I go, this guy's coherent and clearly has an encyclopedic knowledge of certain things. So I go, I'll read his books and hear him out. Like, I'm not, and I realize when someone's polarizing. So I've read the arguments about the connection between vaccines and autism, and I don't know enough to actually, I didn't dive deeper into it, but I go, I'm aware of the arguments.
Yeah.
But somebody like Brendan Schaub should not be discussing this. You know what I mean? That's not your place to discuss science.
Thank you for having me on the Fighter and the Kid podcast. How much can you live, Brendan? How many chicks can you
I fucked 5 squirrels last night.
I was driving around Central Park with a dead black mirror in my SUV.
And at night we fuck each other.
I got a vaccine.
RFK Gringo Bobby.
I transferred the comments over to here just so we could have a full screen.
Yeah, that's good.
BGL is like Bradley Martin with a beach.
Oh man,
did he do
Bradley Martin? It was funny. People know about Bradley Martin and Brendan Schaub's dynamic.
What's their dynamic? I know that he won money.
Yeah, it was just funny because when they first started talking, it was like I got to witness them first hanging out, and it was always funny because I think had I not been with Brendan Bradley's so sensitive to like social status, he would have completely ignored it.
Yeah.
All he cares about is like, are you in your 20s and like a rising social media star that I can take advantage of?
And
That's literally his only. So it's like he sees my gray hair and is like, next, like he would have like, I don't give a fuck about you, but like I see you paying a lot of attention to Brendan Schaub, and then like by virtue of me being in his orbit, he's like would like acknowledge me. Now he was nice to me. Yeah, like he was nice to me, and he gave me a ride at some point. Like I don't have any problem with Bradley Martin, but their dynamic was funny because like outwardly they're like, oh man, it was funny. Me and this guy was like Spider-Man meme, like you're the same person. But then Brendan would talk mad shit about him behind his back because again, anyone who threatens him, he tells a story of like they were doing a podcast maybe, and something came up where he's like, someone's like, who's stronger between you two? And Brendan's version of the story was, or like Brendan's attempt to be diplomatic. Right now, Bradley Martin's super strong. Like, he's not just a big dude. He can deadlift 700 pounds. He can bench 4 something. You know, it's like he's strong. He's stronger than Brendan. This is what he does. And you can just look at him and be like, yeah, okay, Brendan's strong, but like Bradley Martin's an actual power lifter. Yeah. So Brendan tries to answer the question first. He goes, "Oh, I'm sure, like, you know, he's trying to do like, you get me a deadlift, I get you bench, or kind of, I'm sure there's some lifts that you get me." And Bradley's just like, "What the fuck are you talking about? I'll get you in everything." Yeah. Which is true, right? Brendan was like so taken aback by that. Like he had to tell me that he's like, what a fucking egomaniac. I'm like, but he was just saying, like, you were trying to be like, oh yeah, I get you. It's like, but that's not true. I'm trying to do literally every lift. Yeah. Like, have you seen me squat 6 plates? Can you do that? You know, like, it's just, you know. But in his mind, he's like, Jesus Christ, like, this guy's insane. The fact that I'm obviously
I'm the star of the show.
Yeah, like,
there is a question I wanted to ask you that was in the chat here.
My wife's not cool. Oh, and then he accused Bradley Martin of being gay. Because he was like, Brendan saw his girlfriend.
But that's like saying, like, I breathed today. If you're in the shop,
literally, I'm trying to tell you, like, that's another part of this whole like weird gay fascination. It's like, how many people do I have to hear you talk about being gay who you have no evidence for being gay, and it's either are you lying about the person being gay, which is super fucked up. Yeah, spread a gay rumor about a straight. It's like, how socially aggressive is that? Like passive aggressive, right? Be cool, right? Be cool, bro. Yeah, it's like, and then if the guy is actually gay, you think it's cool to just like out people who don't want to be outed, like. What? You know? Look, if you walk into a guy sucking dick, like, you could be like, hey, I think Mark might be gay. I walked in and,
have a cappuccino with him. You know what I mean?
The cappuccino is gay, dude. But the amount of times that I would watch him accuse someone of being gay with no evidence, the only evidence being he does something better than me. Bradley Martin's stronger than me. You know that guy's gay, right? Yeah, right. And he'd say it in a way where he goes, it's like, if you disagree with me, you're clearly not, it's like you can't see it? Like what? How he's gay? Yeah. Like what part of Bradley Martin is gay? Like that he's fucking this chick that you like? Yeah. Is that what it is? You try to hit on
him. You could always play your Schaub's game and be like, well, dude, he could never be as gay as you. But I wanted to highlight this right here before it goes away. Kodachrome Graphics. Mark, do you have plans for a new podcast? If so, do you need a piece of an editor?
Yes.
Plug your podcast.
Hit me up. Hit me up on Instagram if you want to do that. So me and Luana, as I mentioned before, we've been filming episodes of Hella Toxic, and basically I'm not going to release it without her permission, but we're arguing over the source of like the comedy. I'm like, the fact that you're walking off and getting mad and we're fighting is the source of, like, that's what it, so we're kind of arguing. We've shot a bunch of stuff, but empathy for Luana, which is she doesn't have experience podcasting, and I am a little bit impatient. Like, I go, I could be more gentle. However, it's like, as I'm setting everything up and it's like hot outside and I turn off the AC, it's like, I'm like sitting there sweating buckets, and she's like getting pretty. I'm like, hey, could you could you wait a little, like, you're just not be in a bad mood when I'm like, I'm doing all the work over here, I'm sweating my ass off, and then you're like, I need to be
here. Luana? I'm Luana. Yeah. He's the Luana of the pod.
What?
I'm the Luana.
He's the Luana of the pod.
Yeah. I lose my shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, like in the setup and stuff like that?
Yeah.
All right. You have captures on camera where I'm like, you know, I'm annoying the fuck out of her, and then she like walks off. But I'm like, no, Laura, like, now she's mad about it. She's like, it doesn't make me look good. I'm like, nobody cares whether you look good. Like, I don't look good because I'm being annoying to you.
Yeah.
You know
None of us have ever looked good at probably at all.
It's like, so I'm currently trying to convince her to release this footage. Or I'm like, no, that's like, people don't want to see two people getting along.
Yeah.
You know, swimming. It's like, hey, here's our like perfect fine relationship. I'm like, no,
It's called hella toxic.
I know.
And then you guys are just getting along and everything's working.
That's why I'm like the joke that I came up with when she admitted, she's like, she even told me on camera, like she walked up, she said, this whole fucking thing about the last episode every time, it's so stupid. I'm like, no, this is because you're doing what I predicted. You're walking off.
Yeah, you're gonna like she's toxic.
You know what you should do?
I'm out with your toxic.
You should, in the intro, have you like lifting a car. That'd be great.
That would be fucking hilarious. Yeah. To make that like the intro theme song.
Yeah. And then have her in the car like rolling her eyes, like, here we go again. Kind of
it's like, oh god. You know.
Meanie fetching, meanie delta, meanie man.
Let's go leaning into it. You know?
You should. That sounds good.
But yeah, check out Hella Toxic. It's on Mark Harley's YouTube channel.
There's just one episode out right now, but like, okay. The real truth behind it, we released that first episode. It's the fake first episode because we filmed the real first episode. And we spent too long talking about, like, we just seen this movie, Sinners.
Oh, yeah.
And we were both bitching about how we didn't like it. And she's like, so the thing is, we were about to get to a part where we had planned, which is we wanted to learn narrative, and we were, like, we planned to, like, read out messages from where we first met 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Like, on OkCupid when she was in Germany. I was like, well, I want to make that part of, like the serial narrative aspect of it is we're going to tell our story, but also just, like, banter. As I'm about to like pick up the binder with the thing, she's like, "This is fucking sucks." Like, and she's like, "Well," I'm like, "Wait, like, come back."
Yeah.
Like, no, that was fine. She's like, "We're talking about Sinners for 40 fucking minutes." I'm like, "It's okay."
Yeah, she thinks too much.
Right? Yeah. It's like trust me. People aren't like, "Wait, they spent a minute too long on talking about a movie."
Yeah.
People are just listening to it.
If you think too much, you don't get great shit. Like Gringo Pop, you didn't put any thought into this.
No, exactly.
Just put it on YouTube.
Yeah. Part of I forget sometimes that I'm like, you have to practice that, you know, and like it's just the art of releasing your inner critic and talking nonstop. Right? Yeah. And so if you're trying to worry about looking good, you're gonna speak less and seem stupid.
Yeah. And also you should be like in a couple weeks you're gonna be like, I have nothing to talk about if you only want to stick to like random topics.
Yeah, like so just let it unfold and if work on the dynamic of making like feeding off of each other.
Can I give you some constructive criticism?
Yeah.
Because I've listened to the first episode.
Okay, yeah.
And you guys should invest in some of these, dude.
Oh, I fucked it up before. I had this.
Yeah.
I wasn't connected. I didn't realize. I was like, oh, they weren't. I was like the camera. So then we reshot another one. I'm like, motherfucker. Like, I didn't even know how to work them.
But these are great.
I had that exact one.
Okay, so cool.
We were wearing them.
Yeah.
And I was just like, someone's like, oh, the camera's picking up the audio. And I was like, no, it's not. We had them. And I'm like, oh, shit.
And that happened to me the first couple times I used it, too. Yeah. But it's super effective. And do you guys use a phone or do you use the camera?
You just use a phone, but I just got a camera.
That camera.
I was experimenting with it. I'm like, it looks way better.
Yeah. Yeah, even with the phone, it has the nice little hookup. But if you guys have good audio, I'm sure you guys are going to take off.
Yeah. Well, my only point of doing this was like, we filmed the first episode on our 10th anniversary. So like, look, we can wait to like do the perfect fucking setup and everything. Like, but that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Now, like, we're like, okay, when we have $5,000 to do this, I go, put the camera up, put it in our fucking living room, and just let it one angle, whatever. Because then it's also like, there's no editing where it's like to make you look good. This is just it. There's no editing, so you see the tension.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And it's deliberately lo-fi, which I like. And go look.
Yeah.
Yo.
I hate when people like pretend like that they're.
Shout out to my friend
Molly.
Molly.
It's like,
Good
100 views. Why do you need to fucking have this whole official space?
Yeah.
As if that's the thing. No, be interesting first.
Get a storage unit.
Right, yeah. Somewhere to put your truck.
Yeah. As I've always said, Brendan, it's like, Brendan, why wouldn't you just shoot everything in your fucking own garage? Like, you have the space to have a studio.
Yeah.
You can't, yeah.
Like, why wouldn't you just make that the thing?
You can't wait for success to come to you. That's why we don't have a Rain sponsorship, but we have Rain out as if we did.
Yes.
Because one day Rain will find us. They're like, you guys are great. We love what you're doing.
Beast of manifest.
We're fake it till you make it. Marketing geniuses, just like off our, forefather, Brendan Shaw.
I've actually been waiting for this moment, Mark. If you could do me a favor, please.
Yeah.
I will cue the music. What I need you to do right now is focus really hard. Right?
And please use the keyboard here.
Yeah.
Spell my name.
It's Gerdo.
Oh shit.
D-O. Sorry.
That's your friend. That's a good guy right there. Most people spell it with an F. I was saying Jafardo.
That was
Fardo.
That was great. I'm a
Wait, is it spelled giraffe?
Gallardo?
It's kind of like Chin not knowing that Australia isn't in Europe. Europe, you go, how did you like figure out how to feed yourself?
Yeah.
Nice
not
Mexican
knowing-
man.
How did you
My
like
name
make
is
it?
Gerardo. Gerardo, can you get me some
Giraffe.
benzos, please? Benzos.
They're all trying to tell you how to spell it. You got it right, y'all. Gerardo. Just Tosto.
Gerardo.
Geraldo.
Gerdo's my
Gerdo.
favorite.
Okay.
Look
God
at you
damn it.
guys.
Look,
I'm here for
Oh yeah, you didn't spell it right.
Cockfest.
You didn't put any salsa on top of it, so it wasn't spelled correctly.
I like. Okay, that is probably my favorite joke special because it's so. That was like the viral bad joke.
Yeah.
It was like, what's a Mexican cookie? Mexican chocolate cookie with some sauce on top. It's like,
Hello. No.
because
Thank you. Sorry.
no, I'm like, you know, like, could there be a worse lazy or joke?
Yeah.
You know?
No, I mean, I never thought of that before.
No, it does sound like it
It's, I don't think it's lazy so much as it is just racist. You know?
Yeah, it's degrading. It's like you've never seen a Mexican cookie before?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So unaware of like, you know, yes.
It is hurtful because they're so good. You know what I mean? Like, a salsa cookie is disgusting.
Yeah.
But a Mexican cookie
Yeah.
is Disneyland, dude.
Yeah,
That's what I always say.
Mexican cookie, the thing you brought that one time specifically?
Yeah.
It also implies it's like, oh yes, Mexicans don't know how to make food.
Yeah.
Like, why would you put salsa on cookie food?
Yeah. Yep. Facts.
Everyone knows Mexicans don't know how to make confections. You know.
They're really upset. They're saying my name is Sharpie. I don't know what that means. Jafardo, Gerdo, Geraldo.
Oh, I'm sorry I can't spell your fucking name, dude. I didn't sign up for a spelling bee. I signed up for a 24-hour fucking podcast starring BGL, dude. The flyer you sent me said BGL, 24 hours. We're not going to talk.
Be careful, BGL. My car is very heavy, okay? So
My manager.
my car has a hybrid battery.
We reenact that here.
Yes, please.
That would be crazy.
If we could water down the footage of what's actually out there, it'd be great. But this is what I do all the time.
Hey, to have BGL lift your car.
It's like a carnival act.
Yeah, this is just a stunt that I do. It's my thing.
He's the world's strongest threatening man.
I'm sorry I abused a fucking car one time. Christ, yeah.
I apologize to the car.
Yeah.
The car's in court.
The car got a temporary restraining order against me.
You know, you couldn't do that to a truck though.
Hey, Mark, please confirm if Papa ever told you that he had baddie hour time with Whitney Cummings.
Yeah. All the time.
You're saying that Shab had sex with Whitney Cummings all the time?
I mean, I'm just saying, it's my honest perception of it.
Oh my God.
I have actual confirmation of it, and my inference from, I'm not making a stretch, I'm not guessing. It's like my impression based on what he told me was that they have had casual sex as friends over the course of several years.
Yeah.
So, I mean, according to him, like, again,
So that explains, like, you
I
brought
don't know why he'd lie about it. It's not like he's like, oh, my big flex is like, I'm fucking with you. I just had their friends, you know?
Yeah. This is like, you brought up Sinners. It's like, that explains why Whitney Cummings lost her funny and Brendan Schaub got really funny. You know what I mean? He sucked it out like a vampire from Whitney Cummings.
He took her comedic ability to sex.
Yeah, that was one of the things about Sinners where I'm like, wait, so you become a vampire and all of a sudden you're really good at playing the fiddle?
Yeah.
It was like, this is confusing me. I didn't like it because the rules of the vampires were clear. I'm like, what is the?
Okay.
I'm like, you're introducing the vampire rules too late.
Suspending your disbelief was like running over hurdles. It's like I gotta suspend it.
Yes. Well, it was.
And then it's like Whitney Cummings is like Sinners because she's a vampire skank.
I gotta say, hey, you know what? I don't know what you guys think about this. I'm an interesting topic. Maybe we talk about it. When Whitney Cummings went on Flagrant, do you remember this episode? It kind of became, I think, a little bit viral for the fact that, like, my perception, I think other people's perceptions too, was they were like kind of ganging up on her and being a dick. And I was watching it, I'm kind of like, I try to not go out of my way, women and you're bullying. It's like, hey, if you're not a comedian, you can fucking hang. Yeah. It was like, are you guys going? It seemed like they're going out of their way to like be a dick to her, and it made me.
Well, now you're talking about the hierarchy of suck, which is like, where is Whitney Cummings compared to Flagrant? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, like, I'm not even commenting on her comedy. I'm just like, why do you have someone on to be a dick to them?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm not sure, but I'm not gonna watch shit. You know what I mean?
If it's actually mean, it's probably lame. I mean, you could poke fun, I guess. I didn't see it, but she's better than they are. Like, I'm gonna say this: Whitney Cummings, funnier. Who wants to 60 Kimby? Funnier than Akash and Andrew Schultz and those goons on the couch.
Yeah. Like I know that people ripped one of her specials, and I didn't watch. I was just like, people really just mad. I won't watch. Like, I'm not gonna. People are like, burn your boat sucks. I don't really feel the need to watch shitty stand-up specials.
Yeah,
right. But like,
you watch it every week.
Like I've seen. Whitney, there was one where she had like an AI robot, and I was like, that special was good. So I liked that special.
Joe's the one with the robot. No, because we watched Joe.
I'm just saying, I don't think Whitney Cummings is a bad. Like, I know maybe some stuff she's put out was poorly received, but I've seen enough to be like, yeah, she can write jokes. She's better than Brendan, whatever. But I just remember watching the Flagrant episode, being like, they're really going out of their way to like. Be like a group of guys kind of ganging up on her. She calls it out. She's like, are you guys like really doing this right now?
Yeah.
Like, they're kind of gaslighting her. Like, just take it. It's like, but you're being meaner than like, when Logan Paul's on the episode, you're kind of kissing his ass.
Yeah.
And, like, being a dick.
Yeah.
No, it's just.
That's funny to be like treat Mike Majak way better than Whitney Cummings. Yeah, he's a god.
Yeah.
You can't insult that guy.
It's just a little trashy to be like, but when a girl comes on, it's like, we're gonna bully her. Like, like I don't know.
You gotta bully everybody if you're gonna bully.
Yes,
or nobody.
Keep the same energy.
Everybody get these jokes.
Yeah, it's just weird to like crank it up like in because it's not one-on-one, which I would get if you're like, okay, I'm gonna interview a girl a little bit differently, or maybe add some tension vibe to it, one-on-one. But it's like there's 6 dudes here. Yeah, it's like a couch full of guys, like all trying to like take their shot at like, like roasting Whitney Cummings.
She's horrifically bad at comedy, but so are they. So it's not fair.
Yeah.
I got all that aside. It was like on a human level. Like I feel bad for her.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for her too. Sometimes I watch her, not just on that episode, just in general. I feel like she's a confused person.
Yeah.
And she's constantly under attack. That is for. It does seem like even when she's not being horrendous online, she's being attacked.
Yeah.
When she's just being normal, kind of.
Yeah.
So she has a target on her back. It seems like.
One thing, Tim Dillon riffed about this, about going over to her house, and it's like he was like, one of this great rants about it, it's like, you go over to her house, and it's like you got a 20-something hit, like he's describing like the menagerie of people that are at Whitney Cummings' house at any given moment, and I remember I saw that after Brendan Schaub had kind of confirmed, like said something similar to me in private about like. Who hangs out with Whitney Cummings at her house? Like people who take drugs. It's like a weird mix of people.
The idea.
Kind of like,
January 6th shaman. I can see him there.
There's a certain weird kind of oddball collection of Hollywood people.
The lady for the Cincinnati Reds that was racist back in the day, she died, but she's right there.
Yeah.
So Brendan described it like Tim Dillon like ranted about it to her face. It was like really funny, and she was like laughing at acknowledgement that it was accurate. I'm like. That gave me some insight into like, I think she does probably use a lot of drugs. Like,
okay. Yeah.
Who's the guy that killed Khashoggi? That guy, Ben Solomon or something. He's probably there.
Oh, Khashoggi, fuck man.
The Ayatollah's in the corner.
For a second, I was thinking about the name. God damn.
I just imagine she picks people like her. Now she's gone right wing, so she can't have like Reese Witherspoon.
Yeah, she's super right wing now.
She can't have fucking the Disney stars over now, but she's transitioned a little bit. She's gonna have more like right wing people, like Tucker, or maybe comes over whoever, Christine Levitt, and the I don't know, women that are conservative, I guess.
Yeah.
Tim Dillon.
Women that are conservative.
And Tim Dillon.
Okay.
I mean, I think she's somebody that just doesn't. She's not authentic. She's struggling with her thoughts, so she just asks herself, "What do people think?" And then she does that, And so that's what you get. Oh, what's cool? She's a constant. Is this cool?
Yeah.
What's cool right now? Okay, that's what. Wow, Matt Rife not cool anymore.
Sometimes people will wake up and meditate or pray or something, but she wakes up and she goes, "What's cool?"
Yeah, yeah, exactly. She checks TikTok like Walsh checks Reddit.
Do you guys watch TikTok at all? Because
No,
I don't
not really, man.
and I kind of like draw the line there. When someone sends me a TikTok link, I'm like, if you're not sending me this on the app because I'm not on there, iMessage me a fucking TikTok link.
Same thing with Facebook. My mom, on Facebook.
For some reason, I'm a hypocrite because I go on IG, but I'm like, one social media app that's addictive is enough for me.
Yeah, TikTok is too much. A lot of those go unseen that I get sent because I'm just not on it.
Yeah, I just don't give a fuck.
My sponsor sends me so many TikToks, and I just put the haha. I do the Cooney. I put haha.
Yeah. I blocked Jardo and his mom too. So they can't send me stuff.
I exclusively send them Aspen Gold TikTok clips.
I'm gonna block your dad too, just preemptively now. Thinking about it, because if he ever gets on TikTok, I don't want that. I don't want that.
Shit, dude.
I forget the shooting thing. What is the shooting thing? Is that the lion thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's towards the end.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
That's the last thing a lion sees.
Isn't this the joke he talks about our studio? He's like, I'm gonna go in.
How many bullets do you need to kill this mountain lion?
World star! World star!
This is his closer.
Yeah.
Crazy.
This is such a bad joke.
Yeah.
Some would say the worst.
I heard that he wears those night vision goggles, but they're not on, so he's just blind.
Dude, could you imagine? Could you imagine going to his house?
Of course
and he has those.
Yeah.
Or like, are these the goggles?
Podcast episode. We're wearing them, they're just not on.
Does he really have goggles? Do you know?
It was.
Does he have night vision goggles?
I know he has guns.
Yeah, I don't know.
He definitely has guns. Which is also like when he was claiming that I broke into his house. I'm like, why would I visit my ex-boss who has AK-47s in his house? What kind of fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like, wait,
Gerardo.
why would I go harass a UFC heavyweight fighter who has an arsenal of weapons?
Yeah.
And who's father-in-law is a LAPD officer.
On the bullet it was engraved that if you're reading this, you're redacted.
Homeless cat.
Yeah, eat this, homeless cat.
Eat this homeless
Fuck, man.
Catch this, you blockbuster.
He's definitely coming for us at some point.
Yeah.
I'll fight to the death.
It's a matter of when as opposed to if.
I remember because it's funny, when you chose to. I would love to. Earlier you asked about Akash giving you notes.
Yeah.
And one of the things I wanted to comment on was how do you give notes on somebody on a stand-up special that's already been filmed?
Yeah.
You shot it, motherfucker. It's like, hey, can you give me script notes on the movie? It's like, well, that would be at the script stage. You have to watch somebody's set and give them feedback.
Yeah.
Right? So he was doing a lot of can I get feedback on this, on its finished product? And it's like, well, unless I have access to all the footage and angles and jokes you took out, I can't unless I have the raw footage, how can I even know? So I'm an editor, and that would take weight, So I remember he was just thirsting for is this good? Hey Rogan, is this good? And then he doesn't get back to him, or he says, oh yeah, I'm proud of you, and then later he says he didn't watch, that story was did you watch it? You didn't watch it,
Yeah.
And he's like, well, clearly he didn't fucking watch it, He was just like, yeah, hey, great job, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm doing 8 3-hour podcasts. I definitely have time to watch.
I mean, there is precedent for that, though, because I think it was Joe DeRosa just did his special.
Yeah.
And he said that he had already filmed it. I keep thinking it's whenever you see the What's Up Dallas. Anyway, that's our donation. But Joe DeRosa filmed the special, right? They saw that by him.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Rosebud.
I'm not used to that. A demo.
We got your own mail.
That's what I specialize in.
Real confidence.
I don't mind it though. I'm the road
Whisperer.
I'm the road whisperer.
Is Chin's family dishonored by him, Mark? Oh my God, that's an aggressive question.
Probably not, because he's maintained steady employment. Have I told you? I don't know. I mean to be repetitive. The connection that I see between Korean culture, what I know about Korean culture via Malcolm Gladwell book, and do you know about this? Like, it's called the Tipping Point. Yeah. How, like, I like Malcolm Gladwell books because he focuses on these little interesting like anecdotes that prove some broader point, like 10,000 hour or whatever. One of his books talks about how Korean Airlines had a disproportionate number of crashes, and they tried to trace it back to like basically the communication between the pilot and co-pilot was stunted or stifled, because in Korean culture, hierarchy is so important to every aspect of how things are done socially. Like, you don't, if you're above me socially, you can't drink tea before me. Like, it's very strict. You do not question your boss. Like, so it's like, Chin's a perfect employee for Brendan. I'm a nightmare. You know what I mean? Like, because I'll talk back to you when you're wrong. You know, Chin's like, whatever you want. Like, I'm just abiding by you are above me. I don't get to question you. You know, but also Brendan he likes that. Despises the fact that Chin isn't like offering new creative ideas. It's like, well, you kind of get one or the other. You're super loyal, tell you shut the fuck up all the time,
or utilitarian.
You know. So he loves it and resents it. But I do see that as part of the reason. How do you survive in the shop universe? You have to be totally compliant.
You gotta be a shark.
You never stop swimming. Non-threatening. You gotta be. It's like he either has to say with you or be so vital or whatever. It's like, you know, like I said, Chris D'Elia is like, if you're funny enough, it's like Chris D'Elia can do no wrong just because he's like so vital to his world. He looks up so much to him. You're either like a god to him or like an appliance that never questions.
Yeah, he is like a Jeffrey Epstein-sized void of like, why does everyone keep shopping around? He's not funny, and he sounds like fucking terrible to be around.
Here's the thing, if you're socially above him, like D'Elia, Brendan makes it much easier for you to be around. He's not a high maintenance friend, because he's also sensitive to social hierarchies in the sense that like he's texting me around the clock. He's not really like transgressing boundaries, and knowing that I can't really be like, hey dude, like no more texts after 6 p.m. You know, unless I want to lose, then he's gonna find another reason to fire me. He makes you understand that what I'm saying. But Chris D'Elia, he's not gonna bother. You know, he's gonna go. He's gonna tag along with Chris wherever he fucking goes, and they just really hang out with these people outside of.
So you fired Mark, bro?
Did you know?
Yeah.
It's like,
Mark. So, Mark, I don't know what, I don't know where Mark is, but he was like, pretty cool. They even to drink a Mark coffee together, bro.
Already know. Oh my god.
I mean,
Chris was way nicer though.
That's good. Do you think with Papa, like, who do you think he thinks is the funniest person, or does he even like him? George Carlton? You didn't even know George Carlton is.
Yeah, because it's like people like Jim Carrey. It's like obvious. Like how old are you? 34. Okay. So, I grew up on Jim Carrey. Yeah, it's like that was the funniest motherfucker on the planet to me, and I still think it holds up. It's like he's like he is, you know, and he was a stand-up comedian who went into acting and into singing. Like
he did MMA first, but
but he's in the lineage of like
Canadian
you know, like I love looking back at like, you know, like physical comedy over the ages. It's like that is universal, and it's like an athletic mastery thing. Like when you watch him, it's like he was one of a kind for our time, but he is in this lineage of like, you go back to the 40s and 50s. Like there were guys doing physical comedy. It's a skill. You never know, because he's like, oh, I used to love SNL. I was like, oh yeah, who did you like on SNL? It was good. He liked it. You know, so like
he likes the idea of liking SNL.
Yeah, and like again, we've heard that change. He'd be like, oh yeah, growing up, like my dad wanted me to be a star. My dad wanted to be an NFL player. I want to be like, wait, what was the childhood dream again? What age?
Worked on trucks. I was a comic book seller.
Yeah. Like it's again, and someone like Beige Frequency is the person who can kind of like. I didn't see that of like, oh, when you put all these things side to side, when he's telling some bullshit story on that Ari Shaffir show.
He thinks like Jim Carrey is Elmo from Sesame Street. He's like, the guy when he's red, and you squeeze him, when he's some tickle him, sometimes he laughs. Jim Carrey rules.
Yeah, if you should hear like, because as comedians, you guys think about like not only who you like the most, but why you like them.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to hear Brendan go like, why do you like Jim Carrey?
Yeah.
Like, articulate what you think is great about him. But I have heard of Andrew. I go,
Did David Lucas get beat up in Mothership parking lot? I heard that.
Oh shit!
Does the Mothership have a parking lot?
how dare you? This David Lucas slander I will not stand for. You are being racist right now, and I need you to stop. Okay?
Oh, I think he's confusing it with the time where an owl landed on his arm.
He falls asleep.
Yeah.
Did you get beat up in the parking lot, David?
Is that it?
It's like us.
Does not do that all the time, and she often comes across as genuine. And
Especially on Shabbat. I'm sure that you can. That's how I roll, baby. I would do it. As I said, creepy. I don't know. Like, it's like holes, like all the way down. It's just like one big tube. Don't forget that.
But that was.
which one's true? Gee, wonder who's telling the truth. Yeah, you know.
That one time when that was his point.
See other people. I need it.
All right, well, you and me, we're gonna do Windy City Heat 2.
for men, unless emotional well-being of both spouses, no coercion or degradation. I really mean that. Now, some bitches like you to grade your Rabbi as much as you fuck. As I said previously, in a non-blasphemous way, and to not blaspheme. And as you know, cleanliness is really important. I've got surgical hands, girl. Cleanliness is really important. Seeming concerns. Again, what Goldberg is a thing. Marital context, nearly all leniencies in sexual matters appear only within marriage. Precautions would include mutual consent, emotional well-being of both spouses, no coercion or degradation. I really mean that now. Some bitches like you degrade me or Rabbi as much as you fucking want. Well, then that's like, you know, we're just playing house at that point. We're just role playing it, and that's not. It may seem like degradation if you're being walked around on a fucking leash, but that doesn't necessarily mean it. I mean, I would say to you, there are like two mental states. Like one would be like, yeah, bitch, you like that, right? And she'd be like, you dirty slut, you fucking eat that shit up. And she'd be like, that's degrading. But then I could be like, yo, time out. I can use
I'll have to flex from the grave because I kind of left it again because they saw me. I do it.
mean,
Is my lawyer Rob Double?
that sounds like a good idea.
But I was like, this is like some real guy says, I don't know, I'm willing to do anything else to face value because clearly not using a single flag on so I always decided to show that I'm ready to get through this it's a secret. Real self, if you're under the false facade. It's to such a degree where he goes, I literally have to stop hanging out with him because he.
Oh, I think are your headphones kind of fucked up or something? Let me see.
Good to do that. And then ready to. Yeah, like against vaccines, but then every time you're low, you're like,
While it's out there, they, you know what a Google extension is, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so they had an extension.
I feel like we all perceive time differently.
No, you're still gonna hit his ball.
Supposed to say something positive when I do that.
What?
I didn't hear anything positive about me.
You gotta say something positive.
Oh, Miss Aquarius.
Yes, Miss Aquarius.
This girl is.
Do you have the document?
There's tradition. This is why halakha avoids permitting it. Kabbalah strongly discourages it. Many authorities treat it as
Well, maybe probably do it under normal circumstances during the week as well. And if you can, that's great. Especially ours.
halakha avoids permitting it. Kabbalah strongly discourages it. Many authorities treat it as outright forbidden, but not this one. Hey, woman, I've said this before, I've said it, I'll say it again. I used to always get confused why these scummy guys would get these amazing girls, and it's because they would take.
Don't forget that. So,
They kind of make sure she came first, and perhaps her other mates would not do that. And, all right, restricted to times of lower spiritual sense. Act that feels degrading, humiliating, power imbalance would be invalid spiritually, even if technically permitted. Pleasure alone would not justify hypothetical permissive framework. It would require extreme cleanliness, strong intentionality, borderline or spiritually damaging, even if tolerated. However, if it means that we're going to have more Jews, tradition, this is treated as outright forbidden. You're fired. Go fuck yourself. Well, then that's like, we're just playing house. I really. What's up, sluts? I wanted to clarify the whole anal. See, off the glass. Larry Legend knew what was up. This is like. Recorded. Oh man, this shit sucks.
Don't forget that. Anyway,
settings.
So
how much fucking space? So that shit just sucked. Anyway, I guess if this thing is still recording, can you see what was going on? So we'll just go with this one. It
are already advancements in cleanliness.
wrecked,
Everything could be super clean in the
he
future.
says, hey, you can't take a finger and just shouldn't do that. Anal than vaginal. This. So maybe. That's way back in there. Oh, the condom. We're just playing house at that point. We're not. Whatever you're saying. Well, that's part of sexuality. All right, so. So if I hear that, then it'd be like, yo, are you being degraded? You need to stop or whatever. Metaphysics. Kabbalah views sexual act would need elevated intentions, such as strengthening marital unity, which, anyway, get it? Holy, like the whole holiness. Anyway, acts driven, maybe not the most appropriate of puns, but still, nevertheless, fucking hilarious. Acts driven purely by domination, humiliation, or excess desire would be spiritually damaging. However, some bitches want that, and so you have to. It's a fine line. Like, look, if you really feel like you're being demeaned by it, then absolutely not. But if it turns you on to get this playful demeaning in, then I was free in love and war, baby. Avoiding association with the Sitra Achra in Kabbalah, bodily openings of ways are symbolically linked to teleport impure forces. Precautions would include clear separation between pleasure and waste, avoiding acts that symbolically feed impurity, mental focus or connection rather than transgression. Timing. Kabbalah assigns different spiritual states, times, weekdays versus Shabbat. Hypothetical permission might restrict such acts to certain times or just.
And not blaspheme. And as you know, this is very important. I've got surgical hands, girl. Cleanliness is really important. Semen concerns. Again, what Goldberg is, I think. Marital context, viewing all leniencies in sexual matters.
Discourage them during spiritually sensitive periods. Ethical and human dignity precautions. Judaism strongly emphasizes kavod, habrios, human dignity. No degradation. Any act that causes shame, makes a partner feel used, mimics abusive power dynamics would be spiritually invalid until it would be spiritually invalid even if technically permitted. Yeah, nobody wants you to feel shame or used or anything like that. However, there are some bitches out there and people just
Like one would be like, yeah, bitch, you like that, right? And she'd be like, I'd be like, you dirty slut, you fucking eat that shit up. And she'd be like,
in general who like that idea. And I'm I'm not going to kink shame. If that's what you like, that's cool, but you should have a safe word to be able to say, like, if you do feel shame, if you do feel used, you need
under normal circumstances during the week as well. If you can, that's great. But what I'm saying is, look, if you, like, some women, it's always going to happen to them, but some women, it's going to be really difficult for them.
then there's no longer consenting, and then you
a long time, and you've got work in the morning, and all the other things that you've got, and I don't want you. I don't want you exhausted every single night because you're having to try to get this lady off. So what do I advise? He can inseminate you and then fall asleep. And lady, if you want, you use a toy or a tool or whatever it is, you just watch my streams. Whatever it is to get you off, you do it, bro. All right, and so precautions would include their mental separation between pleasure and guilt, avoiding any sense of degradation, immediate spiritual reorientation afterward, watching prayer leader, etc. Watching prayer leader, etc. Even then, Kabbalah would like to be viewed as spiritually dangerous, not neutral. And it's not ideal. None of this is ideal. Why? Because ideal is peanut.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Especially.
If you want to start a protest, then it's too damn expensive to live in LA. I'd be in that tent next to you. Sorry, customer, but I'd be enjoying my pizza.
Dignity.
As I said previously,
Avoiding acts.
as I said previously,
Joe, maybe I want to talk about
I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my kids. Store all your guns securely. Don't stop scaring. My service never stops. Now, with it has to be corrected. I've been trying to correct it for 27 years on the air. I've been very loud. I think now I gotta go out and do it personally at my own freedom. I gotta walk out there into society and start correcting behavior, or society is going to crumble. A Tim Conway Jr. show, or just don't say anything. Go home. Live 4 to 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the Anchor Radio app. KFI AM 640, our stimulating talk.
You know, the fucking grape lady. We'll do it at the end. And then health and safety. Judaism treats bodily harm as prohibited. Precautions would include avoiding injury, avoiding practices that cause pain or long-term harm. Again, some bitches want that though, so we wouldn't want to injure anybody.
Motherfuckers.
And, cause pain or long-term harm. You know, John Mellencamp, aka John Cougar or John Cougar, and cause pain or long-term harm. You know, pain or long-term harm. You know, John Mellencamp, aka John Cougar or John Cougar Mellencamp, but John Mellencamp had a song, Hurt So Good. Come on, baby, Cougar Mellencamp. And then health and safety. Judaism treats bodily harm as prohibited. Precautions would include avoiding injury, avoiding practices that cause pain or long-term harm. Again, some bitches want that though, so we wouldn't want to injure anybody and cause pain or long-term harm. John Mellencamp, aka John Cougar or John Cougar Mellencamp, but John Mellencamp had a song, Hurt So Good. Come on, baby, make it hurt so good. Sometimes love don't feel like it should. You make it hurt so good. There's something about that hurting can be good. And that's for every individual to be able to determine. But if it's really causing pain, absolutely not. And go to the proper authority if you feel at any point that somebody's hurting you without your consent. So then you should know that the big picture, even in this hypothetical, Judaism would still view such acts as non-ideal. I agree. Vaginal, penile interaction is the way to go. Vaginal, penile sex. They might be tolerated under limited conditions, not celebrated. Now, I know some Robinson out there is going to be like, but I want to celebrate this stuff. And it'd be like, there's a fine line between tolerated and limited, not celebrated. We're going to celebrate penile, vaginal intercourse. And generally not celebrated. But if you were like, look, I wasn't able to have a child, but then because I was just like asexual, but then something awakened inside of me when my partner rimmed me, and now I've got a brood of 14 children, we might celebrate that. I'm not gonna lie.
Quick aside here. My father, whenever we play golf, we watch his golf. And anytime any golfer has the ball and it just rims out, he always yells "rim." And he's been doing it since I was a little kid. And I don't know if he knows that's what he's saying, but the looks that he gets, I think he does know though. And he yells it, "Rim job."
All right, the default sexual ideal of halakha and Kabbalah remains penile, vaginal intimacy, yes, with love, modesty, and sanctity. Let's get that straight. And then, what about analingus? So, halakha.
It's just like tubes. They came from here all the way down. Don't ever forget that, girls. It's just tubes.
Versus Kabbalah. If analingus were assumed to be permitted, which in reality it is not in mainstream halakhic or Kabbalistic sources, the precautions would be even stricter than for other non-normative sexual acts because it directly involves the area most associated with zoa, excrement, and kelipot. Below is how Judaism would likely frame it if it were allowed. Halakhic type precautions, absolute cleanliness. I'm even saying that you could have like a machine, I don't know, like, you know how we have like black lights that see like semen on stuff? I think you could have the same kind of machine, like, or light or something that could ensure like an anus is completely clean. Like, science could do that. I'm sure somebody could work on that. Anyway, so this would be so cleanliness is a central issue. Jewish law is extremely strict about contact with excrement, having filth in or near the mouth. Hypothetical permission would require meticulous cleansing beforehand, zero presence of waste, immediate washing afterward. Any doubt of contamination would render the act forbidden. This is stricter than for most other intimate contact because the mouth is used for prayer and Torah blessings. Separation from holiness after, even hypothetically, one would still likely require washing the mouth and body, waiting before prayer or learning Torah, treating the act as something that creates temporary ritual distance. This mirrors halakhic logic and other bodily function contexts. Consent and marital context. As with all sexual leniencies, only within marriage full enthusiastic consent, no coercion or pressure. Kabbalistic precautions. Where it gets stricter, Kabbalah is far more resistant to this act than halakha would be. Mouth symbolism in Kabbalah, the mouth corresponds to malchut, speech, divine expression, using it in a way associated with waist risks. Spiritual inversion, drawing energy downward instead of upward. Hypothetical precautions would require very strong intentional focus, kavana, which I think could be done, and framing the act as bonding, not indulgence. That's the big thing. I'm saying, like, there are ladies out there who have been in, and men, just sexless marriages for a long time. I don't know if that's the best thing to do or to be in, but if you are, and you want to spice things up, this might be it. If it's not, then maybe that's not the right person for you. Who knows? But maybe it is. And maybe this just floats your boat, tickles your fancy, whatever it is.
Light your fire.
So, Kabbalistic precautions where it gets stricter. We talked about this. Avoiding feeding the kelipot, the anal area symbolically linked to waist separation, and sitra achar, the other side. Precautions would include clear mental separation between pleasure and filth, avoiding any sense of degradation or excess, immediate spiritual reorientation afterward, washing, prayer later, etc. Even then, Kabbalah would likely view it as spiritually dangerous, not neutral. Yeah, but danger might be my middle name, baby. You never know. I mean,
Perhaps.
under most conditions, penile vaginal sex, that's what we're talking about. But under some circumstances, if we think that it will increase the bond between two people and overall create more Jews, that's what sex is about in many ways, I'm going to be more lenient on this. Timing restrictions, if hypothetically allowed at all, likely discouraged on Shabbat or holy days. Okay, fine. And I'm fine with that. I think that's, should be focused on procreation. Not that this isn't, but this isn't, perhaps the chances aren't as high. And I went on at least Shabbat, the chances would be highest. Look, I've said this before. If you really want to run down some rabbits and give it to me, like, calm down, woman. Men and women in Israel, and just Jewish men and women, Jewish men and women, period, should be having intercourse every single night. For the man,
Wait.
6 days a week
Under normal conditions for the woman, and she's not in pain or in need or any of those other things. But under normal circumstances.
current weeks, this is how it should work. You both had a long day, whatever. You ejaculate inside your wife, and you go to bed, and you both fall asleep. If she's not brought to orgasm, I understand it takes a little while. She's got to be in the right mood, all those other things.
But dog, get yourself a womanizer, and you'll be made in the shade. This bitch will be asleep before your head hits the pillow. Seriously though, get yourself one of these. It's got the best battery in the business, folks. Bitch works for years.
It's a really easy way to fall asleep. Now, on Shabbat,
To the ladies out there, you need 3 of these bitches. You need one next to the bed side in your drawer. 2 in your car if you ever got an away game. And 3, one always charging, baby.
that's a time for the woman. And you must ensure every single time that you get her off beforehand.
Use the womanizer.
I'm sure that you could probably do it under normal circumstances during the week as well. And if you can, that's great. But what I'm saying is, look, if you, like, some women, it's always going to happen to them. But some women, it's going to be really difficult for them to come to orgasm. You're going to have to work at it. And it might take you a long time. And you
Not with this bitch. It's game over. This bitch works like a charm. Just creates a little bit of suction right here, girls. Just like this. Check it out, baby. Works every time. Every fucking time. I want to meet a girl. You give me one of these and we'll be done in 10 minutes. That bitch will be snoozing. Oh, for sure. Just purring. Listen to that bitch purr.
You've got work in the morning and all the other things that you've got, and I don't want you exhausted every single night because you're having to try to get this lady off. So what do I advise? He can inseminate you and then fall asleep. And lady, if you want, you use a toy or a tool or whatever it is. You just watch my streams, whatever it is to get you off. You do it, girl. All right.
So, womanizer, dude. Just use a womanizer on your chick. It's game over.
Precautions would include clear mental separation between pleasure and filth, avoiding any sense of degradation.
And I'll come up with amazing sex toys in the future, perhaps, just to make it even easier. The womanizer, I'm a womanizer, I'm a womanizer, I'm a womanizer.
Immediate spiritual reorientation afterward, watching prayer later, etc. Watching prayer later, etc. Even then, Kabbalah would likely view it as spiritually dangerous, not neutral. And it's not ideal. None of this is ideal. Why? Because ideal is penile vaginal intercourse. Ideal is the woman coming before the man, and that's just, if I can give a guy any advice, make sure she comes first. If you do, you're putty. Ask any woman.
She's putty in your hands.
Before I've said it, I'll say it again. I used to always get confused by these scummy guys would get these amazing girls, and it's because they would take the time to make sure she came first, and perhaps her other mates would not do that. And she comes first. If she comes first, it's over. She's putting in your hand. All right. Timing restrictions, if hypothetically allowed at all, likely discouraged on Shabbat or holy days, possibly restricted to times of lower spiritual sensitivity. Human dignity is crucial. Judaism would draw a hard line here. Any act that feels degrading, humiliating, power imbalance would be invalid spiritually, even if technically permitted. Pleasure alone would not justify it. Kavod, dignity is non-negotiable. Bottom line, even in a hypothetical permissive framework, analingus would be the most restrictive, spiritual, risky, not ideal. I agree with all of that. It would require extreme cleanliness, strong intentionality, clear dignity, and consent. I agree with all of that. Kabbalah would still view it as borderline or spiritually damaging, even if tolerated. However, if it means that we're going to have more Jews for whatever reason, then I think that we can be more lenient on it. In real Jewish tradition, this is why.
That's what it's about, having more Jews. That's what all this is about. I wouldn't be so lenient if I didn't think this would produce more Jews in the long run. Be fine. Go fuck yourself.
Avoiding practices that cause pain or long-term harm. Again, some bitches want that though, so we wouldn't want to injure anybody. And
no problem. That's not the same.
avoiding practices that cause pain or long-term harm. Again,
Cam Little tried it from 75 yards. He's just short. He's like, ooh, almost. So he said, I'm moving in from 73. Watch this. This is pregame. 73 yards with plenty on that kick.
kick. If he hits the 75-yarder the way he hit the 73-yarder, it's good. Cam Little,
Someone died. Now, they're not sure about on Friday or on Sunday. It wasn't exactly clear. I will say what happened. It's asking they come. The Yokel said that non-Jews bury the peace. The non-Jews bury the nation in this type of situation. That's said, you're coming here from out. I'm not going to establish this for you. When they should it's asking for the mockery to the cover idea. Again, we're not sure about it very much to tell out. But what we do know is that today they allowed for non-Jews to go ahead and carry the peace. The Rabbi said as follows. Basically, on the show is asking for I think the person dies from the first day of the day, so you don't allow Jews.
tried it from 75 yards.
You allow non-Jews to come and do a Jew under the shame whatever.
Inside joke I'm missing.
Yeah, he thinks that titties on your arm feel like an owl landing on it. It's pretty funny. That was on the special.
Did he get fucking beat up? Where is that an actual rumor?
I don't know. This is the first I heard. It's a Trent Flip narrative. I've heard some stuff about him in the Comedy Store. I'm not sure about the mothership.
Yeah, I think I heard that, but now I've forgotten what it was. Does that surprise anyone? Graves.
No, like the David Lucas part of your brain is like it got conquered by Graves.
Yeah, no.
Graves is the Fourth Reich in his brain. You know what I mean?
What's Graves?
Oh no, that's kind of does sound like a nickname for Elf Grader. No, but I have Graves disease. It's like it's not a big deal, Papa.
That's thyroid issues. Oh, thyroid issues.
You ever heard of it?
Yes.
But I take a pill. And I'm fine. Yeah,
FT3.
Yeah. And yes, exactly, dude. This guy's a doctor.
Wow.
I mean, listen, he knows his stuff.
This guy's a doctor.
Like
Joey Diaz, I was talking to a doctor yesterday, and they'll admit this. It's like you can be more of an expert in certain very specific niches. Like a lot of bodybuilders probably know way more about anabolic compounds within your body versus doctors. They're not teaching you shit. You roughly know.
Vaccines.
Sometimes they'll go into like a checkup and they're like, "You're taking too much testosterone." I'm like, "Oh, good." They're like, "You should take 50 milligrams." I'm like, "Well, yeah, for sure." Like, shut up. Yeah. Should be able to be that small. Come on.
Yeah. How many fucking things can you lift, dude?
Yeah.
What does that
How
do?
many cars can you lift?
Does that stethoscope help you fucking bench and shut up, dude?
Yeah.
Do my pills.
Yeah, he's on medication, but we are also trying to come up with merch to solve his Graves.
I know. If we could just get a few more Patreon subs, I think I might be able to overcome Graves.
Wait, do you guys feel comfortable telling me how many Patreon subs you guys have?
We have like 400.
Yeah. Oh wow. Yeah. That's impressive.
Yeah.
Because I was gonna say, like, my guess for Chief NK was like 500.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I gives this segment 5 big booms.
We went live once we said that the Rizzler is a national socialist. Man, this is my favorite special. I'm so glad we could get together and watch it 85 times. Such a big deal to me.
Yeah, it's great. Oh, fuck, man. I can't believe I took part in this, and it was like such a big team effort celebration. And
the documentary has to be a docu-series, and one episode has to be called Marg with a G.
Yeah.
And it's like, it has like AC/DC music playing, like a silhouette of you.
This is a joke of yours, but like I can actually.
Oh no, this is not a joke of mine.
No,
this is not a joke. I'm being 100% serious. I'm sorry for.
No, because I like the idea also of like books, for example, as oral history is kind of like different. Like you just, it's like a story told of different perspectives about an event.
Exactly. So The Last Dance is about the 6th championship. But in that scope, they go back.
I get to watch that. I want to watch it.
Yeah.
I know everyone loved it.
So, like, for instance, this is his 6th championship, his 2nd special. You know, the Gringo Poppy. That's the scope of it all. It all kind of comes back to this.
Yes.
You're part of it. The whole history would be an episode, and it goes back to, like, I don't know how to make a documentary about the special itself, like a joke he told or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
But it would be like Brendan Schaub would need to be involved. Michael Jordan was involved. And then this is like, dude, he would make bank.
Shot for shot remake.
Oh my god.
Shot for shot remake.
You
Just
like, there's a way
switch out everything shot for like.
Like Brendan Walsh was alluding to earlier, like to get him involved. I agree with you. It would be pivotal. You could do without him.
2 words, dude. 100 million. Hey, you think he's gonna say no to that?
Of course not. Yeah. This guy committed fraud for $100,000 like, after he'd already gotten like
2 words actually for you guys. We are rich. Dude, could you imagine? I know that. Come on, stay with me. We do a shot for shot remake. The part where Michael Jordan's like, and for some reason I took that person.
Yeah.
It's Schaub on the laptop, but he's watching Sesame Street again.
Yeah.
You know, another element.
For some reason I said giraffe. You know. Yeah.
North Korea with a beach.
I'm trying to think of what shops I took that person would be. Hurt both ways, like
Bobby Lee.
Oh yeah, the right.
Yeah, that's your perspective.
Yeah.
That's your documentary gets all these different people's perspectives.
Andy Letterman.
Yeah, that could be that.
Oh my god, yeah.
Who's Scottie Pippen?
Brian Callen.
Are you sure about that?
No.
What is it?
I just wanted to do that.
The thing is, like, his openers are better than him, you know? Like, whether it's whoever he brought up.
We go through the whole lineup of the Chicago Bulls. Like, who's Scotty Kukoc? Who's fucking BJ Henderson or Tony Kukoc? Scotty, dude. Stay with me.
From what I understand about the rivalry, by the way, between Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan was so intense that they were like, they bet on like the size of their sons' penises or something.
Oh my
it was, like,
god!
Crazy, like where.
Yeah.
This is. I don't know if it's conceivable because these guys are like egomaniac competitors,
right?
Like, kind of.
Mark, can I ask you though? Did you read that online, or is that a Tiger fact? You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're gonna get into that. I'm like, no, this is fine. Like, it's triggering to people, or they like it, or whatever. But it's like, if you think you're gonna promote this fucking shitty whiskey without being polarizing, like they wanted it to be like, you know, some professional. They're like, oh, cool. So who's the art director for the photo shoots that you want to do of like, you know, this elaborate Tiger thick whiskey promotion on a budget of nothing? Like what? You know, make it look like the Rock's page. Okay, cool. Do you want to do that with AI, or like, you know,
you want to pay the Rock money?
Yeah, or do you want me to fucking troll people into following this page? Your choice. And then I stopped managing it, and 2 months later, it's like taken down. I remember commenting on it, and I got blocked on the page because it was like I was posting every day on it, and like I got fired for putting an extra C in.
Yeah, the fourth C.
Yeah. Which thing is it?
I was looking at screens because I got to review out my evidence. He was so fucking pissed at that. He was like, "Fuck!" Like he's telling, like, dude, like one person saw it on Facebook because it didn't even. You can't hyperlink on Instagram, so we went to a Facebook account. Me and Jay were both like, there's a Facebook account, like, it's auto-posting. None of us were aware of it. One person commented on it. It was like, no likes. One, hey, might want to check the spelling. He's like, motherfucker. It was like as if he just like accidentally, you know, uploaded a picture of himself fucking a dude to the internet, you know. And he's like, oh my god. It's like,
it's happening all over.
And then I get fired, and he was like, okay, so wait, I'm like, what? Like, you know, I'm getting, and then. But you go, you assume you got someone else lined up, right? And then I watch it, like when I left, I was like, how come no one's posting to this page? And, you know, like, hey, how's the replacement going?
It's not been fixed.
Yeah.
We're actually in hour 5, y'all. What the hell? Yeah, we got more guests coming through, y'all.
Luana's saying, I wish you'd come home right now. I said, okay, I will. I'm announcing it.
Okay, sweet. Dude, Mark.
I'll order, yeah. No, I'm not going to like suddenly exit, but I was telling her, yes.
It's the wind down. It's the Mark wind down.
Right.
I said, I'm going to leave in 5.
We do have to address the bots later, so.
Yeah. But like all the negative comments, it's just, I don't know why they.
Yeah,
do
anybody
any
say, like,
bots.
it's so funny that so many, like, someone would pay for so many negative comments about me. It's just like, fucking get a life.
You're telling me.
I don't know who pays for it or where they come from, but I just,
It might be an inside job. I did text Bobby. He did not respond.
all these bots.
Mark got to go to sleep for 18 hours. Fuck, I wish that sounds so nice.
I know, right? What the fuck?
Right. No, not us. Not us.
He fucked your replacement. He certainly did. No, I do think so.
Allegedly.
They're like, yeah, like, she's texting him fucking outfit pics at like 3 a.m. and things.
I will say, dude, every time you come through, I am. What is it called? I don't even know what I expected beforehand. You know what I mean? And then you break both your hammies and you fucking beat my expectations. You know what I mean? Right?
Oh, every time. Like, hey, let Mark ramble on forever. You know. Which again, I appreciate people let me do that.
People are like, "Are you guys gonna get food?" I'm like, "Mark is cooking."
I actually told Luana that I'm like, "Let me cook, bitch." Because sometimes, like, Luana's personality, here's where we conflict, is like, sometimes, like, oh, fuck, man, I was along with some evidence that I was, reviewing, like, you're looking at old shit on my phone, I'm like, I found this recording of, we lived in this apartment, and, like, my cat was killed by somebody who I believe, like, we had reason to believe it was, like, an Airbnb place, like, hit our cat, and it was, like, very traumatizing. So I don't mean to like be flippant about this. It was like horrific to us because it was like somebody killed my cat, ostensibly from a car accident, put the cat on top of a cardboard box that had been turned upside down. And then a neighbor was like knocked on our door like Sunday morning and was like, "I'm sorry about your cat." We're like, we both lose our mind. We were out, and then it was like the area where she used to hang out in this like the grass area, like. It looked like a car had driven over the sprinkler, like the sprinklers were. So I was like, wait, like Buffalo usually hangs up there, and it's like it was an Airbnb that we were already annoyed by because it's like you turn this apartment into an Airbnb, and now people are coming in left and right, and they don't understand the situation, playing music, blah blah. Yeah. And I was just trying to get answers and closure from the person who runs the Airbnb. Yeah. So I was like, I got a hold of this guy who ran it, and I was like, well, first of all, the guy who cleaned it, that's where our contact. And I was like, hey, do you have your boss's number? We just want to know, we just want to know what happened. Yeah. We're like trying to sue anybody. It was just like, we know what happened. Yeah. And immediately they were like, we did not do anything. Like, don't text us while I was like, whoa. And then I found the number for the guy who ran it. And he got, I think he called me or something. Or, yeah, it must have been because it was like, I didn't get the number from that guy. Then I get a number from this. It was like, hello? And he's like, he just started screaming. He's like, he said, I'm going to kill you on the phone. Oh, my God. What? Like, who the fuck is this? Some guy named Vito? I was like, I had no idea who he was. I know this guy screaming at me on the phone, telling me he's going to kill me. And I'm like, it's trouble because I'm like, my cat just died, and I'm just looking for closure, and you're telling me that you're going to murder me? Asking questions about it? So I was like, trying to eat that, like, because I'm like, I have no idea who this guy is. He's then blocked me, and I can't, like, and then, like, a week later, I'm coming home from the gym, and I see these guys in front of the Airbnb. I'm like, oh, that's Vito. And he's like this small, Asian, Filipino, gay man. Like, I didn't know what Vito. I was like, I'm assuming this is some Italian dude or something. Yeah. But I figured I'm like, oh, because they're like looking around and like looking. Oh, we gotta like. So I presumed I go, like I walk in and go, hey, you guys run this Airbnb? They're like, yeah. I'm like, hey, on the phone. I'm like, I get up in his face. I'm just like, you said you wanted to murder me? I go, why don't you do that? And I bust in his house, right? I'm just like in his house, like, hey, so I wanted to give you that chance. He's like, fucking touch me. I'm like, no. You said you wanted to murder me, so I'm going to give you that opportunity right now, right? And I was like, the whole point was like, I'm going to make this person feel small and tell them, like, he's like, I'm going to call the cops. I'm like, go ahead and call the cops. I'm going to stay here until you attempt to murder me. Like, you know, and like, again, that becomes a hate crime if I touch it, but like, I wouldn't beat him up, but I go, I just want to make sure you know that, like, you made a mistake in trying to tell me this, and I'm going to go, hey, like, say to my water comes in and starts talking, like, you motherfucker, like, what? Ruining my intimidation tactic. Like, I am trying to make this person feel very small with the silence that's created when I say, I'm giving you the opportunity to murder me, and then he has to say nothing. Yeah. Because he can, you know, and I'm going to say, so like, so he's like, hey, look, when I'm done, you can yell at him. So like, now I'm arguing with one, and then he's arguing with her, and I'm like, oh, and so I'm recording that with my phone, and I'm like, hey, making you fucking if I tried to murder him, then you do it too. Yeah, right. And then like 30 minutes later, I remember because I left, like, get the fuck out of my house. I'm like, make me. Why don't you murder me? So I just like, I just kind of went around like touching stuff. It was just like, oh, what are you going to do? Call the cops? Like, yeah, I'm opening the door. And she's like, yeah, I'm in Airbnb. Oh no, it's a nice glass door you have. Airbnb. So like, oh, they're like, but wait, you guys live here? Like, I have an open house. Like, this is an apartment. You guys live here? You don't live here. You rent it? Like, I gotta get them a bit like, oh, you run an illegal Airbnb. Like, oh yeah, man. Like, so what's your business here? You run a live here or not? Or those kids open? I'm hungry. Yeah, just trying to like intimidate them, make them feel comfortable. They can go, get out, and then realize he has no power. Yeah.
How about that? We're talking about the power of waking up your immune system, which, as you just heard, has incredible healing powers. The power of your immune system. Think about that. Perhaps that can be called the human body's fiercest power to heal. Call 1-866-836-8735, 1-866-836-8735, or visit carnivore.com, carnivore.com. Call today.
My name is Wendy Allen. I'm a widow. My husband Brian died. Never thought in a million years we have 2 years. Life insurance, the unexpected happens. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. Get a quote in seconds. Apply in minutes and get same-day coverage. No medical exams. You get up to $3 million worth of coverage. Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term.
Halacha avoids permitting it. Kabbalah strongly discourages it. Many authorities treat it as outright forbidden. But not this one. You're fired. Go fuck yourself.
One of my beats, and they were always very excited. They were like, I'm so curious to what they'd say. So they were always very positive about it. Although unfortunately, none of them told me they had their experience. Scott Kelly did say at one point he saw something and he was freaking out because he thought, oh my gosh, what is that? But then he figured out what it was. And he was like, we just have those events sometimes.
Now, what do you do with the information that goes into it from the people? How do you analyze it?
Yeah, it's a great question. So currently we outsource the analysis. So a big part of Enigma, you can go to enigmalabs.io. That's the website. If you're on the laptop, that reminds me because you guys in your advertising remind you of the website. But what we do is if you go to enigmalabs.io, you'll see there's comments on all of the sightings, and you'll see we've created this robust community of people who are very good at kind of analyzing, saying, hey, have you thought into this? Is it that? We've got the witnesses typically interfacing with people saying, well, I did think of it, but I don't think it's this because of that. Or we figure out what it is. And there have been, and that's kind of exciting in itself, there have been several things that are novel. That's people to identify most, for example, SpaceX, not just the satellites themselves, which can do weird things, but especially the spacecraft. Even just this week in Texas, we had this where one of the things the SpaceX spacecraft will do when it'll turn around and slow down and it shoots this ginormous kind of halo. It looks like kind of this spaceship, something out of Star Wars. And people have gotten these videos, they don't know what the heck they are. I do either, but after doing some research, we were able to figure out what it was and then inform people. So it's really helpful that way too, because then we all kind of learn together about these things. And even pilots make mistakes. Pilots were recording these weird objects that were kind of going in a circular pattern. They call them racetrack UFOs. I got a hold of my buddy Ben Kansas, who works with pilots a lot. He said, yeah, I've been getting these too. We're researching them. We eventually figured out that they were SpaceX satellites. They just looked different from aircraft. And a lot of pilots
Okay, and then what did you do? I'm really interested.
embarrassed by it, but I don't think they should be. And I try to say nobody should be. We're all learning together. And that's what's great about our community is we're learning to analyze these sightings together. So we're educating each other. So we get better and better videos and we're able to help each other out. So frankly, we're proud nonetheless. And in the future, we are working on AI to be able to identify. In fact, we have an AR camera on the app. So you can open up the camera feature on the app, and there is a tab where it'll show you all of the planes and astronomical objects and satellites in the sky, right where you're looking, just like all these apps do, like Flight Radar and all of these others. But we've got it all combined in one app. So if you're seeing something you direct to this camera, you'll see, oh, that's SpaceX, or, that's an astronomical thing, but if nothing's there, then you can say, hey, I use your app, I checked the radar and that was supposed to be in this area where I saw this weird thing. So, we've got these built-in tools to help people with the analysis to get better and better at that. And further on, we're hoping, and we are working on AI and teaching AI, so it will be able to give recommendations. And it probably won't be too long until we have this out. It'll say, our AI this is likely this, and the witness can take it or leave it.
Our dear friend Peter Davenport from the National UFO Reporting Center started it all years ago with his reporting network, which was based primarily on the phone and then his website. You've taken it a step further with Enigma Labs. Congratulations.
Exactly. Thank you very much. And, Peter was a big inspiration. We used to, and I think we still have a picture of him up in the office, because you're right, he's one of the giants whose shoulders we stand on, and, we have been in communication with him over time. Interesting enough, Kevin talking about Maynard, Peter Davenport is my Maynard, so I think he's been on your show a few times talking about that. But, yeah, I agree. You can see his sighting in our app. So all the kids reports, historical reports, a lot of other organizations we've got in the app, so people can still see those sightings. But, we've been collecting a lot on our phones that are originally given to us.
How do you vet some of the reports that come through the app?
Yeah, that's another great question. My kind of theory, and with most of us, we're only, wanting to weed out hoaxes. People trying to trick us or being silly or something like that. Because I think, a lot of the data is still valuable. So, for instance, drones. We could just say, let's not, these are obviously drones. Some of these, let's not approve those. But then the drone thing happened last year. And it's a good thing that we didn't do that because we were able to go through our databases, find, in those areas, tens of thousands of people who had reported seeing drones in Jersey. And we were able to write up some reports and share that information, which was helpful. And, a lot of the media shared that. So, you know, it's same with the SpaceX stuff. We could say, oh, you know, that's a satellite. Let's not put that on the app. But at the same time, if we don't do that, we're not educating people on what the satellites look like and stuff like that. So, really, hoaxes are the only thing that we vet out. Otherwise, you know, we let people discuss and come to their own conclusions on each of the sightings and, you know, share those socially. Our best ones, and that's what I do every day. I'm looking at these videos every day to pick out some of our best ones to share on social media, or, you know, for me to share personally, or to me to give to people to say, hey, this is interesting. I know you're working on orange orbs. Maybe you'll find this one interesting. That kind of hopefully keep some scientific analysis going on out there too.
The app is relatively new, so you don't have a lot of compelling data to compare with previous reports. But could you say if UFO reports are on the uptick or not?
Well, you know, I've been doing this for a really long time. In fact, I've been doing data reports on sighting reports for a really long time, and I think we're pretty far from being able to really be able to calculate that sort of thing because we haven't had a standard, consistent reporting center. Hopefully, you know, it's great if our app becomes that, but certainly the government isn't doing that here. Still isn't taking public reports for better or worse, but I think it should be someone probably independent of the government, I guess, anyway. But I don't think we have enough data to say that. You know, let's take Davenport, for instance. His sighting reports show a lot of sightings in Washington because that's where he was based. So there's more awareness in that area, you know, Western United States. So the data is a little skewed that way. And that's an example of how we just haven't had a robust kind of international system to be able to watch trends over a long period of time. And that's something that's the big problem. Everybody was saying, and I think NASA and the government were right when they said a lot of the problem with this field is that we just don't have enough data. Now, of course, we don't know what that government actually has, but I don't think we're going to find out what data the government actually has. So then it's incumbent upon us in the public as citizen scientists or, you know, to crowdsource this, to do it ourselves. And that's what we're doing.
A couple things have slowed down from years ago. Even abduction cases are slower. Heart formations and circles are slower. And burned out spots where they used to see burned out patches as a word, like if crap was hovering. We're not getting any reports like that anymore. What do you think's going on, Alejandro?
Yeah, it's probably called UFO nests, if I remember correctly. But yeah, exactly. You know, over the years, you do see these trends. So you do see these waves. So, for example, in the 70s, we had cases like Travis Walton or Pascagoula 50 years ago. Right, where people, but it was this period of time where people were saying they were interfacing with these weird looking creatures. But it was only in the 70s or a short period of time, and then that went away. And then it formed. So we have these waves that happen. It seems like I think there's a few reasons. That could be if it's a real phenomena. You know, it could be that whatever was creating that phenomena is not here anymore. It can only here for a certain period of time. Some people believe that, you know, maybe there's different civilizations coming in different waves. Or, you know, if also some people, the skeptics, would argue that, you know, those events were actually influenced by media or by movies, and that's why we had them only in waves. So it's hard to say, but you're exactly right. I think that, you know, we do have these waves, and it is really strange where there'll be times of abundance, and the two you mentioned, principles and abductions. It seems like those are ways that come and go. That, you know, you'll have these kind of periods of time where you get a lot more of that, and it'll kind of subside like it is right now.
How did you get involved in this, Alejandro? Was there one case, one story that captured your attention?
Great question. And it wasn't necessarily one case. So it's kind of a funny story because I really was, when I was a journalism student, I saw that there were a lot of credible people talking about this topic, and I was, I've always been interested in science, in space, so I watch all of the specials, whether they are back then, UFOs or, what the astronauts were up to. I'm watching all of these, and, my friend who got me into journalism, her boyfriend was really into UFOs, and he started telling me these stories, and I thought he was full of it. I thought he was ridiculous, and I got really frustrated. But when I looked into it, I was like, you're right, why aren't these stories being told? Whether they're true or not, these important people are claiming these incredible things. That's a big story. So I started writing about it back then. So that's like 25 years ago or something like that. Luckily, I was in Colorado, which was the headquarters of Wilbon. And eventually, after I read most of the books I wanted to read that I could get my hands on.
Look at this athleticism. It's really unprecedented shit. Let's move.
Yeah, like until the cops escorted me, right? But I left on my own accord, and I felt like the job was done. Yeah. And then the cops, like 20 minutes later, come over to my house. And they're like, they're like, hey, were you in this guy's house? I'm like, yeah, I was. You can't do that. I'm like, I know. Thank you. No shit.
You trying to arrest a lion, officer? I don't know if that's a good idea for you.
Yeah, bro. Try it.
Try me right now, dude.
There's a guy in college I knew who has become assured. One of the guys on the track team, he was being drunk and disorderly, got tased by the police at the party, and he like ripped the little things out. He goes, "I'm an athlete, I can take it."
Damn, I'm sorry to hear about your cat, dude.
Yeah, sorry, man.
I didn't like it. It is sincerely like losing a pet. Yeah. Super emotional. If I wanted to go there and think about it, I'm glossing over my emotions about it right now, but it was to get to the point of like the humor of like, would you want to be a tough guy and then your wife's like nagging you? It's like, stop right now, like I'm trying, because that'll happen with the strong personality like Luana. Yeah. It's like, hey, you can have your turn in a second. Right now, I'm being the tough guy. Speaking of which, Luana doesn't have to come over now.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Want to eat something? Not sure if I can. I got a sausage for you, bitch. Shit. Would you like Poke or something? Something Poke?
Oh, that's what I saw my right hand that night.
Yeah.
But
what is this? Yeah, I know, right? Dylan was like, Brendan Chops.
A gay man.
That's a gay man. That's a gay man. But it's accurate. This is a gay man on stage.
But I just want to say before you get going that I'm so grateful that you came through.
I'm so grateful you guys invited me. And also, by the way, having worked with a bunch of influencers who like, one of my biggest pet peeves last year has been like drones, multiple spans. So yeah, I hope so. So influencers do this. Hey, can you shoot right now? I'm like, motherfucker, what? Like, can you give me any warning whatsoever? So Brandon was from that top and being like, hey, like a month from now, shoot. And then he give me like every like appropriate update. So it's impossible for me to find. Like, I do need that. Yeah. Oh yeah, all right, that's today. Okay. Yeah.
That was amazing.
I really appreciate the conscientiousness, and everyone out there should fucking remember that when we're trying to get people to actually show up for shit. Don't be like, hey, can you come to Warrior Hills right now and shoot a skit?
Yeah. I'm in Seattle, man.
For what? Fucking TikTok?
Yeah, I'm hanging out with Antoine Jameson. Get in line, bitch.
Yeah, I really appreciate you guys having me over. We love you. Do it again soon.
Dude, the fans love you, dude.
I love the 10 Minutes to Shop community sincerely. All the stuff that I said about it being a very positive, out of all the Brendan Shop based reaction content channels, I do think you guys have probably the most positive, like kind of good spirited crowd. So thank you guys all for watching. As long as I wanted to stay for the full 24 hours, but
oh god, no, dude. It's gonna be hard for us.
But you're gonna do it. You got look. You got. I'm sorry. I should have left some more reins.
Oh no, you're good.
This is my favorite flavor.
Please take the reins from your daddy.
Take the reins, yeah. I'll let Jesus take the wheel.
Here you go. Oh,
Yo.
Oh, here. Real quick, come over here.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Just stand here and talk.
Cool. All right, everybody. We had, dude, take it with you, man. Take the whole thing.
Yeah.
Have fun with it, dude.
There are comments right here if you want.
Okay. Here, let me see that. You see that, man?
All right, guys. I'll walk you out.
Mark, see you, buddy. You're the best. So that was Netflix. Mark came in, he destroyed as usual while we were watching the greatest stand-up special ever done. Yeah, what a comments, dude. Oh, 2 S words. Yeah, maybe Horn Brothers can be a thing. I'm not glad that the horn in the middle of my head is back. I had that surgically removed by a doctor. The doctor cut off. I used to, this is a real thing. I get a horn in the middle of my head, and the doctor cut it off. And I didn't think it was going to grow back, but I guess it's grown back. What's up, Mark Ramirez? Good to see you. Good to see you. Lando, it's been a while since I've seen you. TriStar, whoa. I feel like I haven't seen TriStar in a while. Tommy Jarvis, what'd you say? This is so great, Papas. You got good guests and everything. Yeah. Walsh, I mean, we want to get some more people on. It's been tricky to kind of coordinate with everybody. But I think later on, It Doesn't Matter podcast is going to be on with us. Potentially, we got to reach out to a few other people. One big guest, obviously. Well, they're all big guests. But potentially, we were hoping to have Brian Campbell, our CEO, but he's very busy on presidential stuff. But maybe him, maybe Sean, maybe Alistair Williamson. Is Walsh coming? We already had Walsh on, dude. You missed it, but it's on the show, so you can watch it after. Did we reach out to Chin? No. I thought about that. I actually grasped at somebody pretty big, and I was promptly turned down. But I won't say who. But I was turned down. Oh, yeah. Ghidorah says, when is AZ coming? I'd like to have AZ on the podcast. I think maybe on a Raccoon Tweeties episode. Somebody tell him to message me. I think that would be funny. Hot chip guy? No. TriStar, you should know better. We'll never... Nick is not... We're not down with Nick. He's not welcome here. Chin is welcome. Nick, not so much. No, I didn't reach out to Joe Rogan. That's a stupid question. Bobby Lee. I haven't had the balls to reach out to Bobby Lee just yet. Plus, he's my boss, so it's kind of awkward to ask your boss for stuff. Have you ever had a job? Ever heard of it? Mark Ramirez, you're close. I'm coming for you. Your life is almost over. Oh, you know what? The trick with the idea about racing is funny. Maybe we'll do that. I want to do more bits where we're doing stuff outside. So lifting, racing, selling trucks, maybe food truck type diary thing. Timothy Wendell, thank you. Yeah, that was kind of weird. I mean, I think most people like Sinners. I honestly, I haven't heard a single person say that it's bad yet, but everybody has their own opinion, you know? Okay, cool.
Oh my goodness. My bad.
Water. Oh, man. Give it up for Gerardo, dude. Organizing all this shit. I mean, how do you even film in this thing? Got chairs everywhere, different setups. I think we're probably gonna move back to the couch soon, so we can. Because most of the guests are gonna be a Zoom. I'm not gonna have people show up in person going forward. Oh, balloon fort. We don't matter. We don't count, dude. Already on that. Hell yeah, guys. Give it up for Mark Marley, dude. We gotta put back on the stream. Yeah. Oh, Unique. Yeah, I don't know about Unique. I don't think so. I wish him the best, and he's funny, but I don't think I want to deal with all that.
Too much, dude.
That's a little too much.
That guy really talks a lot. Shout out Gerlargo. Shout out to you guys. We got a lot of people in here, dude.
Cody Quayle, shout out to Kengar. Hilarious.
Kengar.
Somebody from the beginning. Cody. What's up, dude? Thanks for watching that long.
You got your phone?
I do. It's over. I did have it. I'm not sure where my phone is. Oh, it's over there. It's over there. Thanks.
Check on that.
Yeah.
Has he responded?
I don't think. No, not yet.
Oh my god, that was a lot, y'all. I think this is the longest we've ever streamed.
Definitely the longest we've ever streamed. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, dude. Who'd you want Nikki HSG on? Who the fuck is that guy?
I gave her a birthday shout out or something. She's nice. I guess we wish her the best. Oh, the stream's going lean.
Oh yeah.
No audio.
Oh yeah,
Sometimes
we had a lot of audio in here.
It's true.
As he says, he's taking a nacho dip in nacho cheese.
My bad, Mr. Whole Foods.
Oh, my bad, Mr. Whole Foods.
My bad. Is your back hurting at all or no?
No.
Okay.
Just gotta constantly adjust. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Keep them guessing.
Been watching you guys forever. Never get to see you live usually as in the UK. Keep them busy.
Is this mine?
Operation Warp Speed. When they launched that, really trying to get us get vaccinated. They're like, yeah,
dude.
Krispy Kreme, buy us some donuts, get
You
vaccinated.
know, I am struggling. I won't lie to you. Because I probably have undiagnosed sleep apnea.
Yeah.
Probably the brain kind. But I'm fine. I'm not gonna fall asleep, but my head hurts.
Yeah. I got Advil if you want some.
I want it.
Okay.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. I'll take the whole bottle, please.
When I walk out, push number 2.
Okay.
But for now, when I walk out,
Listening
we
to
touch
March
the
will gain
Okay.
grades too.
Will I be able to do it? All right. Do. Oh, so just me. Mark gave us all Graves. Does anybody else? Am I the only person with Graves' disease? Does anyone else have any thyroid issues? I'm gonna give that a special flame.
I called my
Oh, Vladimir, what's up?
You get vaccinated?
Dude, I got a lot of stuff. I got Graves' disease, small teeth, big gums. I got a headache. My wrist is maybe broken again. You know, so that's the thing about, they don't tell you about podcasting. A lot of your favorite podcasters have chronic diseases. In fact, most of them do. Part of having a black belt and being very good at talking for a long period of time about nonsense is you have to have something that's threatening your life. In 20 to 30 years, I could be dead. But right now, all I have is a headache. So it's not really that big a deal. Thank you.
I got it done. I got that Jones Ronald.
I was telling them part of podcasting is having chronic disease. I think that's true.
What is it that got you? Mark Harley being here or the Gringo Poppy playing?
I would say it was the inherited grapes. And probably after. Maybe the drink
You need to hire some
and the food.
nine-piece actor we've never heard of. Just blast them all.
But I'm fine. Like we're not the only podcasters that's sick.
Yeah.
We know a few.
All over the news. All over the
But
news.
it's nothing I can't handle.
I feel pretty good. I feel great at it.
Cooney or Gerardo? Wait, there was some fan funding that we didn't see on screen.
Holy shit.
This is the payment for my Recting Tweety Special Edition Rain. Thanks. Listening to Mark for that long gave me graves too. Mark thinking the center screenplay needs work is what's key to me.
I don't know, but I was like, I just assumed that meant Dicey. I read it around. Yeah, it's like everybody likes that movie. I've not talked to anybody who doesn't like it. So it's surprising.
Shout out to y'all for the fan funding.
Actually, one person did say they didn't like the tone of it because they don't like vampire shit. But I don't agree.
Yeah. Is that your takeaway? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's that movie was fucking ruled.
Oathman, shout out to Oathman for being in here, dude.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Oathman should be on the show later. Yeah, he's able to. Still a little early.
I'm not locking us back.
The IDM boys.
I can't go through the lockdown. Straight up.
Thank you, Oathman.
That last one.
Nice, Melly. I donated over $20 in less than 10 minutes. Thank you, Tony.
Yeah, dude, I stayed up until like 1 a.m. setting up this board.
The MNXT says as soon as Cooney transitions to the couch, he's falling asleep.
Yeah.
Like a Red. I said DoorDash Red Bull. I would drink this at gunpoint.
I can get you Red Bull if you want.
Do you have Red Bull?
No, but I can go to the Aldi right here.
If you want to.
Yeah, I can do that.
I mean, sure.
Can you?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'll just keep talking to the chat.
Okay, I'll go get 2 Red Bulls from you.
Yeah.
I got you. I got fast. Yeah, you're good.
That's what. Yeah, when Gerardo leaves, he's getting a drink from me, and I'll just make fun of him.
I also, what's it called? I got a free trial on Zoom, so we're good.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, gotta cancel that.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it.
Yes. And would you rather sit on the couch or no?
Up to you, bro. I'm fine here or there.
Everything's already set up for the couch if you want.
That's fine.
Okay. You can always send this to you.
Alright, I'm good. Yeah, dude, I mean, Red Bull Run seems healthier than what my original suggestion was, which was to order DoorDash pizza. Every time we have pizza on the stream, it goes really bad. So I think I'm just going to live off baked goods. Earlier, when I were like planning this shit for the stream, it was kind of, we've been telling you all about this for weeks, but I'm not going to lie to you. I won't sugar credit for you. I won't put sugar all over your dicks and vaginas and tell you it's delicious. We didn't really plan a lot, I would say. Like, we were just reaching out to people like, can you be on? Can you be on? Then we're like, we need Diet Coke. So Gerardo got Diet Coke. And I was like, what kind of food should we have? He's been streaming for so long. So I was like, what bakeries are open? So, I ate coffee cake. I wasn't going to get donuts. I wasn't, but, I love donuts. So I got a bunch of bagels. I'm so tired, I forgot where I was going. Just check back in with the chat. Ryan Hardy, where did you get the Puig jersey, Daddy? Okay, I got the Puig jersey on... what is that site where it's like, I've never used it before, where you bid on things. That's how the Graves thing's hit hard. I got it on that site where you bid on stuff. I wasn't sure about jersey sizes, so I had to chat GPT, what is large jersey size? If you don't know, 48, Danny. eBay, that's it. See, you asked the question, you knew the answer already. That's the kind of fan we want. Thank you for helping. I got it on eBay. I bid a little bit under, and I won immediately. And I was like, damn, I should have bid way less.
I said, you're in a group chat with other parents, dumbass.
But it wasn't that expensive. And it came, and then, like, yesterday, I got a little surprise for you, Gerardo. And he was like, oh, I think I already know what it is. I had forgotten that I texted him. Oh, shit, Gerardo's calling me. I'm going to put on speaker. All right, you're on speaker. You know I want sugar free. Don't ask me a stupid question. I'm kidding. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, I'm sorry. All right, Larry. Dude. Would you guys are sugar free people, I'm assuming, right? I mean, is it, I'm glad that he asked, but because sometimes people aren't, but I gotta have a sugar free. But anyways, I was talking to Gerardo, and he was like, I think I know what it is. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, the Yasel Puig thing. Apparently, I texted it to him earlier, and I forgot. It's just, I mean, the Grapes is really, recently, I just don't remember anything. I might have even just said that twice. I'm not really sure. Yeah, dude, I mean, all sugar-free soda is pretty good, so I think it's all great. Bone, would have been cool if you guys could have gotten Matan on. I don't have any connection to Matan. I think he's funny. Sure, it'd be great to have him on, but I don't know anyone that knows Matan. So if you all know Matan, you can tell him to come on our show. If he has the time, we'd love to have him on. That guy, he cracks me up. Originally, I was sort of like, I don't know about this guy, but now I think he's hysterical. Fucking cursor. Cooney doesn't put sugar all over his Red Bull until you. That's exactly right. I couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you, FB. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank him. Is the light count good? I haven't looked at it. To be honest with you, I don't even know how to check. Gerardo does the checking of light counts. I'll just trust your word for it, Treadfoot. But yeah, definitely like the video. That would be helpful. We got Patreon content. We just watched Kill Tony. We watched Jordan Jensen's new stand-up special. Jordan Jensen's funny. She like Jeff D.